I wouldn't be here. So to win the Champions Trainers title, it's a huge honour, and hopefully I can continue this year and try and go back to back.
I think team has done a terrific job, as well as Daniel Ma, and both of them ended up by winners about, I think, same with the Lim stable, and hopefully we can get going again this year.
The stars of the Turf Club have come out tonight to find the champion stayer, mile sprinter and horse of the year. Looking forward to a great evening ahead.
To win those awards, Scott, it's I can't say that enough, but it was a wonderful night. It was well done by the Turf Club. Great to be back, great for everybody to be around, and also to pay a special mention to the other winners too. I mean, it's a tough business this, and for Ricardo and Tim to get their horses to win, it's a wonderful thing for them as well, and it's just great that we've got great trainers and great owners in Singapore, and we hope that we can pick it up from here on.
Is the 2023 Group 2 Stewards Cup. Nice star-studded cast here to contest for $150,000. It's a very exciting horse, isn't he? Golden Monkey was the 3-year-old star last year, and he's looking to claim at least one of these races.
Decided to take the blinkers off him and just ride him cold. He's got the best.
Racing in the Stewards Cup, pressing forward as well out deep on the track, claiming Miglior to go up and get a piece of the action. Istataba not too far away. 2.5 lengths back into second last there was Golden Monkey going back as expected. Invincible Tycoon's in the middle of that pack there, followed by Golden Monkey, who's been able to jump on the back here of Montana Flash. He's wiser with a back as he starts to improve. Invincible Tycoon looking for a passage on the inside. Montana Flash starting to present, and Golden Monkey's sniffing down their neck here at the 100 metres. Golden Monkey goes up to the outside, a super salute, can't respond. Could it be the Monkey's day here in the Group 2 Stewards Cup? And it is. The Monkey gets the leg here, the second leg of the series. What a win.
He's an amazing horse for me. He never runs a bad race.
It was nice to get to ride a horse like Golden Monkey. He's got a lot of quality, and we saw that there.
Horse Racing Channel viewers at home can access dividends and other information by pressing the green button on your remote control.
some of the greatest in this game, and let's hope that it's going to be a wonderful start to the season for Alson. That's number 2, Impression, the daughter of Pomodoro. Goodman Dadamasi now gets the ride. Been very disappointing. I've expected a lot more from Impression. I'm hoping that she can bounce back. She just becomes very one-paced at last 400 meters. Let's have a look at the next horse in shot. This is number 3, Lorna Lily. And yeah, I mean, it's hard for me to give you any confidence based on form. The daughter of Flower Alley, I think, has been a little bit disappointing. She's at 12 starts today. She hasn't really raised a gallop. Let's see how she goes. I mean, she's got the draw that's going to be in her advantage, but I'm sure Jannie Borman will be hoping that she can run a better race this afternoon. Let's have a look at number 4. That's 3 Bells, the daughter of Admiral Kitten. Pelasila Monclawa gets the ride. Again, been very disappointing. Her best run actually came on the 13th of April when running third was behind Tree Fairy. Was only beaten a length and a tail on that occasion. But since then, beaten 20.5 lengths, beaten 13 lengths. I'm sure Shayla Naidu and the connections will just be hoping that she can improve on 2 very disappointing runs. 5 is Shiva's Spirits. Let's have a look at this one. Daughter of Skit Skizzle. Also been very disappointing. Very hard for me to give you any confidence. I mean, she looks well, but her form suggests that she will need to improve. Let's have a look at number 6, Play With Fire. Her best run actually came on the 8th of June. She ran just a short head behind Ivy League. Now, if she can bring that run to the course, she'll be very hard to beat, Play With Fire. Since then, she was beaten 11 and a bit lengths by the front line, and then 12 lengths behind Silver Sanctuary last time out. I see the jockey did report something amiss. I'm hoping she can bounce back, the daughter of Master of My Fate. Like I say, if she can bring that run behind Ivy League to the course, she's going to be a massive threat to the favourites. Number 7 is City Lights, the daughter of Pomodoro, 14.5 lengths behind Forever in My Dreams. We do need to remember that the winner on that occasion won by about 12 lengths. So in hindsight, it actually wasn't a bad run on the 27th of July. Look, she can improve from it. I mean, it was only her first start, first day at school. She looks well. She really looks well, does number 7. So at a big price, chuck this one into your swingers, exactors and quartets. And then finally, the short price favourites. This is Lady Fallon, the daughter of Active War. Sam Masia gets the ride for Lucky Hoodalakis. She's going to be very hard to beat. There was lots of support on debut from 10-1 into 9-2. She ran a cracking third behind Dol Chesa. She was only starting to learn the trade very late in the day. With the experience of Sam Masia, he won't be hanging around. This horse will be in contention going through the 400, and I think she's going to take a power beating this afternoon. R1.20 a win and R1 a place. All right, this is the 4 Racing welcomes you Work Riders maiden plate. It is over 1,400 meters. Naturally, the bar pot will only start in race 2, being a 9-race program. PA starts in race 3, pick 6 race 4, first jackpot race 5, and the second jackpot will start in race number 6. Just a reminder that we have got racing alongside Hollywood Bets Durbanville this afternoon, so a nice doubleheader here in South Africa for the punters to enjoy. So the Work Riders are mounting up. On that note, we'll get up to Nico Kritsiotis. Like I said, he did a wonderful job at Fairview yesterday, and it's great to have him in the commentary box for all 9 races this afternoon.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Turffontein Racecourse on the Saturday, the 12th of August. We've got 9 races carded for you today. Runners are leaving the parade ring for race number 1, which is the 4 Racing Welcomes You Work Riders maiden plate over 1,400 meters. Track condition here is good today, expecting a maximum temperature of around about 20 degrees centigrade. Double header today, racing down in Cape Town at Durbanville, the race meeting that was postponed from Tuesday. The 8th of August has been moved to today. So track condition here at Turffontein good with a penetrometer of 21. And there have been 21 millimetres of irrigation put down on the track in the last week, of which 3 millimetres has been watered in the last 24 hours. Just 4 scratchings on the card. In race 2, number 3, Soul Captain is out. In race 5, there are 2 scratchings, 2 Mow the Man and 4 Primrose Path. And in race 9, number 11, Feather the Nest. Runners are leaving the parade ring for race number 1. Horses about to come out on the course for this 1400 metre Work Riders Maiden. Jockey change for number 2, Impression, is now ridden by Goodman Dadamasi, who's back in South Africa after an international working holiday. So number 2, Impression, now ridden by Goodman Dadamasi. Blinkers are off number 1, Ideal Heart, who has now made her way out onto the track. Thomas Nkume rides. Number 1, Ideal Heart, no blinkers. Number 5, Shiver's Spirit, does have blinkers. And then number 6, Play with Fire, has both a compression mask and earmuffs on. Play with Fire. So Ideal Heart is the first horse out on the track. Number 1, Thomas Nkume rides. Race 1 is not part of the exotics today. Number 2 is Impression, now ridden by Goodman Dadamasi. Change of rider. Number 5 is Shiver's Spirit, and B. Maiya wears the blinkers. Shiver's Spirit today. 7, City Lights, Sitetu rides. Number 6, Play with Fire, Nyandeki. 8 is the favourite Lady Fallon and Sam Masia. Very short on the tote at R1.10 a win. Number 3, Lorna Lily, is the ride of Tom Lukele. And number 4, 3 Bells, Penisile Monkawa rides. It looks to be the field for race 1. Approximately 9 minutes remain to have a bet here at Turffontein. Just once again reminding you that the race meeting at Durbanville goes ahead today with the first off at 12:45. 9 races are carded at Durbanville today. I'm working alongside Brandon Bailey today here at Turffontein, so a warm welcome to you, Brandon. And this short-priced horse looks hard to beat in the first race. Let's find out what you have to say. Very good afternoon to you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico. Good afternoon. I know that you've been busy up and down from Port Elizabeth. Great to have you back in the commentary box here at Turffontein. There is 9 races for the punters to dive in and give it a full go alongside the meeting out at Hollywood Bets Durbanville in the Western Cape as well. We're 9 minutes away from post time. I've just refreshed the markets. I see Lady Fallon, number 8, has gone 1-4. The 1 Ideal Hearts at 9-1. 6 Play with Fire at 10-1. 7 City Lights 25-1. And you're getting 30-1 and better those. So very, very short is Lady Fallon. I thought that was a good enough effort to see this individual go into the winner's enclosure, the daughter of Active War. Sam Masia, well, he's a very experienced work rider. He knows how to get them home. Like I said in my pre-interview when the horses were in the back parade ring, Sam Masia, he's been there, done that, got the t-shirt. He knows when to let them go and he knows when to sit. So he'll get his fraction spot on over here. 1400 metres on the Standside track at the Big T. That's at R1.10 a win and R1 a place. There goes number 8, Lady Fallon to the start. You can't fault the way she's moved down to the gates. And I don't think you're going to get rich backing this one on the nose. And the obvious selection for many people out there, I'm sure there'll be a few multiples that maybe start with this horse, Lady Fallon, into many other horses throughout the afternoon. I mean, if we go to that form line, just in front of Lady Fallon was a horse called No Filter from the David Niverhazen yard that's come out to win. Further in behind them was Damo Star from the Ashley Fortune stable that went on to win a good race. We know that Damo Star is now trained by Tyron Zaki, but that came out to win from that form line. You had horses like Mocha Macaroon that's been very competitive in the maiden ranks, run a number of places for Chris Yonker, and even Fairy Circle from the Stephen Moffat yard that ran 13th, beaten 10 lengths on that occasion, went on to run a few places along the way. So, yeah, I mean, that form line's definitely worked out behind Dolces, and I think she'll be far too strong for them over here, the daughter of Active War. So I make her a good thing, if I'm allowed to use that term in racing. R1.10 a win and R1 a place. Where are we going to go for second, third and fourth? We know that we've got those options on the totalizator. You've got the exactors, the swingers, the trifectas and the quartets. Let's have a look at the rest of the field. I think 10 to 1 about a horse called Play With Fire could be outstanding value. The daughter of Master of My Fate. Fani Bronkhorst is the trainer. There goes number 6, moving down to the start nice and quietly. Let's have a look at her last 2 runs. Very disappointing. I think we need to say that straight off the bat. I'm sure Fani's also been very disappointed with Play With Fire. If we go to that run behind Ivy League on the 8th of June, that was a cracking run with Caden Brewer. She was low flying into the closing stages. I was presenting at the Val on that occasion, and yeah, I thought at one stage she was actually going to go on to beat Ivy League, but Ivy League was just a bit too strong in the end. We know what Baron Buerta thinks of Ivy League. She'll be very competitive in those grade ones in the not too distant future, and that was a cracking run. If she can bring that run to the course, she might just give the favourite something to think about. Even her debut run behind Mount Pilatus, who's very smart. That races in the silks of Brian and Terence Spong, trained by Paulie Matchett. Only beaten 7 lengths by Mount Pilatus, and I know they think quite a bit of that individual as well. So 10 to 1 could be a big price about number 6, Play With Fire. I would include that one in hope that she can bounce back to form. Behind it, I battle to find third and fourth. I know there's been some money in the market for Ideal Heart. I just want to have a look what price that is now. 10 to 1. Thomas and Kumi gets the ride for Wayo Moing. An okay run behind Primrose Path last time. Beaten 5 lengths. I don't think that was the strongest of form lines. She was taken down to the start nice and quietly, but quite honestly, she hasn't really done too much to think that she can go on and beat the likes of Lady Fallon and Play With Fire. Let's talk about Impression. Alson and Zalala. He's proudly sponsored by Betway. It was great to see his Bucky in the car park. We're wishing Alson all the best for the new season. I know that he's got James Goodman working alongside him. And yeah, I mean, she's been disappointing. She's really been disappointing. I thought quite a bit of her early on in her career. I thought she would have been out the maidens by now, this daughter of Pomodoro. But her last 2 runs, she's been very one-paced. She hasn't quickened up at all that last 400 meters. So I'm sure a fair comment. They'll probably just be hoping that she can round off her racing a bit better than what we've seen in her last 2 starts. So Impression has gone to 40 to 1 and continues to drift. I think race time you might just get closer to 80 to 1 the way they're drifting. Number 2, Impression. I couldn't really make a case for anything else. I'm going to talk in circles if I continue to try and make a case for anything else in the race. I think short and sweet, we're going to go Lady Fallon to get favourite backers off to a flying start. I'm probably going to rush off to the tote and go and take some exactors with number 6, Play With Fire, in hope that she can bounce back and put those last 2 runs behind her. So that's the first race. They're on their way down to the start, and we're now 4 minutes away. Last look at that market. Number 8, Lady Fallon, 3 to 10. Number 1, Ideal Heart, 12 to 1. The 6, Play With Fire, has just shortened into 7 to 1 and it's 25 to 1 and better those. Just a quick refresh as to what's happening at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. The first race over there goes off at 12:45. So we're 45 minutes away from the first race out in the Western Cape. There's also 9 races for you to have a good look at. 17 to... Okay, so I'm going to leave it on that. I was just Carl Stradham in the winner's box yesterday. I thought a terrific ride in the UK. And I believe this morning, our good friend Warren out in New Zealand and I believe he had 4 winners. So terrific stuff. Long may it continue. They'll be sent back, and the next voice you'll hear is that of Nick Kirkritz.
At the 1400 metre marker for the full racing welcomes you work riders made forward. And 3 bells as well. Short price favourite. Lady Fallon is installed. At the end of the field now is City Lights, gives them about 8 or 9 lengths start as they come up the hill now and race towards the 800 metre mark, and it's Ideal Heart who is the leader from Shiver Spirit, who's been ridden off the fence here. Behind that, Lorna Lily, Lady Fallon racing within 3 lengths of the leader. Behind that is 3 bells. They become detached from Impression, City Lights and Play with Fire. But Lady Fallon has quickly rushed up to take up the lead as they head down into the last 500. Lady Fallon picks it up here from Ideal Heart and Lorna Lily. Behind that is 3 bells, and then came Shiver Spirit, who's been given an awkward ride, has to be said. Behind that is Play with Fire. Lady Fallon comes to the front here, led by 2 from Lorna Lily back in second. They well clear of the opposition, and with 150 to go, Lady Fallon is green, hanging to the inside, but has a 3-length advantage from Lorna Lily, and Lady Fallon will justify favouritism here, wins it from Lorna Lily by 2 and a bit. Third place will go to City Lights, fourth possibly Ideal Heart here to 3 bells. Then came Play with Fire. As we said, an awkward ride given to Shiver Spirit, and Impression was lost. Well, the favourite is home here, but Sam Messier had to work on her to keep her mind on the job. He took the stick out and said that she means business today, because Lorna Lily was only 2 lengths behind her, but you can see the crouching action of Sam Messier at the finish meant that he had it under control. The Daughter of Active War wins by 2.5 lengths from Lorna Lily back in second position. They were clear in third of City Lights, number 7, and fourth gets desperately close over here between 3 bells and Ideal Heart. We'll leave that one to the judge. Very close. The fourth placing will go to Ideal Heart. So I think Ideal Heart has got that fourth position, just listening to the judge on the other line over here. So it does look like that will be the finish of the first race. Punters will be happy, your favourite punters anyway, will be happy with Lady Fallon's win. Didn't jump the best, but Sam Messier, when you've got a professional like that in the irons, then you can certainly rest comfortably. This filly is by Active War out of the Gimme the Green Light mare Chartreuse, was bred by the Blue Sky Thoroughbreds and is owned by Gary Khaya and Faisal Vahab. It's a favourite start to the day. Lady Fallon at 1-5 picks up the running of the first race from a determined Lorna Lily back in second.
Yeah, top performance. Got to say, a very nice ride from Sam Messier. That's what experience can do. Had this one beautifully, just in behind them, relaxed, in a good rhythm, breathing nicely, and picked it up at the right time. Knew was on the best horse going through the 400 and sent her about her business very early. The daughter of Active War gets the job done. Well done, of course, to Lucky Udalakis. A big well done to Gary Khaya, to Faisal Vahab. Congratulations. I think she's going to improve quite a bit from this performance. She had the race sewn up a long way from home at R1.10 a win and R1 a place. Congratulations to all concerned. Favourite backers off to a flying start. We've got the bar pot starting in race number 2. If you're looking to get those bar pots on, you need to be on bar hoppers 12.
In the frame for race 1, victory to number 8, Lady Fallon. Second was number 3, Lorna Lily. Third was number 7, City Lights. Fourth goes to number 1, Ideal Heart. Ahead of number 4, 3 Bells. The numbers are 8, 3, 7, 1 and 4. The winner paid R1.10 for a toe twin and R1 a place. Heavily backed favourite. 3, Lorna Lily, as much as R6.80 for the places, and City Lights number 7, third at R2.60 a place. To return to the winners' enclosure for race 1 is number 8, Lady Fallon. This once again under the guidance of Sam Messier with 137 winners. To his credit, most experienced work rider in the country, and continues to show the others how it's done. Well done, Sam Messier, winning on the favourite. Number 8, Lady Fallon for the Lucky Udalakis stable. Well done to Lucky. And well done to winning owners Gary Khaya and Faisal Vahab. 3-year-old bay filly by Act of War out of the Gimme the Green Light mare Chartreuse. Was bred by Blue Sky Thoroughbreds. Returns as an easy winner ahead of Lorna Lily, number 3, number 7, City Lights, and number 1, Ideal Heart was 4th. 3 bells, and then came Shiver's Spirit, who's been given an awkward ride, has to be said. Behind that is Play With Fire. Lady Fallon comes to the front here, led by 2 from Lorna Lily back in second. They well clear of the opposition, and with 150 to go, Lady Fallon is green, hanging to the inside, but has a 3-length advantage from Lorna Lily, and Lady Fallon will justify favouritism here, wins it from Lorna Lily by 2 and a bit. Third place will go to City Lights, a fourth possibly Ideal Heart ahead of 3 bells.
Yeah, welcome to the winners' enclosure. That's the way we want to start the day. The 1 to 5 favourites come through with flying colours. A top ride by Sam Masia, very seasoned work rider. He's been there, done that, got the t-shirt. He knows how to get them home. Especially it's a cool, calm and collected is Sam Masia. Well done to Lucky Udalakis, of course to Gary Gea and to Faisal Fahab. Great partnership, and they look to have a lovely daughter of active war on their hands. I'm going to speak to the winning work rider. Sam, I've got to say a very good ride from you. There looked to be a few messy moments in front of you going around the turn, but I mean you were relaxed, in a good rhythm. I mean the horse was breathing nicely and you knew exactly what you had underneath you going through the 400.
Yes, sir. I'm going down to the starting stores. I feel my horse. I tell these guys I'm going to down the starting stores. The work rider said this horse, if you can lose there, I don't know. The way he's coming down is going so well. And I want to say thanks for Mr. Odelakis to give me a nice ride. I see all the guys he's jumping going to front. I say I must wait a little bit because I ask a little bit more, he gives me more. I think it's a nice horse. You can need it, not a feather.
Well, look, Sam, you've obviously got your fans out there because I received a number of messages. Every time they have a look at the Work Riders race, they ask me, I don't care what's in the race, but I want to know what Sam Masia is riding. So you've got your fan base, you're delivering in no uncertain terms, and that was a very good ride from you. Well done.
I'm not riding for just playing. I like winning too much. Thank you very much for the owner. Thank you very much for Mr. Odelakis. I think it's the first time we win it for him. Thank you very much.
Well done, Sam. There we go. That's Sam Masia. Great to have him in the winner's box. Well done, Lux. Good to see you as always. I mean, a horse that was well backed first time out. I thought that was a good run.
Yeah, I don't know. Was she back first time out?
Yeah, 10 to 1 into 4 to 1.
Okay, well, I don't know much about that. But, yeah, she's a nice filly. And, yeah, she hit a bit of a wobbly that time because we were trying to push for the 100 grand bonus, you know. And it was coming towards the end. So, obviously, it was to give her like a 1,200 and then build her up. And then things didn't go our way. So, obviously, I told the guys, well, all those bonuses were finished. So, we just gave it the time to find herself, and as you can see by her coat and that, she's not 100% there, but we got the maiden out the way, and yeah, just well done to Gary. He's got the whole family here, and I mean the whole family. And yeah, and Faisal, where he is at home, or he's got some celebration. Well done to them. And yeah, I don't think she'll, you know, even though it was a very mediocre race, but I don't think she's quite the finish article. I think we'll leave her alone till the spring, you know, let her bulk up a bit and let her coat come right, and we'll go from there.
Lux, just quickly, Battleground, Queen of Camelot, what are you expecting?
Yeah, you know, they're competitive fields. I think I'm expecting them to run well. Got good draws, good jock. So, yeah, basically
hopeful.
Yeah, hoping they should run well. But yeah, we hope for all the best.
Thank you very much, Lux.
Cheers.
There we go. That's Lucky Udalakis. Great to see him back in the winner's box. Gary, come and join me. Lovely to see you with your entire family. We actually should have got them on the stage because, I mean, you guys have come here. This is what racing's all about. Bring the family. I was watching you closely on the grandstand. You guys were never nervous.
No, well, like you said, come in your suit. So, you know, the day he says that, then obviously it's a big positive attitude towards the race. Yeah. And so anyway, but thanks to him, thanks to Nats. Congratulations as well to Faisal. It's his son's wedding today. So obviously, and last week they're celebrating over the whole week, and congratulations to him, my partner in the horse. And it's always nice to have a winner, Brandon, yeah.
Look, I know Faisal's not scared to have a bet, but I highly doubted 1 to 5 he had a plunge.
Yeah, it was tough at 1 to 5.
But you know what, you get the winner's check. It's all that matters.
That's all that matters.
You got some nice horses at the moment.
Yeah, it's all going well, Brandon. They're coming together. I've got another runner now with Paul in the 6th race. I'm Regal, also with a couple of partners. Hopefully she can do something today. But all happy to have a winner at least. It's all nice to have the family as well, and thanks to them as well, all the support.
Look, we're going to make life even better for you. 7,500 rand from the Racehorse Owners Association. Thank you very much to the entire team. It's great to have them on board, and every cent counts. Well done, Gary.
All ups. Thanks very much, Brandon.
See you later.
See you later.
There we go. Enjoy lunch with the family. I'm going to get the winning groom in as well. He's going to come and have a quick word. 1,500 rand from World Sports Betting. Well done, sir. Your horse looked an absolute picture. You must be very happy with this win today.
Yes, I am very happy, and thank you to my team back home, and thank you to the owners to give us a beautiful horse race like this. It's amazing, you know. I'm happy as a groom.
Absolutely. There we go. There's 1,500 rand from World Sports Betting. Well done to all the winning connections and the guys that do all the hard work in the early hours of this morning. All right, what I do want to just remind people, and obviously a big thank you to Charles Pretorius for that information. I know there's been 1 or 2 messages coming my way. Please, can you get an update for the Mike de Kock runners throughout the afternoon? Head on to the Betway website. If you go to the Insiders blog, you'll be able to get all the comments directly from Mike de Kock over there. So please head on over to the Betway website. Under the Insiders blog, you'll be able to get Mike de Kock's comments for his runners throughout the day at Turffontein. Good start for favourite backers. Lady Fallon, the daughter of Active War, goes bang to win a good race.
Track here at Turffontein. Runners are set and they jump away from that 1,400 metre marker. Lady Fallon is towards the rear end of the field in the early stages alongside City Lights. They didn't get the best of starts over there, but going up to lead them in the early stages, Shiver Spirit is trying to circle runners on the far side to lead them. Ideal Heart is up there too with Lorna Lily, so a line of 3. Lady Fallon has now got up into 4th position and is racing 3 lengths off the leader. 3 Bells racing behind that with Play with Fire, Impression, and the back marker at the end of the field now is City Lights. Gives them about 8 or 9 lengths start as they come up the hill now and race towards the 800 metre mark, and it's Ideal Heart who is the leader from Shiver Spirit, who's been ridden off the fence here. Behind that, Lorna Lily. Lady Fallon racing within 3 lengths of the leader. Behind that is 3 Bells. They become detached from Impression, City Lights and Play with Fire. But Lady Fallon has quickly rushed up to take up the lead as they head down into the last 500. Lady Fallon picks it up here from Ideal Heart and Lorna Lily. Behind that is 3 Bells, and then came Shiver Spirit, who's been given an awkward ride, has to be said. Behind that is Play with Fire. Lady Fallon comes to the front here, led by 2 from Lorna Lily back in second. They well clear of the opposition, and with 150 to go, Lady Fallon is green, hanging to the inside, but has a 3-length advantage from Lorna Lily, and Lady Fallon will justify favouritism here, wins it from Lorna Lily by 2 and a bit. 3rd place will go to City Lights, 4th possibly Ideal Heart ahead of 3 Bells. Then came Play with Fire. As we said, an awkward ride given to Shiver Spirit, and Impression was last. Well, the favourite is home here, but Sam Messier had to work on her to keep her mind on the job. He took the stick out and said that she means business today, because Lorna Lily was only 2 lengths behind her, but you can see the crouching action of Sam Messier at the finish meant that he had it under control. The daughter of Active War wins by 2.5 lengths from Lorna Lily back in 2nd position. They were clear in 3rd of City Lights, number 7, and 4th gets desperately close over here between 3 Bells and Ideal Heart. We'll leave that one to the judge. Very close. The 4th placing will go to Ideal Heart. So I think Ideal Heart has got that 4th position, just listening to the judge on the other line over here. So it does look like that will be the finish of the first race. Punters will be happy, your favourite punters anyway, will be happy with Lady Fallon's win. Didn't jump the best, but Sam Messier, when you've got a professional like that in the irons, then you can certainly rest comfortably. This filly is by Active War out of the Gimme the Green Light mare Chartreuse. Was bred by the Blue Sky Thoroughbreds and is owned by Gary Khaya and Faisal Vahab. It's a favourite start to the day. Lady Fallon at 1-5.
Place. I will give you those comments as well as to what Mike de Kock's expecting from this very well-bred son of the United States. Highly regarded, good second to Unzen. Been off the track for a long time, 315 days. Let's go up to Nick O'Kane. He'll take them down to the start.
Thanks very much, Brandon. The runners are going by to the start for race number 2. First horse by is number 2, Touched by Stars. Dennis Schwarz writes. Number 4, Turconnell, is ridden by Richard Ferrie, is going by with the lead pony here. This is the www.soccer6.co.za maiden plate. 1400 metres. Number 5, Charge Ahead, Pilasand and Goli. Number 6, Scarlet Pimpernel. Capello Mazzignani writes. Number 7, Animal Impact, apprentice Donald Geertsen, who claims 2.5 kilos. 8, Command Pilot, J.P. van der Merwe. Number 9, Copper Mist, apprentice Rachel Veneker, claims 1.5 kilos. Here's a look at number 10, King of the Seas, Gavin Larena. Number 1, Circus Lights, apprentice Kacheri. No cheek pieces for number 1, Circus Lights today. Take the cheek pieces off. 11 is Lord Denon Platina, Kelvin Habib.
12.
Number 12, Ryan's Boulevard, is Craig Zaki.
That should be the field next.
Having its debut today, that's the field. The scratching in race 2 is number 3, Soul Captain. Number 3, Soul Captain, a non-runner. This is the opening leg of the bipod on a 9-race card. Bipod up to 154,000 Rand. And we're approximately 7-8 minutes away from race time. Brandon Bailey has all the news on race number 2. Let's join him.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico. It is bipod time. I'm hoping we can sail past 200,000 Rand in the next 8 minutes. The last updates I had, 160 is what that bipod was sitting on. Turconnell, number 4, is your 22-10 favourite. Number 8, Command Pilot, 33-10. Number 12, Ryan's Boulevard at 9-1 and at 16-1 and better those. All right, so we've got 7 minutes to get involved. I just want to quickly refresh that market once more, and as I hit refresh, can you believe the money that's just poured onto Turconnell? We were showing 22-10, but that is now shortened up even money, so there's been big money late in the day for Turconnell. I wonder if my producer can just show me what number 4 looks like moving down to the start at R1.60 a win and R1.40 a place. I want to have a good look at number 4, Turconnell. The word coming from the camp, just listening to Mike de Kock and that Insider's blog, which you can find on the Betway website. Apparently, he did pick up quite a serious injury after that debut run on the 1st of October, which required surgery, but he's doing very nicely back at home. If he's not too ring rusty, he should give a good account of himself. Mike de Kock does think quite a bit of him. Obviously, he's got one or two temperamental issues, but that doesn't concern Mike at all, which is great news. That's number 4, Turk Connell. So he did pick up a serious injury, which did require surgery. He hasn't had too much gallop work. Apparently, a large part of his work program has been on the sand out at the Turffontein training centre, but they're expecting him to go nicely, and they're just hoping that obviously that last bit is not too ring rusty. He's a smart horse. That was a very good second behind Unzen. In fact, I think he was very unlucky not to have beaten Unzen on that occasion. 315 days off the racetrack is always going to be some sort of a concern. It's great to see Richard Fourie doing some travelling. He's a man that many are already predicting to win the championship. He's going to try and chase 300. We know that Hollywood Bets have got that big carrot at the end of that if you can beat Anthony Del Pesce's record of 334. Richard did make mention that he'll obviously give it a full go. He'll try, he'll do all the travelling he possibly can. He's going to be coming to the Highveld quite often. I think he'll be getting a large part of his support from Sean Terry and from Mike de Kock in the bigger stables here on the Highveld. So we do wish Richard and his agents all the best in the new season. All right, so Turk Connell, like I've said, the money is there. They've shortened that up into evens, and he's the horse that they're probably going to have to beat through that last bit. So I know it's a tricky draw. Many punters have actually come to speak to me, and they've said to me, listen, aren't you concerned about the draw? You have to naturally be concerned about the draw, but when you've got the greats like Richard Fourie in the irons, they've already got some sort of a game plan. If game plan A doesn't work, they'll go to B, and if B doesn't work, they'll go to C. So yeah, I'm not too concerned about the draw. I think Richard will have some sort of a plan leading up into this race. So I'm going to make him my top selection. I think number 4, Turk Connell, is going to be quite hard to beat. I just want to go on to the next selection. Let's have a look at my next selection. I'm going to have a look at Command Pilot, number 8. There's some money around for number 8, which is Command Pilot. Ran 4th on debut. Now let's talk about those form lines. Viva de Janeiro came out to win from the Archimedes form line. There was a horse called Gimme a Diamond that came out to win in Quebec. And there was even a horse called Van Meijel, I think that's how we say it, from the Sean Terry camp. I know Kenny Govender's got a few shares in that individual. Also ran a nice third over 1,400 metres at Hollywood Bet Scottsville. Okay, so my producer has made mention and reference that we're going to show the canter past. I think it's important. Keep your eyes glued to channel 240. We're going to have a good look at this canter past. That's number 2 moving down, Touched by Stars. Dennis Schwartz gets the ride for Brett Warren. That's at a big price on the market. I see 30 Rand a win on the tote and 5 Rand 80 a place. I'm going to wait to see number 4, Turk Connell, so you can just keep watching that canter pass on channel 240. I'm talking about number 6, Command Pilot for now. I'm expecting him to run a much better race. He's a son of Lancaster Bomber. There we go. There goes Turk Connell. Nice and quiet. You can't fault the way he's moved down to the gates. He's gone down with the lead pony just to obviously keep him under lock and key and keep the lid on him. I like what I've happened to see with Turk Connell. In fact, I'm happy to dive in now at even money. Let's go back to this horse, Command Pilot. I was just saying there's been 1 or 2 winners and a few nice horses that have come out of that form line behind Archimedes. I know Philip Labuskakny thinks quite a bit of Archimedes, and you have to think that Command Pilot, now that he has learnt a bit, I think he's going to run a much forward race. I know he's got the draw to beat this afternoon, but I'm expecting him to run a cracker. So 8, Command Pilot, will be my second selection behind number 4, Turk Connell. I did think that King of the Seas would run a much better race. Number 10, the son of New Predator, Gavin Larena for Johan Janssen van Vuren. I'm quite surprised to see this horse has drifted off the boards. I think you're getting 20 to 1 now about number 10, King of the Seas. Look, they did expect a bit better last time out. I see he was beaten 3 lengths by Try Me, who runs a bit later on this afternoon. But Gavin Larena will have him in the right position. I'm expecting him to finish in the first 4, number 10, King of the Seas. And then let's quickly talk about number 11, Lord Denon Platina. There is Lord Denon Platina moving to the start. Son of Denon Platina. If you watch this horse move to the gates first time out, you would have said there's no ways he'll run within 10 lengths of the winner. He was very green. He was mighty green, was number 11, Lord Denon Platina. He's tightened up. He ran a very good fourth on debut. 3 lengths behind Try Me, and with natural improvement, I'm expecting him to run a much better race as well. But everything said and done, I'm in the camp of Turffontein. Let's go up to Nico Kritsiotis. He'll bring this one home, hopefully, in the Hollywood Bet Syndicate Silks. This one for Mike de Kock, and it's lovely to have Richard Fourie on the high felt.
Runners for race 2 are loading up at the 1400 metre marker. Touched by Stars is the next one to go forward. About half a dozen of them loaded. Tia Connell will be up next with Command Pilot. Command Pilot in a deep draw here. Drawn up the outside. Tia Connell, Ryan's Boulevard still to load with Lord Denon Platina and Circus Light still to come forward. Also King of the Seas to load. So Tia Connell has gone in. King of the Seas to come forward. Ryan's Boulevard, Circus Lights and Lord Denon Platina. Trying to put forward Ryan's Boulevard. First time at the races today in the colours of Stephen Peterser, who was down in the Eastern Cape yesterday. Ryan's Boulevard to go forward, and has done so now. Circus Lights and Lord Denon Platina will be the last 2 to come in. Almost set, 1400 metres to run. The opening leg of today's bipot. They're set and ready to go, and they're off and racing. And Circus Lights has not gone with them, has dwelt at the start, losing valuable ground. Scarlet Pimpernel, Tia Connell was quickly away. Lord Denon Platina has got over from an outside gate as well to be right up there. Charge ahead races behind those. Then came Copper Mist on the outside of runners. King of the Seas gives them 5 lengths start. Ryan's Boulevard is 1 behind that, touched by Stars. Then came Command Pilot, who's about 9 lengths off the leader. Circus Lights and the back markers Animal Impact, 10 off them. As they climb the hill, they've got 800 metres to go. Lord Denon Platina, the white face, has the advantage. Tia Connell racing second. The yellow colour Scarlet Pimpernel, the blue noseband third. Then came Copper Mist on the outside of runners. Charge ahead gives them 3 to 4 lengths start. King of the Seas and Ryan's Boulevard are next best. Then came Command Pilot down the inside, followed by Touched by Star, Circus Lights and Animal Impact. Down the straight, 450 to go. Tia Connell tries to come up alongside Scarlet Pimpernel. On the outside is Copper Mist, and they're further back to the inside is Ryan's Boulevard, who's also running a big race. Down into the last 200, Ryan's Boulevard comes up to Tia Connell down the outside. It's Tia Connell the leader. Ryan's Boulevard right down the inside, running on his Command Pilot. Tia Connell, Command Pilot is finishing strongly down the inside. Here comes Command Pilot to beat Ryan's Boulevard and Tia Connell, and Command Pilot has won it. From in second, Ryan's Boulevard, Tia Connell third, and fourth will go to Copper Mist. Command Pilot ridden from off the pace right up along the inside, and a JP van der Merwe has found a good enough finish here to win it in the colours of Mr. Triggle. Well done to him. They purchased this for 600,000 rand. He's a well-bred son of Lancaster Bomber out of the mare Control Freak, and comes through best of all to win it by just under a length from a cracking run from Ryan's Boulevard in second, and the fourth placing Copper Mist. In behind that was Scarlet Pimpernel. Well, when Tia Connell tried to produce an effort, came up alongside Scarlet Pimpernel, went on by, but now Ryan's Boulevard becomes the main danger, and right up along the inside, Command Pilot is making inroads into that lead, and eventually passes both of those leaders to pick it up inside the final 75 to win it going away. This is bred by Lammerskral Stud, and well done to Mr. Triggle and Alec Laird, who's got his stable in fine fettle at the moment. Command Pilot wins the second race of the day, beating home Ryan's Boulevard, and Tia Connell only third.
And we're going to go back to Grant.
That's nice. Thanks, MJ. Well done for getting those 2 jockeys there, riding the 2 principals in race number 1 as well. Let's move on to number 3, Gift from Heaven, one of the best bred fillies around. This is a daughter Karari out of that wonderful mare halfway to heaven. And jockey change here, Jockey McDougall jumps on board. Penultimate run behind Electric Fields was okay. Next run behind Among the Clouds, that was a little bit disappointing. They'll be hoping to see some improvement. 4 Rogue Mail, Peter Wrench, Devon Ashby, they team up. Again, hasn't got the most inspiring form for a winning chance, but maybe back end of quartets did run on quite nicely last time out. 5 is Trip to the Woods. We've heard from jockey Grant van Niekerk. This is a 3-year-old taking on some of these older horses, and she hasn't done much wrong in her racing thus far. Cracking second last time out with Grant on board, and she was quite unlucky. You can see she was tight for galloping room from the 200-metre mark to the 100-metre mark, and she still only went down 1.25. She does look like she is definitely the filly to beat in this type of company. 6 is Tuscany from the Justin Snaith yard. Sean Veal jumps on board. Last runs have been disappointing, and there are others that are preferred. 7 Barnburgle, the Harold Crawford Michelle Ricks runner. Aussie Noach on board. Penultimate behind Mojo Man was a little bit better than its last start, and maybe there could be a fraction of improvement to come. Once again, 8 Lady Renee, the 4-year-old daughter of Gold Standard. This is out of an Ideal World mare, and Mike Stewart, the trainer. Luma Kotwa jumps on board. Again, a couple of runs back. That run behind Apple Catcher, certainly good enough to make this one a bit of a live wire for a good run. Maybe a trifecta and exacta type of runner, number 8, Lady Renee. Those are the runners. You can see them in the parade ring. It's not going to be long before they ring the bell and the jocks mount up, and they'll be making their way down to the start for our first here at Hollywood Bets Durbanville.
The afternoon. Of course, there's 9 races, so the opening leg of the bipod will start in race number 2, the PA race number 3 and the pitch 6 in race number 4, and then the both of the jackpot starts in races 5 and 6. The first runner making her way down to the start is number 1, Ponte Vecchio, and Keenan Stain. In picture number 2, Head Drill, Corne Orpha. Number 3 is Gift from Heaven, now with the ride of Atendio and Brutwa. Number 4 is Road Mail, Devon Ashby. Number 5 is Trip to the Woods, Grant van Niekerk. In picture number 8, Lady Renee, Louis Mkotwa. Going down with the lead pony. It's number 6, Tuscany, now with the ride of Sean Veal. And the last runner coming down the chute and onto the course proper is number 7, Barn Boodle, with the mount of Oswald Noach. So those are the runners and riders for the first race of the afternoon, with the time at 12:45 for the first race. So you've got just over 5 minutes to get your bets on. And on behalf of the commentary team, we welcome you to Hollywood Bets Durbanville for a great day of racing ahead as we cross on downstairs to the preview for race number 1.
Welcome to Hollywood Bets Durbanville, a lovely race meeting to look forward to. And with me I have got Callum Dixon from the Andre Nell yard. Their day starts early and hopefully it's going to be a good one. Callum, race 1, you've got Head Girl with Corne Orpha aboard. What do you expect?
She hated the going. She ran a very, very disappointing race. I think her best run to date has been the 1,000 at Durbanville. She looks very well. Her snakebite leg is also looking very good. Soundness, she's the best she's ever been. So a lot of small things in her favour today, but I have very much healthy respect for Justin's horse. But if that does perfect lines, hopefully we're one of them coming to catch it.
In race 3, you've got very nicely bred Celtic Chief. What are you expecting first time out?
Yeah, beautiful colt, you know, got a lovely action on him. He's not fully wound up for today. He did, however, produce a pleasing gallop about 10 days ago. I have no doubt in my mind that he'll come on a lot from this run. But yeah, just hoping that he can run a fair type of race.
Race 6, Gentleman Joe, thankfully well drawn in 1.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of things in his favour today. He's got a lovely weight, good draw, distance. He's coming off a nice break. He's plummeted down in the ratings off the mark where I think he can be competitive again. So it looks an open race. He's quite wide and not betting, but I think he's got to have a squeak there.
Your last run of the day for Advantage in race 9, coming off a bit of a rest?
Yeah, also coming off a rest. You know, he had the virus and he was just coughing every day for some time. We've elected to take the blinkers off, dropped him back in trip to a 12.50. He's very fresh at the moment. He's very well. His well-being is exceptional. I do think that maybe this could be a touch sharp for him, but I think he'll be finishing his race off well, and it will put him in a good path going forward from here.
Thank you very much for your comments. All the best.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's Callum Dixon's comments with regards to the runners, and just we'll keep an eye out. They had a lovely double last meeting. And Grant, how do you find the first race?
Vicky, certainly a yard that is in top form at the moment. They had 2 winners, as you pointed out, and they've got a couple of really nice runners today. And Head Girl, to me, went down quite nicely, and I think she's going to give a decent account of herself as well. And it was nice to get some favourable comments on his run in the 3rd as well, because there's been quite a lot of talk about that individual, and they are obviously expecting a forward run from him. Maybe not tuned up to the hilt right now for his debut effort, but you can certainly see that he's going to be a decent individual. Right, let's talk about number 5 here, Trip to the Woods. A 3-year-old daughter of Trippy. She's out of a Count du Bois mare. She's racing in the colours of Nick Johnson. Grant van Niekerk jumps on board. Good second last time out, MJ. A little bit unlucky because had no real room from the 200 metre mark to the 100 metre mark.
Yeah, Grant, must say, just looking at the parade ring, she's quite small, but when she went down, good action, and that form line, Winter Rainfall, we know it, as you said, she was unlucky, and Winter Rainfall's come and franked that form run second in the last start, if I'm not mistaken, but there's been winners out of that form line, so with 55.5 in the back, drawn 3, she's been at the course her first start, so she should know where she is. She shouldn't have a problem with 1,000 metres, and yeah, she should be short price favourite, just purely on form, and having only 55.5 with a 5 draw, she should be favourite.
To me, Vicky, she was probably the pick of the counterpart.
Yeah, absolutely. Lovely looking filly. And I think also, I know you've been through her last run behind Winter Rainfall, but the 3rd placed horse on that day was Candy Town, who came out last meeting and won it so impressively. I think it was just outside either the class or the course record. Yeah. So a very impressive second, and yes, she was a little bit tight on the rail. For me, she looks the obvious type of horse. I think that her improvement over her runs have been good. Well-being, ears pricked, she looks in a very good space. So hopefully she can come through and take the win.
Ironically, the horse that went down next best for me is second in the betting now as well, and that's Lady Renee. I thought she went down to post very smartly. MJ, what did you think of her?
Yeah, she did an interesting. Rob Barrett put his head into the studio and we said to him that she looked like she went down well, and he said, yeah, she hasn't.
I think she's got a big chance, this Lady Renee. I think the fact that she's got pace, yes, she has dropped down to the 1,000 metres as opposed to typically been going over the 1,200 as of late. And I think we have a lot of horses that are going to be coming out of June, July form that will be turning it around quite a bit. But I think Lady Renee's most certainly a filly that's going to feature, if not.
This girl can actually probably get back to some decent form.
Yeah, second run after layoff, I thought if anything it could upset him. This filly, her earlier form hasn't been bad at all, Grant. She went down nicely and relaxed. She's got a fair action. She looked quite good in the parade ring. One that can definitely be in the quartet. I know it's a small field, but she's a bit of a value to me.
Yeah, didn't give too much away making her way down to the start, but really did look well in herself. And I think that's going to bode well for her chances here as well. Number 1, Fontevecchio, Vicky. Pete Burt's run a Keen Stain, jumps on board. He's also run a couple of really nice races and has got the ability to run into the top 4.
I think in this type of race, yes, the draw will help. I know they jump on the dog leg and she gets out quite quick. I know they probably are going to go fast with Barn Bogle being in the race, which maybe will suit her. But I think she is a filly coming out of the Captain Arrow and Mo Capitano form lines in their last 2 runs. She definitely is one to mention and possibly feature.
All right, number 3, Gift from Heaven, beautifully bred, the daughter of Karari out of the mare, Halfway to Heaven. And that run behind Defining Moment was a decent one. That was over 1600 where she just went to the front and they only just nabbed her in the closing stages. The next best run is probably the one behind My Flower Plate. She does need to improve to have a winning chance here, but at some point this filly's going to just click and she's going to do well.
Yeah, Grant, a bit in and out, so it's a bit tricky to follow, to be honest. She does run some fair races and then there's some odd races in between, so quite tricky. If she runs to a form that she can place as she showed, this type of race, she could end up in the placings.
She seems to have calmed down a little bit, Vicky, as well.
She has, and look, she's a beautiful looking filly, and I think, Grant, you've mentioned the 2 runs that are very key in how she ran. She was very prominent, she led on both occasions, and again I've mentioned Barn Bogle's more than likely going to take himself to the front, which he typically does, but she's run well here from that same way behind My Flower Plate, who's come out in one instance and been quite impressive. So yes, she could pop up by all means on those 2 runs, but as NJ said, her overall form isn't all that consistent.
Yeah, I think she certainly run that. If you are looking for a bit of an upset result here, she could be a candidate for producing that. 4 Road Mail, the last couple of runs haven't been too bad. He's been 5 lengths off last time up, but was finishing that race off quite nicely. That's probably a positive, MJ.
Yeah, Grant, she had a bit of Port Elizabeth form the last couple of starts, so I think she needs to find a bit more for me to be active here, to be honest.
All right, Tuscany, Vicky, anything from you? The daughter of Give Me the Green Light, Sean Veal, they should be about to start loading up. Any sort of chance that Tuscany can improve further?
I think with regards to Tuscany, she looked lovely in the parade ring, went down with the lead pony. Probably not in her best form since December last year, but if you almost if you ignore those runs, her earlier form is good.
Right, they are loading up. Let's hand up to Devon Pretorius.
Thank you very much, Grant. Pontevecchio and Tuscany have both moved forward. So the Hollywood Bets Durbanville welcomes you maiden plate over 1,000 metres. Lady Renee moves in. Handler's working on Road Mail. Now moves forward. Just the field of 8 runners. Trip to the Woods. Head Girl. And that leaves us with Gift from Heaven and Barn Boodle to complete the lineup. Barn Boodle moves in. And Gift from Heaven is the last to load. Set for a start. Flag goes up from behind. Gates are back. And away and racing from the 1,000 metre mark, and Barn Boodle was the first one to respond. Head Girl also shows a good amount of early pace and Trip to the Woods makes it a line of 3 as they head into the turn with 800 metres to go. A further 2 lengths back and running is Gift from Heaven, the black sorts with the red cap, sitting on the outside of Pontevecchio. A further 2 lengths back and running towards the back end of the field's Road Mail with Tuscany and Lady Renee completes the field as they take the angle in with just on 600 metres left to go. Top of the straight, it's Head Girl that brings the field for home with Barn Boodle on the outside in second. Back towards that inside running rails, Trip to the Woods with white sleeves and pink cap starts to move up into contention. Then comes Tuscany. Pontevecchio also starting to make headway as they're into the final 300 metres. Head Girl keeps handing out towards the outside, and that allows Trip to the Woods to have a clear run down towards the inside. Deep route, Barn Boodle handing tough. Trip to the Woods now hits the front and continues to extend. Trip to the Woods, Barn Boodle. Head Girl in between runners, but Trip to the Woods is going to be too good for them here. Trip to the Woods wins from Barn Boodle. Head Girl in third. Pontevecchio followed by Tuscany. Then came Lady Renee, Gift from Heaven and Road Mail. Good starts today for Justin Snaith, number 5, Trip to the Woods. Grant Vanica, the winning jockey. The hot favourite, 3 to 10, I believe, was the price you could get earlier in the day, and wins here quite comfortably at the end, and wins by about 2 lengths. Second place goes to number 7, Bon Boodle, and a further length back and running to number 2, Head Girl. He started hanging out really badly at the 400-meter mark, and that probably costed Bon Boodle finishing a little bit closer. Then came number 1, Ponte Vecchio in fourth, Tuscany further back, Lady Renee, Gift from Heaven, and Road Mail. The winner of the sheepskin noseband, white sleeves, pink cap 2 from the right-hand side. You can just see Grant Finica, clear passage, continues to extend and galloping on to win the first race of the afternoon, the daughter of Trippy out of Ferry in the Woods. Congratulations to Mr. Nick Johnson, bred by Madison Park Stud, and the winning connections here for number 5, Trip to the Woods.
William Longsword. Rachel Venica takes off 1.5 kilograms. Will need to improve, and if we can try and pick up the favourite, number 8, Outer Dimension. The daughter of Verve, a good look at the favourite, number 8, Outer Dimension. JP van der Merwe gets the ride, R1.60 on the tote and R1 a place. When speaking to JP van der Merwe, he said to me, listen, it's not a strong race. She's doing well back at home. The only thing that can beat her is that she's still a bit immature. But I think she's going to take a lot of beating. You can see she's not the biggest of fillies. She's actually very small, is Outer Dimension, but she looks well enough, and I think she'll have way too much class for this field when it comes to the third race and the first leg of today's place accumulator. That pulls at 244,000 Rand. Let's try and pick up one more before we go and join Nico Kritsiotis. Number 3, Perform. Ran 3 lengths behind Silver Hunt, doing its best work at the finish. I see was brushed and bumped a few times in the race. Was the daughter of Futura. This could actually be some value in the race. Number 3, Perform. Looks well. Never leave out Dennis Schwartz. He's a man that's hungry. He told me he's going to chase the championship. He wants to try and get to 100 winners for the season. All right, I see that is paying 17 Rand 50 a win on the tote and 4 Rand a place. Let's go up to Nico K. He'll take them down to the start.
Thanks very much, Brandon. Race 3 is the start of today's place accumulator. Racing is kicked off at Durbanville with the running of the first race going the way of the favourite, Trip to the Woods. Heavily backed favourite Durbanville today. Runners for the opening leg of the place accumulator are heading out. Race 3 is the opener tab account. Get 10% bonus. Maiden plate, fillies and mares over 1,800 metres. Field of 8 runners go to post over here. Jockey change aboard number 4, Bomber Grigio, is Richard Ferrari. So Richard Ferrari now riding number 4, Bomber Grigio. Horses coming out over the 1,800 metre trip. Here is number 1, Solo Diva, Gavin Lorena.
Okay, 70's live with number 2.
Number 2, Queen Britannia, apprentice Kachedi.
2 is live with number 4.
Number 4, the grey filly Bomber Grigio, Richard Ferrari.
Okay, got 5 and 6. Okay, 7 is live with 6.
6 Explosive Bond, Wesley Mowing.
2 is live with number 5. Break back.
Number 5, All Rise, Apprentice Donald Hertzen, claims his 2.5 kilos.
7 is live with number 7.
Number 7, and with an E, Apprentice Rachel Veneker claims 1.5 kilos. Number 3 is Perform, Dennis Schwarz.
7 is live with number 8.
And the last horse by is the popular choice here, number 8, Outer Dimension, and JP van der Merwe. Those are the runners and riders for the start of today's place accumulator, currently sitting at over R250,000, 253,000 Rand at the moment on the PA. Jumps at 1 o'clock, so 6-7 minutes left in which to bet. Stake is 75,000 Rand, plus the additional win bonus for the Racehorse Owners Association members of 15,000 Rand. Let's go to Brandon.
All right, yeah, great to have Barry here, and always good to catch up with Barry. We wish him all the best as he goes and takes the place accumulator. We're 6 minutes away from post time. It's race number 3, the opener tab account. Get 10% bonus. That's a maiden plate over 1,800 meters. The market at the moment has got number 8, Outer Dimension, at 19 to 20. Number 1, Solo Divas at 7 to 2. The 2, Queen Britannia's at 9 to 1, and it's 10 to 1 and better those. Just for the punters out there, if you weren't able to listen to that interview that I had with JP van der Merwe, JP did say, listen, the daughter of Vercingetorix, she's doing nicely back at home. She's still a bit weak. She's not the biggest of fillies. I wonder if my producer can show us number 8, Outer Dimension, moving down to the start. But he was quick to mention that it's not a strong race by any stretch of the imagination. And with natural ability and that come-on look with her, she could be very hard to beat. He's expecting her to go into the winner's enclosure. I thought she went down to the start beautifully. Mike de Kock did say in his podcast, or his comments, that he gladly brought forward for the punting public. He did say that, listen, she ran above expectation first time out. She is doing nicely back at home. The only thing that can beat her here today is that she's still very immature, mentally, physically. She's got quite a bit of maturing to do, and that she looked very well. I couldn't fault the way she moved down to the gates. 4 lengths behind Elemental Force on debut. That was the 27th of July. I thought that was a good enough run, and she's going to be very hard to beat, in my opinion. I say that with all the respect in the world. It's not the strongest of races, and I'm expecting her to whiz on by past the 200-meter marker to give JP a double this afternoon. So I'm confident that you can banker this in the first leg of the place accumulator, and the current price now is 19 to 20. The only horse that I could see beating the current favourites, if things do go pear-shaped for Outer Dimension, is number 1, Solo Diva, the daughter of Skid Schism, a model of consistency. 3rd behind Summer of Dreams last time out. I see the comment over there, she was never travelling. On that occasion, Summer of Dreams got away at the right time. I thought it was a good ride by Marco van Rensburg. From a neat draw today and getting an extra 200 metres, I think that's going to play into her favour, just to help her travel a bit better in the races. She'll be wrapping up nicely, and I think number 1, Solo Diva, at about 3 Rand a win and 1 Rand 70 a place. A horse that you can go for exacta swingers, and perhaps if you want to take your chances and beat Outer Dimension, this is the horse that will do it, number 1, Solo Diva. So naturally, that's my second selection. I was on the Waiter to Win show with Daryl Marie and Darren Burrows, and they were quick to point out that number 2, Queen Britannia, if things don't work out for the top 2 selections, she might be there to run a good race, the daughter of Coup de Gras. She's well tried. She was only beaten 3 and a bit lengths by Copper John, but the second horse, Breath of Magic, I thought was a bit disappointing out at the Vaal on Thursday, so I'm not sure about Queen Britannia. I think she's had her chances. She doesn't seem to be getting any closer. Maybe trifectas and back-ender quartets, but I'll be rather surprised if number 2, Queen Britannia, were to come out and win this race. I see on the total getting as much as 8 Rand 20 a win and 2 Rand 50 a place. A horse that looked very well for me, and I'm going to ask my producer if we can look at this horse, number 3, Perform. I'm quite surprised, 13 Rand 90 a win and 2 Rand 70 a drum, the daughter of Futura. That was a good run behind Silver Hunt. You can see taken down to the start nice and quietly with Dennis Schwarz. She was doing her best work at the finish last time out, Perform. She came back on that occasion. I really do think that she'll have some sort of a chance for swingers, exactas, trifectas and quartets. From a neat draw, and a man that's really riding like he's possessed is Dennis Schwarz. He had a good day in Quebec yesterday. He rode that horse Rosa Bayou for Duncan McKenzie. On Thursday he had 3 winners out at the Val, so don't leave Dennis Schwarz out with anything that he rides. He's very hungry. He told me already in a conversation on Thursday that he's going to chase this championship, and hopefully he can set himself a benchmark in this new season. So Perform, I'm going to chuck that into exactas, trifectas and quartets. But ultimately, we're rowing in. We're going all in. Outer Dimension, the daughter of Vercingetorix. Let's hope that she can get it right and give JP a double at the meeting. Up to you, Nick, okay? They're loading up.
Thanks very much, Brandon. They are loading up. 1,800 metres to cover in the opening leg of today's place accumulator. The Grails Bomber Grigio is the next one to go forward. Outer Dimension, Solo Diva, Queen Britannia and Explosive Bond will complete the lineup here at the 1,800 metres mark. Explosive Bond to be the last one in. 1,800 metres, they're all in and they're racing away. Queen Britannia got a flyer to the inside, but will settle as well as Anne with an E goes up on the outside a bit to pick up the lead. Explosive Bond, Bomber Grigio and Perform is just behind that. Then came Outer Dimension, racing about 6 lengths off the leader with Solo Diva up along her inside, and the back markers All Rise as 8 lengths cover them from first to last as they race away now towards the 1,400 metre marker. And with an E has got the advantage here by just over a length from Queen Britannia in second. The Grails is Bomber Grigio. In behind that is Explosive Bond, the blue colours, ahead of Perform up along the inside. Further back to Outer Dimension, giving that lead a 6-7 length start, with Solo Diva tucked away along the inside, and the back marker is All Rise. There's 8 lengths first to last as they come down the side of the track with 1,000 metres to run. It's still Anne with an E, leader by a length here. Bomber Grigio is in second, Queen Britannia in third, then Explosive Bond and Perform. They race together. 5 lengths to track down, 2 away to Outer Dimension and Solo Diva, who'll take off together, and the back markers All Rise as they turn into the home straight now with just under 800 metres to go. Anne with an E brought them for home from Queen Britannia, and Bomber Grigio is quick to move up on their outside. Further back to Perform, and towards the outside Explosive Bond. Then came Solo Diva. Outer Dimension still got 6 lengths to make up towards the outside. The stickers come out now, and further back to All Rise. 400 metres left to go, and Explosive Bond has come through to hit the front. Solo Diva. Down the inside is Anne with an E, Explosive Bond, and then came Outer Dimension, stole 4 lengths off the leader. Explosive Bond, the leader from Solo Diva. Along the inside, Anne with an E's fighting back, and then came Outer Dimension, still got 3 to find. It's Explosive Bond. Anne with an E, though, is coming back strongly, but Explosive Bond has the advantage. Explosive Bond goes on to beat Anne with an E. Outer Dimension just snuck into the PA there from Solo Diva, and in behind that Perform. And with an E comes right back at Explosive Bond inside the final 200 metres, but the strong ride given to Explosive Bond by Wesley Mowing will power it home here in the colours of Trevelyan Pillay, Yagonair and Jace Chetty. It's number 6, Explosive Bond for the Paul Matchett stable to beat home, and with an E in second. Good run. Look at that run from Outer Dimension. Sneaks into the PA into third. Solo Diva was fourth. Perform was fifth. And the stable were pretty right not going all in on Outer Dimension. Still had a few reservations about her. She didn't pick it up when it was needed. She's still a lot to work on there, this daughter of Vercingetorix. Of course, she's related to that mighty stayer, and it's going to be a bit of argy-bargy in the finish here. You can see there, Explosive Bond and Anne with an E has come across to take issue with the winner there. So I've no doubt that had Anne with an E have got up to win here, there would have been certainly something to think about over there. Right, so it's gone to number 6, Explosive Bond, beating home number 7. And with an E, Outer Dimension, third position. That is related, of course, to Aragosta. Just couldn't remember the name for a moment. Related to Aragosta. Finishes back in third. Does enough for the PA. Solo Diva was fourth.
All right, yeah, that's race number 3, the first leg of the place accumulate.
the rides, Dean Street, Cafe Culture, fair chances?
Dean Street, I'm doing well at home. Cafe Culture, the draw obviously not easy, but if the race works out the way I think it's going to be, I'll be in with the big shots.
Bernie, thanks very much for your time. Bernard Veidhoop's riding line back here, and really some exciting races. Race 2 and 3 looks like it could be very exciting races. Grant, back to you.
Well, let's go back to number 3 in the ring. It's Raining William, Justin Snaith, Grant Van Niekerk. They team up here. Put a line through that last run. He's definitely better than that. And that run behind, without question, where he was beaten just 1.55 lengths, I think certainly brings him into this race with a massive chance. For me, he's definitely a principal campaigner here. For Gainsford, what a nice win last time out. He now gets the services of Anthony Andrews. That was a decent effort as well last time. He did drop in class on that occasion. He has got the 7 pounds back. He dropped from the 100 all the way down to a 92. He's back up to a 99 now. But he certainly will give the game appearance once again. He seldom runs a bad race. Runners are about to leave the parade ring. They'll be making their way down to the 1600 metre start. And Darren Pretorius will be calling them to post.
Thank you very much, Grant. Race number 2, the Hollywood Bets Durbanville Country Series, Cape A Stakes, over 1600 metres, a field of 6 runners. Take note that number 6, Sash Dev, the jockey Leon Crotto, is now plus half a kilogram. As the runners are making their way out onto the course proper, they'll be on parade before turning to canter down to that 1600 metre mark. First runner in picture is number 1, Fire Alley, the mount of Mornay Vinar. Trotting out is number 2, linebacker Bernard Veidhoop, now goes into a canter. The rest of the runners in front, with the lead ponies is number 3, It's Raining William and Grant Van Niekerk, being passed by number 4, Gainsford and Anthony Andrews. First runner to turn and canter down to the start is number 1, Fire Alley. In lineback is getting quite a bit warm up, gone down to about the 300 metre mark. There in picture is number 3, It's Raining William. Getting quite a bit warm up, number 2, linebacker Bernard Veidhoop. Number 5 is Triple Time, now with the rider Sean Veal. Number 6 is 14, a green cap, plus half a kilogram. And the final runner is number 4, Gainsford, the mount of Anthony Andrews. Those are the runners and riders for the second race of the afternoon, the off time at 1:15. This is the opening leg of today's bypass. We cross to the team downstairs for the preview of race number 2.
Thank you very much, Devon. Indeed, race 2 is a wonderful race, and Candice is with me. She's got Fire Rally here. Candice thankfully drawn well, and last time I spoke to you about him, you said he hadn't had all that much work through the wetter months. Has he been almost better prepared, if that's a question?
I think so, Vicky. He's had a nice few prep runs, if you could put it that way, in the winter season now. You know, he's a very portly horse. He carries a lot of condition, and getting a bit older now. I think that middle age spread of his is not getting any better. So, not always an easy horse to try and keep on top of. But I think drawn 1 today, he'll enjoy this track. 1400, I think, is his best trip, but a mile at Durbanville, I think he'll get away with. So he's got a lot of things in his favour today. He's quite nicely weighted here as well. So I certainly think he's got a chance here, Vicky.
Race 3 +4, you mentioned going into his first run, he's a nice type of horse. Do you think that he'd still need this run, or could be quite competitive?
He's a nice horse, Vicky, and he's improving with every run. I still think that, you know, with a bit more time he'll improve more. I think it's a very tough race today. I couldn't have picked a stronger race for him today than what it is, and he also didn't get the best of draws. So, you know, I'd like to see him running on again like he did last time. You know, if he's good enough and he can get up, then so be it. As I say, I think he is a nice horse, and I think with time he'll improve a lot. But tough race to make a call that I think he could just come out and win his second start today. But he's improving all the time. He looks very well today. So, yeah, I'm hoping for at least a money chance or maybe even each way.
Race 4, the 2 runners, no apologies, a bit of a wide draw, but has the form, and then Weather King could win, see improvement from him.
Yeah, no apologies. I think he's got a big chance today, Vicky. He's, you know, he comes in here really well weighted. He comes in off bottom weight, 52.5. He ran a great race last time from way off the pace, and I think they were about 3 or 4 lengths clear of the rest of the field. So it was a good run from him. He's also a little horse that's improving all the time. He's just needed a bit more time. So a nice race for him today. Also not drawn that well, so hopefully Gareth can find a spot somewhere where he's in contention, especially on this course. It's not so easy to come from off the pace. So hopefully he's not too green today. He's the type of horse that can, you know, throw a curveball as being green, especially around the turn, but he's doing really well, and I think he's got a big shot today. The other horse I think will improve over the trip today, Vicky. He's doing a lot better in his work at home, but probably need another run or 2 before he's at his best.
Race 5, Flamboyant Flyer, what are you expecting?
Yeah, also, filly that's improving all the time. She'll definitely prefer the going today. She hasn't really enjoyed that soft going. She's a very elastic action filly. She'll enjoy this trip. She certainly will improve today, and I think she'll have a money chance there.
Race 8, the 2 runners, which is Dragonfly and Hammy's Hero. Would Hammy's Hero be the preferred?
Definitely be the preferred out of my 2. Dragonfly, it's his second run back after a long layoff. I think he'll need another run before he's back to his peak fitness. So I don't fancy his chances too much here today. The other horse, he's had a nice break. He had a very nice comeback run in the soft going at Kenilworth. He ran on strongly, and I think a nice type of race for him today. He's really doing well at home. I give him a big chance there.
The last runner on the day for you is Le Mans.
He's been an enigma, Vicky. He's a horse that started off so well, and he just seems to have gone backwards. And I've tried all kinds of things. I've tried one last thing now, and he's had a break, so I'm hoping that it makes a bit of a difference. But he's going to need his run back today, and especially from a bad draw. I just hope to see a bit of improvement, or at least get some feedback that suggests that he could get back to his best.
Candice, thank you very much. All the best.
Thank you.
That's Candice taking us through runners, and Grant, hopefully with those comments you can possibly find a little bit of value around, possibly with Hammy's Hero, but and even Flamboyant Flyer.
Thanks very much, Vicky. Certainly some favourable comments about a few of the Candice Bass runners, and certainly well worth paying attention to those as well. But let's concentrate on race number 2. It is the opening leg of the bipod, and early favourite was for Gainsford, but now being topped on the betting boards by number 2, Linebacker. LJ Linebacker, if he brought his A game, if he brought probably 75% of his A game, he'd probably win a race like this.
Yeah, Grant, definitely. He's the best horse in the race, obviously carrying the weight for it. His last 2 starts, I think, he's just been in those conditions where it was too wet and couldn't really work, and he's a type of horse that probably needs a bit of work. He definitely looks a bit fitter today in the parade ring. Nice to see Bernard take him down and give him a nice warm-up, and nice horsemanship from him. It's nice to see him trot him in the type of horse that needs that, and I think Bernard will suit this horse. I think if he's on form, he'll be a hard horse to beat you.
Well, he gave him a decent warm-up as he cantered past, and then he's still, as you can see, still keeping him going, warming up. So he did this with Gainsford when he won on Gainsford last time out as well.
Grant, some are going to say because he's my mate, I'm boosting, but it's not. It's just horsemanship. He knows the horse needs it, and he'll do the best for the horse to get the best out of the horse. You can see he's a bit lazy, and Bernard's waking him up, and that's what I think this horse has needed, and it'll work today.
There you can see they seem to be getting on rather well then. I've got to say, Vicky, he went down to post nicely.
He did. He sailed down beautifully, and agree with MJ. He's in very good condition. And also I think the pairing is, as we can remember, with a great pocket power. Bernard managed to shake him up, and he was also a very passive type of horse, which Linebacker through his career has also been. I know that he's had brilliant success, and rightfully so. I think he's a nice type of horse, but he does take a hard ride, and that is something that Bernard can do. He can get the best out of horses like that. So with regards to the pairing, I think it's very good. Also with Linebacker, you know, he is coming down the ratings, which it's an added positive. So hopefully this is the run we've probably been we've all been waiting for him to come back to the horse we know form-wise, and today looks like it could be it.
Yeah, he's come down to a 117 from a 126. Certainly going to be coming off a very competitive mark, and he looked like he was actually enjoying that little warm-up. His ears were pricked and he seemed to be having a bit of fun there as well. But let's talk about Gainsford now as well, because he was a cracking winner last time out, and he's not without a chance here because he did get the £7 for his win from a 92 to a 99. But the way he won, because he didn't have things all his own way from that wide draw either, that was quite an impressive victory, Vicky.
It was an impressive victory, and I think with regards to Gainsford, you mentioned his bump up in the rating, but he's been competitive off a high or that type of rating previously. So he looks in a good space, and even though the going isn't soft, where he's had his 3 last runs have all been in soft going, there's still a relatively give out of the going, be it that the pen's a lot less than what it has been. So I think that he'll continue his form of consistency, or his run of consistency.
3, it's raining William, Justin Snaith, Grant Van Niekerk, MJ. I think put a line through that last start over the 1950, and it was also very heavy. He's going to be a much better proposition today, and I wouldn't be leaving him out to play.
Yeah, very good horse. I mean, he obviously won that. We're beating Master of Duty, won convincingly. Last run, we can put a line through it. He's drawn nicely, nice weight. Also, that will be in the finish. He looked good in the parade ring, Grant.
I thought he was one of my picks in the parade ring, Vicky.
Yes, and I also like the fact that it is a tailwind. The course is suiting, being up handy and running fast, so in with a shout.
Right, they're all loading up. Let's hand up to Devon. It's going to be a cracking contest.
Thank you very much, Grant. Runners are loading up for the second race of the afternoon. Half the field's already loaded. It's raining. William steps forward. Gainsford and Linebacker completes the field. 1600 meters to race, flag goes up, and away they go. It's raining William and Fire Alley both responded quite well. Linebacker is also up there in a handy position, but is going to concede position to race just 2.5 lengths off the early speed in the third. Then on the outside in the green cap is Sashdev, being followed by Gainsford. And last of all is Triple Time. There's about 6 lengths separating first to last. As It's Raining Williams won the battle for the lead. They're doing a good gallop at the moment as they approach that 1200 meter mark, shows the way by 2 lengths. Fire Alley's back in second, then comes the white sleeves and green cap of Sashdev on the outside of Linebacker. A further length back to Triple Time and Gainsford there, the back pairing, and then into the turn with just on 800 meters left to go. It's Raining Williams still in front by 2 lengths, no change in the order as of yet. Fire Rally in second. On the outside of runners, Sashdev starting to creep a little bit closer. Then comes Linebacker, battle on the inside rail. Triple Time, 1 from last, and Gainsford content to bide his time at the back end of the field. Still about 6 lengths separating top to tail as they take the angle in towards the top of the straight with just on 600 meters left to go. It's Raining William brings the field for home. On the outside is Sashdev in second. Fire Rally in third. Linebacker goes towards the inside rail for a run. Then comes Triple Time and Gainsford has about 4 lengths to 5 as they're into the final 400 meters, and It's Raining William starts to quicken up down towards the inside. Sashdev, the sheepskin noseband, moving up with the green cap. Triple Time deeper out in the track, also right up there. Linebacker can't get a run. Triple Time, It's Raining William and Sashdev. These 3 have now hit the front with just under 200 meters. Triple Time neck in front. On the inside, It's Raining William, Triple Time, It's Raining William, line comes, and Triple Time is going to get there from It's Raining William. Sashdev back in the third, then came Linebacker. Gainsford 1 from last, and Fire Alley last of all. Number 5, Triple Time, the winner for the second race of the afternoon. The striking grey and the chance ride for Sean Veal. He picks up the ride here. Perfectly timed win. It's Raining William trying to go down to tape. The number 5, Triple Time, quickens up in the back end of the field and wins by about a neck. Second place, number 3, It's Raining William, a gutsy effort into second. Then a further length and a half back and running to Sashdev, who moved up well against that third spot. And then number 2, Linebacker, will complete the quartets in fourth, followed by Gainsford and Fire Alley. The winner, the grey on the left-hand side of your screen, the white sleeves and the pink cap, Nick Johnson, opens up the race meeting with 2 winners here. And moves up well, Triple Time. You can see It's Raining William towards the inside, trying his best to keep going. Sashdev moved up well, but they all had to catch Triple Time at the end. It was too good for them here in the second race of the afternoon.
good this afternoon, but Afraad will run his usual race, hoping for Stevie Moffat and the team that he can be right there on top of them. He's one of the bigger priced horses in the race at 20 Rand 80 a win and 4 Rand 50 a place. Number 3. Number 3 is going to be Out of Your League. He's been very disappointing. Dennis Schwarz gets the ride today. He's a 7-year-old now. He's out of your league. I see he's dropped to a rating of 80. He still needs to improve, though. And until he shows that improvement, unfortunately, I can't give you any confidence. Number 4 is Breeze Over, one of the leading lights in the race. Very consistent. He's a lovely big son of Twice Over. Gavin Larena gets the ride for Michael and Adam as he ran second behind American Grayson over 3,000 meters last time out. He's a big boy, this. He'll be in it for a long way. Probably the horse that they all need to beat. Number 5 is Rulebook, Son of Global View, JP van der Merwe for Alec Laird. When I spoke to Alec Laird a bit earlier on, he said to me, listen, I think he'll be in the first 4, this horse. He stays all day. He seems to be maturing nicely. Even the further they go, the better he'll be. I think we'll see quite a bit of him throughout the Highveld season. So Rulebook, you heard it straight from the horse's mouth. They are expecting this horse to be in the first 4. What price? 7 Rand 80 a win and 2 Rand 60 a place. Number 6 is Haslo Grande. You can't leave anything out of Poorly Matched at the moment. Beautiful son of Erupt. He won a good race beating Black Lightning last time out. He runs as if the trip's going to be right up his alley. They actually went past him last time out. I know if you read the computer form, you probably think that's not the case. But that was Black Lightning was definitely in front going through the last 300 meters. And Haslo Grande came right back at him. So this sort of trip, I think it'll be up his alley. Philisande Mkholi riding full of confidence. Big respect. He's paying 6 Rand 90 a win and 2 Rand 10 a place. Number 7 is Banner Bridge for our good friend and colleague Alistair Cohen. I know you'll be watching out in the Western Cape. He's calling out at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. He's been so consistent. He's a 6-time winner. He's done them so proud. He ran a good third to Celtic Rush last time out. This is his game. This is his trip. Don't ignore him. He's a big price on the totes, but he can sneak into quartets. Number 8 is Over to You. Baron Boertes and Chase Majan ran third to American Grayson last time out. So if you like Breeze Over, you have to like a bit of Over to You. He stays well with the right sort of run. He'll always be competitive. Let's have a look at the totes. 8 Rand 50 a win, 3 Rand 50 a place. He's a 3-time winner. Is Over to You. Number 9 is Battleground. Lucky Udalakis did say he's in a good space mentally back at home. They've got Richard Fourie riding from a good draw. Another horse that I think we're going to see quite a bit of when the penny drops. He's still a bit backward, is the son of Futura. On his day, he can certainly turn it on in a big way. He ran 4 and a bit lengths behind stable companion Total Surrender back on the 22nd of June. From a good draw and the booking of Richard Fourie, you need to respect number 9, Battleground. Number 10 is Absolute Value. He can be a very strong front runner on his day. Calvin Habib gets the ride for Fabian Habib. Good winner beating Indian War Dance back on the 11th of July. This is a big step up for him. I think he takes on a bit stronger Absolute Value. But if he gets cheap sectionals in front, he'll be competitive. And last horse, number 11, Every Cloud, 4-year-old grey son of Path Fork. I think he's got his work cut out this afternoon. He did win his maiden beating Sword of Mercy back on the 25th of May, but since then he's been quite disappointing. So I'm sure over this sort of trip, the connections will be hoping that he can run a forward race. He's a big price, 24 Rand 30 a win and 8 Rand a place. All right, the Pick 6 starts now. We're at 500,000 Rand. We're 12 minutes away from post time. They'll make their way down to the start shortly, and Nick O'Kay will be standing by to warm up those vocal cords to bring them back from the 2,400 meter mark.
attention please, runners, for the opening leg of today's Pick 6, race 4, now leaving the parade ring. Race 4 is the www.tabforracing.com merit rated 81 handicap, over 2,400 metres. Colour change for the rider of 8, Over to You. Chase Mourjan wears club black with a blue cap. The rider of 11, Every Cloud, Sianda Sosibo, wears a black cap. Pick 6 bull is up at 520,000 rand. Jockey change is for number 3, Out of Your League. Is now ridden by Dennis Schwarz. Number 4, Breeze Over, has cheek pieces fitted. The blinkers come off, cheek pieces going on for Breeze Over. Number 5, Rule Book, runs with a Cornell collar. And no blinkers for number 9, Battleground. That's the update for race number 4, which jumps at 13:35. Still 9 minutes to get those Pick 6 bets on. We'll be cantering past shortly. Let's take them out. Here's number 3, Out of Your League. A chance ride for Dennis Schwarz. Number 1 is Green Light Magic, one of 3 runners from the Bar and Buddha stable here. Her apprentice Rachel Veneker rides. She claims 1.5 kilos, riding number 1, Green Light Magic. Number 2, Afrod, Craig Zaki. Number 4 is Breeze Over, Gavin Larena. 7, Banner Bridge, Raymond Danielson is plus half a kilo. Banner Bridge in with 57.5 now. Number 6, Aslo Grande, Pilasan and Koli. 5, Rule Book, races with a Cornell collar. J.P. Fanameva rides number 5, Rule Book. Number 8, Over to You, Chase Mourjan, club black with the blue cap.
7 is love number 9.
9, Battleground, Richard Faree. Take the blinkers off Battleground. Equipment change there for number 9. Number 10 is Absolute Value, Kelvin Habib. And the last runner out will be number 11, Every Cloud. Apprentice Sianda Sosibo claims 2.5 kilograms and wears a black cap, riding number 11, the grey Every Cloud. So that's the field then. 11 runners for the opening leg of the Pick 6 here at Turffontein today. Off time is 13:35, so still 6-7 minutes on the clock. Pick 6 is rolled up to 540,000 rand currently. And here is Brandon with his selections for race number 4.
All right, yeah, so first leg of the pick six. Thanks very much, Nico. They're on their way down to the start. The last I checked, we were on 600,000 Rand in this pick six. Hopefully we can go very close to 800,000 Rand. We have got that double-header meeting with the Western Caping Hollywood Bets Durbanville, so punters are going to try and spread their money. This fourth race is the tab4racing.com 81 handicap. It's over 2,400 meters. The market at the moment's got number 4 Breeze Over at 7-2, number 9 Battleground at 5-1, Greenlight Magic number 1 7-1, the 5 Rule Book at 7-1, 6 Haslo Grandes at 7-1, and it's 9-1 and better those. I just want to give you some comments from Baron Boertis. Big thank you. If you go over to his social media websites and you're going to Boertis Racing, you'll get all those comments over there. He did say Greenlight Magic is a classy animal, reasonable draw, preferred runner from the stable, high expectations. So lovely comments coming out of the camp about number 1 Greenlight Magic. Over to you. The comment over there is Greenlight Magic to beat, in with a chance. And then Every Cloud, which is the grey at a big price, begging for the distance, improvement expected. So that's from Baron Boertis himself and what he's expecting from his runners when it comes to race number 4. In fact, I'm going to make number 1 Greenlight Magic my first selection. I really do believe when this horse was 15-16-1, that was a massive price. He's a 4-year-old son of Gimme the Green Light. He was very unlucky last time out behind Haslo Grande. I called the race on that occasion and there was just no daylight whatsoever. The entire way from the 400-meter marker all the way to the finishing line, Greenlight Magic was bottled up, nowhere to go, and it was only beaten 4 and a bit lengths by Haslo Grande. I think from a neat draw today and getting the 2,400-meter trip, I really believe that 7-1 is tremendous value about number 1 Greenlight Magic, and word is he's doing very well back at home. The yard have always thought quite a bit of him, and I think you'll see him put his best foot forward this afternoon. 9 Rand 70 a win and 2 Rand 90 a place. So that's going to be my top selection, number 1 Greenlight Magic. Immediate second selection, and the horse that they all need to beat is Breeze Over. Let's have a good look at number 4. He's a son of Twice Over. He's a magnificent looking horse. Well turned out as always from the Michael and Adam Azzi team. Gavin Larena gets his chance to ride Breeze Over. Tricky draw, but they've got enough time to settle down and get him over. He's a nice front running type. He'll be on speed, especially with the conditions being as hard as they are. I don't think Breeze Over will be more than 2 or 3 lengths back when they corner for home at the 600-meter mark. So, yeah, he's going to be there. He'll run his race. He's a gutsy fella. We know that he runs around a little bit into the closing stages. There's been 1 or 2 changes in terms of equipment to help aid that, and I think Breeze Over will give you a solid run for your money. That's the tote favourite at the moment at 4 Rand 40 a win and 1 Rand 10 a place. I like a bit of rule book to be competitive. That's why I asked Alec Laird a bit earlier on in the interview. I said, listen, Mr. Laird, how's this horse doing back at home? Because he's had his 2 runs back. This is his best trip. Even further than this, you'll see better from rule book. You'll hear very nicely back at home. He's starting to mature. We also He's a smashing son of Erupt. If you watch him in horse flesh, you'll see what I'm talking about. I know if you look at the computer form, you'll but Haslo Grande fought all the way to the line. He came right back away, so watch out. Now that he gets a trip and the yard going about its business nicely, I'm expecting the son of Erupt to be right there in the finish. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that. I'm going to go with number 1 Greenlight Magic as my each way play. That's where the value lies. Maybe a few swingers with number 5 Rule Book and number 4 Breeze Over, and for the quartets include number 6 Haslo Grande. They're loading up. It's pick 6 time. Here's Nico Kritsiotis.
Thanks very much. It is race time. Opening leg of the pick 6. That pool is up to 650,000 Rand. They are going forward out of your league. Just a few more left to load after that. Haslo Grande moves up. Greenlight Magic. The grey horses Every Cloud and Breeze Over to complete the lineup. 2,400 metres to race here in the 4th of the day. So just Breeze Over to come forward. The rest are standing quietly. Just Every Cloud to settle. Gate 7 there. Breeze Over comes in, set, and off they go from that 2,400 metre marker with Afrod and Aslog Grande beginning well. Absolute Values on the outside of runners. Battleground saves ground on the fence. Behind that, Banner Bridge and Breeze Over with Out of Your League, and Every Cloud races behind those, racing about 9 or 10 lengths off the leader. Green Light Magic is racing towards the rear end of the field with Over to You, and behind that is Rule Book as they head down the back straight. And they go towards the 2,000 metre marker now. And out there up front is Absolute Value, led it by 2 lengths from Aslog Grande in second. Breeze Over is racing up on their outside with Banner Bridge, and they race about 3 to 4 lengths off the leader Afrod, then Every Cloud and Battleground. Out of Your League has raced in and out of stride there, racing behind that about 9 lengths off the leader. The Rule Book behind those with Green Light Magic, and Over to You gives them all start here. About 10 lengths off the leader, maybe more than that. It's 1,400 metres left to go here, and Absolute Value dictates matters up front, a length and a half clear. Aslog Grande second, Breeze Over's raced up into third. Then came Afrod and Banner Bridge behind that. Battleground and Every Cloud. Green Light Magic is 8 lengths off the leader. Out of Your League races behind that. Over to You is second to last now, and Rule Book is the trailer, and still 10 lengths cover them as they come down the side of the track and race them up with just 1,000 metres left to go here. Absolute Value still dictates matters up front, slowed it down a little bit up front, led it by a length and a half here. From into second position, Breeze Over. Then came Aslog Grande in third. Banner Bridge is fourth. Afrod is fifth. Behind that, Every Cloud, 6 to 7 lengths off the leader. Further back to Battleground. Then came Out of Your League. Over to You's got 10 lengths to make up with Green Light Magic and Rule Book. Homeward bound into the home straight. They come just over 600 metres left to go. Absolute Value brought them for home here. Led it by a couple from Aslog Grande and Breeze Over to the outside. Then Afrod. Banner Bridge further back with Battleground and Green Light Magic. 400 metres left to go. Absolute Value still the leader. Aslog Grande comes up to challenge. Breeze Over still 2 lengths off the leader. Then Battleground. Over to You's trying to find a finish. Still 6 lengths off them with Green Light Magic. 280 to go. It's still Absolute Value. Aslog Grande. Battleground emerges as a danger down the inside. Running on really nicely. Battleground is coming to chase home Absolute Value. Then Over to You, Aslog Grande. But it's Battleground inside the final 200, and Battleground goes on to score from Absolute Value. Over to You, then Breeze Over. Behind that, Aslog Grande and Green Light Magic. Richard Ferry, this is his first win on the Highveld in the season, and goes on to score number 9, Battleground, the 4-year-old bay gelding by Futura for the Lucky Hudalaka stable. This is Lucky's second winner of the day, and in the colours of Drakenstein Stud, came home really nicely. Looked to be the horse to be with inside the final 200, and wins it, beating home Absolute Value, who's dogged right until the finish. Third place to Over to You, who has come from a mile back, and then came Breeze Over, Aslog Grande, further back to Green Light Magic. They were followed by Out of Your League. Behind that, Rule Book. That's the run-on for race number 4. He has a look at the head-on replay. Well, whilst Aslog Grande and Absolute Value were doing the donkey work up front, Battleground caught the eye as the likely winner, despite hanging to the inside. And Richard Ferry is off the mark in Joburg in a season that lies ahead for him, where he has all for the taking here, hopefully. Battleground beats home into second, Absolute Value, then Over to You, and fourth will go to Breeze Over.
Oh, that was a taking performance.
Last time out, and again, I think there's going to be a bit more improvement to come, but again, as I said earlier on, this is quite a strong contest. So those generally are the runners. I'd like just to have one more look at number 3, Celtic Chief, if we can, just to have another look at the 3-year-old son of Vercingetrix out of the horse Chestnut Mare. Corne Offer on board there is. He looks very relaxed as well, and I think he's going to give a very decent first debut effort here today. So he ticks a lot of boxes for me. Right, Aldo's back.
lineup, but I'm expecting a great run nonetheless.
Yeah, I think just looking at him, he's quite a big horse. As you said, maybe not the ideal course, but a lovely looking horse.
Yeah, still, it's going to sharpen him up quite nicely. Nice learning curve for him. He doesn't look out of place here. As I said, this looks like a nice competitive maiden lineup, but yeah, expecting a great run.
Elder, thanks very much. We'll chat to you a bit later with some of his other rides. Back to Grant.
Yeah, thanks very much, MJ. And I think Elder hit the nail on the head. This is a very competitive heat, and you can make a case for quite a few of them. Just a reminder, the number 5, Go It Alone, is a scratching. So too is the 11, Lightning Glow. Right, we've gone through the runners in the ring. It's not going to be long before the jocks mount up. They'll be making their way down to the 1400-meter start. And race number 3 is the opening leg of this afternoon's place accumulator.
Race number 3, the Cape Turf Club Syndicate's restricted maiden place over 1400 metres. Runners and riders making their way down the chute and onto the course proper. In picture number 1 is Lexicon Point, the mount of Gareth Wright. There's 2 scratchings in this race, with number 8 Go It Alone and number 11 Lightning Glow no longer take part in the opening leg of today's place accumulator. There's number 2, Stars in Heaven, Atandiva Mglutwa. Number 3 is Salted Chief and Corne Orpha. Number 4, Apache Chief, Louis Mglutwa. Number 6 is Get Impressed, Grant van Niekerk. Number 7 is Golden Grey, Bernard Fred Herb. Number 9, Avignon, Keenan Stain. Just in front of those, number 8, +4, and Alder de Meyer, sporting a blue cap. So the first runner to turn a canter down to the start is number 1, Lexicon Point. Number 2 is Stars in Heaven. Being followed by number 6, Get Impressed. Number 7 is Golden Grey. Being passed by number 4, Apache Chief. Next runner to transfer down to the start, number 3, Saltic Chief. Number 9 is Avignon, Keenan Stain. Number 8 is +4, sporting a blue cap. Number 10 is Ozark with the mount of Devon Ashby. And the final runner to canter down to the start is number 7, Golden Grey. Field of 9 runners in the opening leg of today's place accumulated the off time at 10-2. A field of 9 runners to cross on downstairs to the on-course team for the preview of race number 3.
Right, runners for the third race making their way down to the start. This is the Cape Turf Club Syndicate's restricted maiden plate. So the 1400 metres, and for me, one of the best races on the day. Quite a few changes. Gareth Wright is on board. Number 1, Lexicon Point, so he picks that right up. 5 is Scratch, so too is the 11. And a couple of headgear changes as well now. Blinkers on the 10, Ozark, and blinkers not on number 2, Stars in Heaven. Let's start with number 3, Celtic Chief MJ. Now, this is the 3-year-old son of Versing Getrix, a R3 million yearling. He's had a bit of support all through the week. You thought he looked quite well in the parade ring, and he didn't go down to post badly. What do you make of him?
Yeah, Grant, I must say, it's obviously quite a hot race. It sounds like it and it looks like it, but all different shapes and sizes in the parade ring, but good looking horses. So this went down nicely. He's definitely not green. It seems like he's been here and he's stretching out quite well. He's just a plain horse, it looked like in the parade ring, but look at that, he went down nicely and he is pricked, and you can see he's done a bit of work, and I don't think he'll be too green, this horse.
He looks very athletic to me, and I think he's going to give a really good performance. He's going to have a forward run here. Number 10 is Ozark. Paul Reeves is your trainer. Devon Ashby jumps on board, cracking second last time out, and even a good run prior to that behind Zumi. Let's find out a bit more from Paul Reeves, who's with Vicky.
Thank you very much, Grant. Yes, Paul Rees has joined me to chat about Ozark. I know a bit of a wide draw, but he's got the experience under his belt.
Yeah, he's probably one of 2 horses that have the experience over the distance. I've opted to put a little pair of half cups blinkers on him. A little bit sluggish in the early part of the race, and we can't be sluggish from a 9 draw. So, yeah, I think he's got the experience. Whether he's got the class or not to take on these really expensive horses in this race, then we'll yet to be seen. But he's an honest little horse, and he's doing really well at home. He comes on from each run. He's a hardy type horse, and he's fit. So we hope for the best.
Later on in the day, you've got Mighty Mac. Thankfully, he's well drawn. Do you give him a chance today?
His first run the turn was an absolute disaster. He got bowled badly out the gates, and I hope that didn't put him off for the turn, because I think he is a horse that wants to a little bit further in future. But very unlucky in his last run as well, down the straight. He didn't get a run at all, so you can put a line through that run. So it's quite an exciting day for him. We'll see what he's about, and yeah, if he can get out the gates and get up handy and not get interfered with like he always does, yeah, he should be finishing the race well.
Paul, thank you. All the best.
Thank you.
That's Paul Rees joining us to take us through those comments and a bit of confidence about Ozark, as he said, looking at the horses in the parade ring. And I think, Grant, that's what everyone was saying. They like their horses, but then they see the rest of them that everybody else also fancies, which doesn't make it easy.
I think we're going to be seeing this form line and a lot of winners coming out of it. There's some very smart individuals in here, and one of them is number 1 as well, Lexicon Point. 3-year-old son of Karari's out of a Jetmaster mare. That was a decent debut. Gareth Wright now jumps from gate 1, and just with the extra 200 metres and the experience from his first run, MJ, this has got to be a runner. He impressed me on the canter fast as well.
Yeah, he went down beautifully, and a really nice horse. He moves well, and I think if he goes a mile, just looking at him, I think it'll probably be even better for him. He will improve to Louis. We know he came out and got beat a short head in the Langerman, so also it'll improve. Yeah, competitive race and will be interesting to watch.
Looking forward to it. As they start loading up, we'll hand up to Devon.
Thank you very much, Grant. Runners loading for the third race of the afternoon, the Cape Turf Club Syndicate's restricted maiden plate over 1400 metres. Apache Chief steps forward. +4. About half the field has moved forward. Lexington Point, the next one to move in. Lexington Point now steps in. Ozark. Golden Grey. Stars in Heaven. Golden Grey moves in, and Avignon completes the field. Set for a start, 1400 meters to race. Gates crash open in their sense on their way from the 1,400 meter mark. Stars in Heaven was one of the first ones to respond, immediately pushes forward to one of the early front runners. Gets Impressed is also up there in the handy position. Pushing forward past runners is Avignon on the far side. Now sits up into a handy spot. Ozark's also up there in contention for that early lead. Then we drop back to Lexington Point, is on the inside of Apache Chief. A further length back and running to Celtic Chief, who's racing a good 10 lengths off the pace. It's a nice strong gallop out in front. And the back pairing at the moment is Golden Grey and +4, who's easily a dozen lengths off the early speed as they go past that 800 meter mark. And there's Ozark, who's out in front by 2 lengths. Avignon sits back in second, then a further 2 lengths back and running to Stars in Heaven, who after that good start has conceded position to race alongside Apache Chief. Then comes Get Impressed further back to Stars in Heaven, racing alongside Celtic Chief, Golden Grey. Lexington Point +4 completes the field at the top of the straight with just on 600 meters left to go, and it's Ozark, who's out in front, wins the field for home. Deep routes on the track is Avignon racing alongside Apache Chief, Celtic Chief. Deep routes on the track starting to move up into the race smartly. Get Impressed, Stars in Heaven can't get a run as they're into the final 300 meters. Ozark, Avignon, Get Impressed, Apache Chief and Celtic Chief, they spread right across the track. Down towards the inside is Ozark, Get Impressed, Apache Chief moving up smartly. Get Impressed, Apache Chief, Stars in Heaven, Lexington Point taking off late. Get Impressed, Apache Chief, Lexington Point very close on the line. 3 runners, not going to split them. We'll wait for the replay. Cracking finish here through race number 3. The run is spread right across the middle inside of the track. Stars in Heaven, a very unlucky loser in this race. But Get Impressed in front at the moment. Apache Chief right there, but on the outside Lexington Point closing them down with every single stride. The line comes, and it's Lexington Point. Number 1 wins with the chance rider Gareth Wright. Second place gets very close between Apache Chief and Get Impressed. We'll wait on confirmation for that, but definitely finishing in 4th is number 3 Celtic Chief. Then came Stars in Heaven, Ozark, Avignon, +4 was further back and running. The winner, number 1, Lexington Point, at the moment sitting behind a stampede of horses at the moment. Now moves towards the outside, joins up to race alongside Celtic Chief. On the inside, it's a mad scramble, but a great ride here by Gareth Wright for the Eric Sands stable, bred by Mr. Engelbrecht and owned by ITSA and Business Solutions Pty Limited, and of course World Sports Betting, who's on course and will probably lead the winner in for race number 3. Number 1, Lexington Point, the winner in a cracking finish to race number 3.
Right, yeah, we go on to race number 5. It is the second or the first jackpot that starts now. So if you got involved in that pick 6, you'll be happy to dive into the jackpots as well. The first one starts race 5 and the second jackpot's in race number 6. 15 minutes to post time. Let's have a look at them in the back parade ring. Here's number 1, American Biscuit. There's been some money for this 4-year-old son of Captain of All. Gavin Larena rides for Tara and Zaki. 5 lengths behind Perfect Witness last time. That was a good enough effort to seem competitive. Number 5 is Napoleon. He's massive. He's a son of Rafif. Craig Zaki rides for Tony Peter. He was very unlucky, I thought, last time. I don't think he would have been able to beat Royal Guide, but he should have gone a bit closer on that occasion on the 13th of July. He was balked at a crucial stage. You've got to ride him like that. You've got to keep him locked away for as long as possible. Like I said, he's a big boy. This is the son of Rafif. He's a one-time winner from 20 outings. He's the horse they all need to beat. Number 6 is the filly. Any amount of ability. Daughter of Silvano, Silver Sanctuary. She beat past the baton last time out. She was getting the hang of things late in the day. She's on her toes. She does look very well, the Silver Sanctuary. When I spoke to JP van der Merwe a bit earlier on, he said, look, she's high class. She can run this girl, and I do think she's going to be competitive. Let's see how she goes against the boys. She's on her toes, showing us that she's well at the moment. She could be anything. The sky's the limit with Silver Sanctuary. Number 7 is Thambi, son of Soft Falling Rain. Ran second to Flag Bearer last time out. That was on the 11th of July. He came back from a break. Races for Mano Pandaram and for Paulie Matchett. Jeffrey Saister gets the ride. He's also got to be ridden in a certain way, Thambi. He'll be locked away. He'll be coming at them late. He's at 11 Rand 30 a win and 4 Rand 30 a place. Let's have a look at number 8, Godfather. Ran third to Mabaneng, only beaten 4.5 lengths back on the 8th of June. I am of the opinion that this is a stronger race. He's probably going to have to up his game a good 2 or 3 lengths to be competitive for the quartets. So I have overlooked him. He looks well, the son of Coup de Grace. See on the tote, he's paying 20 Rand 60 a win and 4 Rand 80 a place. 9 is Prince of Kildare, won at any old price, came with a storming run to beat We Are the Logans back on the 15th of July. The third placed run in that race is also very nice. I think it's MK's Dreams that comes out of that We Are the Logans form lines. Let's see, I mean, he stepped up in trip last time out. I'm wondering if that didn't eke out the improvements. He might prefer being on a more galloping track, so he gets to the Standside track today. I wouldn't completely write him off. He's at 13 Rand 60 a win and 3 Rand 40 a place. Number 10 is Black Lightning. We'll have a look at number 10 in just a moment. So let's go to number 11, Lizardo first, because that's the horse in shot. Son of Alado, Jason Gates, 4 Billy Raters. Going to have to improve a good number of lengths to be competitive. Let's have a look at number 3. This is King's Express. Now the eye catcher over here is that Richard Verree's been booked to ride for Fabian Haver. Beat George Handel last time out. I think George Handel had very nice horse from the Fani Broncos yard. Let's see how the son of Pomodoro goes. He won his maiden. He's going to have to step up now. But he has only had a handful of runs, so he could be improving. Okay, yeah, that is number 10 coming in late. You can see Fabian Habib's just finished with Black Lightning, the son of Soft Falling Rain. Good second to Haslo Grande. I thought he was unlucky on that occasion. Like I say, I'm always convinced that he hit the front going through the 300-meter marker. He was hanging badly onto that rail, and that allowed Haslo Grande to breeze on by. Philisande Mtoli now gets the ride. A man that's oozing confidence is Philisande. He's got a good draw, no weight, 54 kilograms. What price are we getting? Just over 10 Rand on the totes. I would include him into the play. I think he can run a cracker over here. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that. We're 11 minutes away. The first jackpot starts now. Let's go up to Nico Kritsiotis.
for race 5 and now leaving the parade ring. Race 5 will open up our first jackpot here today. 2 the off time of the booker table. Call 011 6811 796 novice handicap over 1600 metres. Scratch the numbers 2 Mow the Man and 4 Primrose Path. A set of earmuffs on number 5 Napoleon, and the jockey changes for number 10 Black Lightning. Pilasande Mkoli takes over from Ant Magudwa. Number 11 Lizardo. Jason Gates wears a gold cap. Here come the field for race number 5. Jackpot pool is on 155,000 rand, with the first horse out being number 5 Napoleon. Craig Zaki rides. Wears a set of earmuffs as well as the tongue tie today. Number 1 is American Biscuit, Gavin Lorena. Number 6 Silver Sanctuary, JP van der Merwe. 7 is Thumby, ridden by Jeffrey Seister. Number 8, Godfather, Chase Mojan. Here's a look at number 9, Prince of Kildare, the recent maiden winner, apprentice Malasela Kacheri. Lizardo, Jason Gates with his gold cap. And the last 2 runners to come out will be those trained by Fabian Habib, who's got a couple in the race. 3 Kings Express and 10 Black Lightning. Kings Express ridden by Richard Fourie, and Black Lightning now ridden by Pilasande Mkoli. Those will be the last runners out for the 5th race of the day, which is due off in 7 minutes from now. That jackpot pool has climbed up to 161,000 rand. Here is Kings Express. Richard Fourie rides, the recent maiden winner as well.
Copy that, starter.
This is Kings Express number 3. It'll be followed by number 10, Black Lightning. That's the field then for the 5th race of the day. Stake value here is 70,000 rand. It's a novice handicap, and it's over a mile.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico. We're just watching Richard Fourie on the way down to the start with Kings Express number 3, taken down nice and quietly. That's at 8 Rand 30, a 1 and 2 Rand 90 a place. The first jackpot starts now. 164,000 Rand is the current update. It's the booker table. Call 011 6811 796 novice handicap. It's over 1600 meters. The market at the moment, I can tell you all the cash is for Napoleon number 5, who's now at 15 to 10. Number 1 American Biscuit 15 to 4. Number 6 Silver Sanctuary has gone from 28 to 10. It's just about to go 6 to 1 in the market. So a big drift with number 6 Silver Sanctuary. 3 Kings Express at 10 to 1, and it's 14 to 1 and better those. My first selection is going to be the filly. I'm quite surprised to see that the bookmakers are prepared to take on Silver Sanctuary, drifting her from 28 to 10 all the way out 6 to 1. The way they're going, you'll get 7, 8 to 1 race time. The daughter of Silvana, I thought she was eye-catching first time out. She was still very green back on the 6th of July. That was at the Vaal. JP van der Merwe just allowed her to build into her stride, and once she got into that stride, she really put them to bed quite quickly. I think she's got quite a bit of ability, and just listening in between the lines and reading the Insider's blog on the Betway website, I think that might decoct things quite a bit of this or Silver Sanctuary. We'll know a bit more after today's run. It's not going to be easy. She's a young filly. She's just had the one start, so she might be a bit inexperienced, still very green. We know that this is her first run at Turffontein, so let's see how she goes. But I think she's got class, and I'm hoping she can beat them convincingly today, because from what I happened to see first time out, I wouldn't be shocked at all if she were in some of the feature races going forward. So Silver Sanctuary for me now value at about 13 to 2, 7 to 1 in the market, the daughter of Silvano. Healthy respect for Napoleon. He's a smashing looking horse. He's a son of Rafif. He's got to be one of the biggest horses in training at the moment, number 5 Napoleon. He must stand on well on 17 hands. He was taken down to the start quietly by Craig Zaki. I thought he was a bit unlucky last time out not to have got closer to that horse Royal Guard, who looks to be very progressive from the Alleglaire stable. He was held up at a crucial part of the race. You have to ride him that way. You've got to try and keep him locked away for as long as possible, and he can come with a storming run late in the day. So watch out for number 5 Napoleon. I am expecting him to be right there in the horse that they all need to beat, the son of Rafif. My third selection is going to be number 1 American Biscuits. He's a son of Captain of All. Gavin Larina rides for Tyron Zaki. I thought he moved to pose beautifully. We'll have a good look at number 1 American Biscuit going to the start. There he is, taking everything in his stride. Was only beaten 5 lengths by Perfect Witness last time out. That was a stronger field than what he meets today. From a half-decent draw, if he can get the right one in transit, there's no reason why American Biscuit can't be competitive. He, in fact, is one of the biggest money spinners on the tote now at 3 Rand a win and 1 Rand 40 a place. And I thought the rest of the field might have their work cut out. If you do want to include one other into the quartets, always looks well, is Thumbi, son of Soft Falling Rain, poorly matched for Mano Pandaram. He was also very unlucky last time out behind Flag Bearer. In fact, going through the 200, I thought it was race over Thumbi. He's a one-time winner from 8 outings. I know, speaking to Mano a number of times, they do think quite a bit of Thumbi. He just needs things to go according to plan. Young Jeffrey Saister gets the ride, and the son of Soft Falling Rain must have some sort of a chance to sneak into the money. Okay, so I'm going to leave it at that. We've got about 3 minutes to get involved. Make that 2 minutes. It is the first jackpot. I'm going to take my chances. I'm very surprised to see the way that this filly has drifted off the boards. You're getting almost 8 to 1 now about Silver Sanctuary. She's very unexposed. I know it's a tough job for her. She's a young filly. She's got a lot to do at these sort of conditions. I just think she's very progressive, and the sky could be the limit for this individual. So I'm going to take my chances. You can't get hurt now at 8 to 1. And ask each way bets on the tote. What are we getting on the tote? Number 6. That's at 5 Rand 20 a win and 2 Rand a place. Let's go up to Nico Gritiotis. They'll be called to load shortly.
Horses are loading for race 5 for Turffontein.
And as you said that, Brannon, the starter's calling them up. Black Lightning, the first one in. Pilasande Mkoli was waiting for Black Lightning to load, and he's boarding that in the stalls now. Godfather to go forward with Thumbi as well. Godfather has come in. King's Express still to load with Thumbi. Those are the next line. Napoleon. American Biscuit to come in. Silver Sanctuary. Lozado and Prince of Kildare. Silver Sanctuary went in. American Biscuit has gone forward. Prince of Kildare and Lozado will be the last 2 to load. Lozado down down at the 1600 metre marker. We're all set to go for the 5th race of the day, all ready and off and racing. Lizardo was a bit slowly away towards the outside as Black Lightning heads off for the lead with Godfather. Those are the first two to respond, with Thumby along the inside. Napoleon not settled as King's Express, who's just lagging off the early pace at the moment and racing about 5 or 6 lengths off the leader. American Biscuit behind those. Then came Prince of Kildare. Silver Sanctuary is second to last, is 8, 9 lengths off the leader, and that leaves Lizardo as the back marker now as they head down to the side of the course. Now they've got 1,000 to go, and out in front is Black Lightning, led it by 2 from Godfather in second. Thumby is third. Napoleon is in 4th position, 4.5 lengths off the leader. King's Express a lot more settled now. American Biscuit 6 to go. Then came towards the outside Prince of Kildare. Lizardo and Silver Sanctuary are the 2 back markers now as they round the home turn. They come down to the last 800 metres, and Black Lightning brought them in by 2 lengths. Godfather is in second. Thumby is third. Then Napoleon, the pink and blue colours with King's Express. American Biscuit darts to the inside, 5 lengths to make up. Further back Prince of Kildare. Silver Sanctuary still 9 lengths off the leader with Lizardo at the back end. 420 to go. Black Lightning led it with Godfather in second. American Biscuit. Napoleon's down the centre with Thumby and King's Express. Then only Silver Sanctuary. 300 to go. Black Lightning continues to roll from Godfather. Napoleon is coming home strongly down the centre now, and here's Napoleon to hit the front. 200 to go from Black Lightning. Behind that, American Biscuit's trying to get a run late. Napoleon, American Biscuit on the outside, and down the inside Black Lightning, but Napoleon pulls it off here. Napoleon wins it from in second. Black Lightning maybe from American Biscuit third, and then Godfather fourth. Well, Napoleon was rumoured to be unbeatable the last time he came to the track, and of course that was the day that the Tony Peter runners were scratched. Well, he's proven today that he has certainly the ability to win, and he's gone on to score. Second's going to be tight. American Biscuit and Black Lightning will be involved in a photograph for second. I gave that to the inside horse Black Lightning, which has indeed got second. Third to American Biscuit, then Godfather and Thumby. Silver Sanctuary behind that with King's Express. Prince of Kildare hangs to the inside but had the advantage, but here's Napoleon produced by Craig Zaki in the colours of Suzette Fulyun, comes to take on Black Lightning that last, but American Biscuit could have had a run a bit earlier up the inside but chooses to go to the Standside and runs on late, does get into 3rd position there, and then came Godfather back in 4th. The Napoleon is trained by Tony Peter, is bred by Miss G.E.J. van der Merwe, and this is a son of Rafif out of the Sylvana mare Jambalaya, and has picked up a 2nd career win from 21 starts. Napoleon was all the rage here. 2 Rand 20 a toe to win, 1 Rand 10 a place, and well done to the connections. He's won a good race today from Black Lightning 3rd to American Biscuit and Godfather 4th.
Yeah, good win. The money was there into 14 to 10. I see 13 to 10 was the actual off price of Napoleon. Top ride Craig Zaki, trying to keep him away as long as he possibly could, the son of Rafif.
But he was one of the few that actually finished it off, so he's progressed from that run, and I'm hoping to go very close now.
Doing well at home?
No, absolutely. He's just taking his race well, and he's showing us what he did show us early on, so he's doing everything right now.
Gareth, thanks very much. Gareth, right. A little bit of confidence there, Grant.
More than a little bit of confidence, MJ. That was fairly bullish talk from Gareth, and he will be confident because he's just had a winner as well. So lots to like about number 9. No apologies if he's not in your play. I think you need to add him in right now. 10 is Rainbow Colours, Eric Sands, Lee Makotwa. Penultimate run behind Legal Chit Chat wasn't bad, and even the run behind Kelp Forest was noticeable. But that last run behind Spirits Unite put a line through that. That was in the heavy ground, and he cleared Ginger Royale. This is the Harold Crawford Michelle Ricks runner. Craig Bantam jumps on board. Just had the one start, and on debut was 14 lengths behind Mo Capitana. Again, there's got to be plenty of natural improvement to come. 12 Prince of Denmark, Justin Snaith, Anthony Andrews. Again, nice third last time out. Well beaten though, with some 10 lengths back. And again, there's going to be others that are preferred, but he could show some improvement. 13, William the Red, Vaughan Marshall's 4-year-old son of William Longsword. This time out of a Jetmaster mare. And again, last time out, its best run yet. So certainly appears to be going the right way. Has a wide draw to contend with, but Sean Veal now jumps on board, and I think he'll be optimistic that he could certainly earn a sizable stake check. 14, Greenland is out, so too is the 15, Winning Captain. And those are your runners for race number 4. After your own. I must go get some drink.
Race number 4, the Cape Turf Club Open Maiden over 1600 metres. Scratch number 14, Greenland, and number 15, Winning Captain, which leaves us with a field of 13 runners. So the runners make their way out into the course proper. In picture number 1, Red William, the mount of Atandiwe Mdutwa. Number 2 is Oliver, Alder de Meyer. On the far side, number 3, Turffontein, Devon Ashby. Number 4 is Future Gem. Now with the route at Grand Finito. Number 5, Weather King, Mornay Vinar. Number 6 is Lockheed Lightning and Oswald Noach. Number 7 is All About Ronnie, Bernard Fadeherb, plus half a kilogram, and sporting the Club Blue Salts. First runner to canter down to the start is number 4, Future Gem. Number 1 is Red William. In picture now, number 3, Turffontein. Going down early is number 10, Rainbow Colours with Liam Kotwa. Number 5, Weather King. Being name. Number 7, All About Ronnie, the Club Blue Salts. Next runner down to the start, number 8, Fuji Sun, Java Jacobs, plus half a kilogram. There's number 2, Oliver, Alder de Meyer. Number 13 is William the Red, Sean Veal. Number 12 is Prince of Denmark, Anthony Andrews, plus half a kilogram. Being followed by number 11, Ginger Royale, Craig Bantam. And the last runner making his way down to the 1600 metre mark is number 9, No Apologies, and Gareth Wright. Those are the runners and riders for race number 4, the opening late of today's pitch 6, the off time at 2:25 Got over just 6 minutes to get your bets on as we cross onto the on-course team downstairs for the preview of race number 4.
As we head into race 4, Adam Marks has joined me, who saddled Oliver. And Adam, thankfully a better draw from him, but he's definitely improving.
Yeah, he seems to be on the up. He has got quite a big weight today. Obviously, these handicap maidens, it brings in quite a few different horses with chances. But he is probably the right horse on form, and as I say, is progressing. So hopefully the step up to the mile will be suitable for him, and a good draw. So lots in our favour here.
In race 8, you have Dance Variety, also a horse in good form.
Yeah, and he cracked a draw as well, which is perfect for us. Unfortunately, Tuesday the draws went against us, but he's doing very well. He's come through his last run well on collateral form, and the weights, there are a couple that are in with big chances. It looks quite a competitive race, but I think he'll be competitive again today.
In race 9, All About Al, better run from him last time. Can he follow up?
Yeah, he's gradually coming back to form. We've got a tricky draw, so we're going to have to ride him for luck. But he is on the up, and when he was with me in Cape Town before, he was running in a higher division than what he is today, despite having the big weight. But he's in good form. I think you'll see further improvement today.
Adam, thank you, all the best.
My pleasure, thank you.
Yeah, that's comments from Adam Marcus about not only the balance of his runners, but Oliver. So he's most certainly a competitor for me, Grant.
Thanks very much, Vicky. Nice to get the comments there from Adam as well. And Oliver going down to post, MJ. At first I thought, well, was he going down well? But I think he did. When I confirmed it in slow motion, he looked actually pretty well for me.
Yeah, and also in the parading, Grant, I must say, he's a solid big horse. Really a lot of horse there, and as you can see on camera there, he's happy and well. A bit of weight to carry, but obviously because of his rating and his form, and yeah, he looks to be the horse to beat you.
All right, so runners down at the start there is Oliver. What did you think of Oliver in the ring, Vicky?
He is quite a, he's a big boy, so also quite, he can go down a little bit. I know you spoke about how he went down, but a little bit on the forehand, but in the race he definitely gets going and warmed up and all of that. I think the draw, as Adam touched on, is a benefit, and also going the little extra. He's been the 1400, not quite 1600, but I mean it's quite a fast mile where they jump almost in a bit of a downhill and then start climbing again around the 1,000-meter mark. So he should enjoy it, and as they have been going today, a nice good lick, he'll enjoy a good pace.
There has been a decent pace today, hasn't there? Every one of the races so far, the guys up front have been setting a decent gallop.
Nice to see, Grant. Makes for fair racing. I enjoy it. It's lekker.
All right, now one of the picture horses in the ring for me that really caught my eye was number 4, Future Gem. 3-year-old Sinapacheri is out of a Jadpot mare. He's quite a looker, Vicky. Oh, he's a stunning looking individual, and interesting. I made a comment before the meeting. Up and trip further, you know, on his breeding, he'll probably enjoy this type of trip more so than what he has been going over. And when I interviewed Justin earlier on, he said he noted 2 horses. Future Gem was one of them, and just a beautiful, big, athletic type of horse. I know going down he was looking on the inside there, but he'll be much better in the race. And I think for me, drawn better, hopefully can be more in the race, and that will benefit him quite a lot. He's obviously bred for a little bit further as well, so I think when he goes 2,000 metres, you'll really see of his best. But I think today he's going to show that he's a lot better than his current form suggests, MJ.
Yeah, Grant, funny, you walk around the parading and you look at the horse and you look at the form, you're like, I've got the right number here. Yeah, there's definitely not the... If you look at the horse, he really looks like a nice horse, and going down a bit green, I think people sitting around, it looks like horses want to run off the track, but they come here and they gallop here and it's past the shoot and they want to go back home, so that's why they do that. And yeah, but I think also that will be improving. Whether he can win, I don't know, but he definitely will be improving.
MJ, you had a chat with Gareth Wright regarding number 9, No Apologies. He gave quite a bit of confidence. There was certainly confidence coming in. He's expecting to be competitive.
Yeah, as he said, Snow Pilot won quite easily up front, he says, but this horse was the only horse that really quickened in that race. He's only got 52.5 in his back. Draws a bit tricky, but a horse that would be competitive at the weight, so he has to be competitive here.
I think he's quite well in with this weight, because that was a fair enough run, and as Gareth rightly said, he actually made up some ground in the soft underfoot conditions,
which not a lot of horses were. And I think equally, when you have the jockey being Gareth Wright giving you confidence, and the trainer Canis Bass-Robinson giving you confidence, you have to respect that. And the fact that he's had the 3 runs down the straight, 1 around the turn, and now again, and beautifully he moved down to the start. Lovely, MJ, as you just indicating.
You nearly jumped out your chair there, you got so excited.
I nearly ran to the tote.
There's time still.
All right, I think we know where MJ is going to be siding with in terms of his first choice. So let's ask Vicky, your first choice?
Just going to turn my page quickly, Grant. I actually am in the favour of Red William. Number 1, I think the good draw. He isn't often drawn well, and he runs well at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. And the other advantage is that he he can be up front. You know, as we've said, the pace is good today. People want to be handy because that's where they've done their best type of races. So he's a 4-year-old with a lot of experience. Last time out, obviously a run best ignored, which we'll say quite a bit with regards to runs in June and maybe some in July, just with regards to the going. I'm not too sure when he jumped going down to the start, but he's a very honest horse.
It's a bit like you after tipping the last race winner, Vicky.
Yes, I was fly jumping.
Vicky's on form today.
It was well found as well, Vicky. That was very impressive. All right, that one looks like they're starting to load. So let's hand up to Devon. It's going to be the last race Devon's calling, and then we'll be handing over to Alistair. But Devon, I'm sure you're going to have fun calling this one home.
Thank you very much, Grant. Race number 4, the Cape Turf Club Open Maiden over 1,600 metres. Field of 13 runners. Fuji-san. Turffontein steps forward. William the Red moves in. Fuji-san now steps forward. Opening leg of today's pit 6. As the handlers are just working on Oliver, who shied away at the first attempt. Meanwhile, Prince of Denmark moves forward, now moves in. Handler's still working on Oliver. The bomb squad getting behind Oliver. Oliver now moves in. Ginger Royale, Future Gem. We still have Rainbow Colours and Lockheed Lightning. As Future Gem moves in, Rainbow Colours steps up. And Lockheed Lightning completes the field. Set for a start, 1,600 metres to race. Flag goes up from behind. And away they go from that 1,600 metre mark. Red William responded well, but Rainbow Colours pushes forward as well as Future Gem. These three make a line of 3 going in towards that 1,400 metre mark. Turffontein settles on the heels of the early speed on the inside rail in 4th. Sitting deeper out on the track is Prince of Denmark pushing forward. Then comes William the Red, the yellow sleeves and green cap, racing about 3 or 4 lengths off the early pace. Oliver's on the inside of that one. Then comes All About Ronnie, the club blue, with the black cap, racing along the inside rail. Then further length back to No Apologies, who's racing 2 lengths ahead of Weather King and Lockheed Lightning as they go past that 800 metre mark. Further back and running to the likes of Weather King as they make their way towards that 600 metre mark. Now in front it's Red William with Prince of Denmark. Future Gem on the outside. Rainbow Colours had a hard time tucking into runners. Oliver's back along the inside rail. Then comes Turffontein racing with All About Ronnie. Further back to William the Red. Then comes No Apologies, who has about 10 lengths to make up with Lockheed Lightning and Weather King. Fuji-san racing towards the back end of the field with Ginger Royale. And a dozen lengths separate top to tail as at the top of the straight with 600 metres left to go. Out in front, it's Red William, Prince of Denmark, down towards the inside rail. Rainbow Colours being hooked out deepest of all. Oliver starting to move up smartly, still hard out on the bit at the moment with just under 350 metres left to go. All About Ronnie also making headway down towards the inside is No Apologies, but it's William the Red William who's out in front. Oliver now starting to lengthen his stride and moves up smartly. No Apologies down towards the inside. Red William hanging tough. No Apologies now quickens up smartly on the inside rail, and it's No Apologies is going to be too good for them from Red William. Then came All About Ronnie, Oliver, Lockheed Lightning further back, then came Rainbow Colours, Prince of Denmark. The bottom weight, number 9, No Apologies, Gareth Wright, in hot form today at Hollywood Bet's Durbanville Racecourse, quickening up smartly along the inside rail. The rest of the runners, when they turned for home, went down the middle of the course, and that opened up for No Apologies to win the 4th race in the opening leg of today's pit 6. Second place was number 1, Red William, followed by All About Ronnie, number 7, who finished up in that 3rd place, and then came number 2, Oliver. Further back was Lockheed Lightning. The winner, No Apologies, is currently in the slipstream of Prince of Denmark. The gap opens up towards the inside, now starts to quicken up smartly. Red William was hanging tough on the outside, and Oliver started to move up into contention. As soon as the gap opened, No Apologies and Gareth Wright quickened up and went too good for them here. Quickens up smartly to win. The opening leg of today's pick to six, trained by Candice Bass Robinson and bred by the Ordland stud and owned in the sorts of the ASSM Racing Syndicate nominee Mr. Chudder. So a big congratulations to the winning connections for number 9, No Apologies.
In just a moment, I'm just waiting for the betting to update in front of me. We'll have a good look at that first. Call Me When You Need Me. That's your favourites. It's currently trading at about 22 to 10. 7 Queen of Camelot looking to give Lucky Udalakis a 3-timer today at 28 to 10. 6 Sharapova at 5 to 1. And it's 12 to 1 and better those. Here's number 1 in shot. Let's have a good look at number 1. This horse in shot at the moment. This is Simple. It's been very quiet, the Mike de Kock team today. I did expect him to have a good afternoon, but the horses have been battling to make up ground from the back end of the field. Simple, hard hitter, 2 lengths behind She's the Rainbow last time out. That was on the 27th of July. She would have needed the run, the daughter of Karari. Cabello Matsanyane has been booked to ride, 60.5 kilograms. Tricky draw again. She's probably going to have to take her medicine, drop out, and I'm not sure that's going to play into her hands. Number 2 is Kayla's Champ at the Ripe 78 runs today. She's a 6-time winner. She's been a soldier in her career, Kayla's Champ. Diego de Gouveia gets the ride for Fani Broncos. She was 3 lengths behind She's a Rainbow last time out. Yeah, she had every chance, I thought. She moved up to a point and then just became a bit one-paced into the closing stages. I am of the opinion that there are stronger horses in the race today, so maybe for the back end of quartets. Number 3, Vivacious Spirits. Well, she tries the 1400 meters for the first time in her career. Gavin Larena gets the ride for Johan Janse van Vieren. She was 3 lengths behind What a Honey. Let's see if she'll stay the trip. 4 is Golden Aspen. Now, she's a tricky ride. She's a 5-year-old bay mare. She needs to be hidden away for as long as you possibly can. If she sees daylight too early, she's going to flatten out underneath you. It's hard to gauge where she fits in against this caliber of horse, but maybe for the back end of quartet. She's an honest horse. She's a 6-time winner, and she today is going to be her 46th start. She's done nothing wrong in her career. She's done so well for the connections. Will race in the silks of Cooney Stratum. 5 is Call Me When You Need Me. Now, here's an interesting filly. I know Stewie Pettigrew's always thought quite a bit of this daughter of Master of My Fate. She was back in the winner's enclosure last time. She won Hands and Yells, beating Sea Anemone. Calvin Abib gets on really well with her. And, yeah, she's got the draw in her favour. She'll be parked up. She'll be given some cover. And she has got a good turn of foot as Call Me When You Need Me. So I think this is the horse they all need to beat. R2.70 a win and R1.10 a place. Number 6 is Sharapova, the daughter of Karari. I believe she was set back due to wind surgery. So she went in for that wind-opted Sharapova. She's a lovely filly, this. They've made no secret that they think quite a bit of Sharapova. She's a 1-time winner from 5 outings. She ran second to Luna Ballard last time out. She actually moved up a winner. I'm hoping that that surgery or that operation that she's undergone might just help her improve a couple of lengths. She's beautiful. She's a lovely-looking daughter of Karari. She's got any amount of ability. She's going to be the nearest danger to beat Call Me When You Need Me. She'll be right there, don't you worry. 7 is Queen of Camelot. Well, Lucky's done nothing wrong today. He's had 2 winners. Richard Farie's already been in the winner's enclosure with Battleground. She's got ability. She just needs to relax. For now, she's not sweating. She looks to be in a good space. We'll try and keep that camera on Queen of Camelot closer to race time because she can get herself worked up quite a bit. If she relaxes, she's going to be a big runner. Richard Farie's been booked to ride at R2.90 a win and R1 a place. And then finally, the last horse I'll talk about is number 8, I Am Regal. That's Paulie Matchett and Rachel Vinegar. When I spoke to Paulie Matchett a bit earlier on, he did say this horse can be competitive. Does have 5 lengths to turn around with Call Me When You Need Me. We're 10 minutes away from post time. Small field, it's race 6 in the start of Jackpot 2.
He was in and out in hospital.
The parade ring for race number 6, racing 240 for Racing for You FM 84 handicap for fillies and mares over 1400 meters. Your toed favourite is number 5, Call Me When You Need Me at 2-1. Sharapova number 6 is at 15-4. Queen of Camelot number 7 at 15-4. 3 Vivacious Spirit at 7-1. Number 1 Simple Simple at 8-1, and it's 10-1 and upwards. Number 1 is Simple Simple, Cabello Mazzignane. Number 2 Kalo's Champ, Diego de Gavea.
Non-violent crime, or was the overcrowding in the prisons? Yes, it was the
Number 4 Golden Aspen, Chase Mojan.
They put a low risk in. But you're going to go Zoom and join up with the
Number 6 Sharapova, JP van der Merwe. Behind it is 7 Queen of Camelot and Richard Farie. Number 8 I Am Regal, Rachel Vinegar. So there goes number 8 I Am Regal and Rachel Vinegar. There's 7 Queen of Camelot and Richard Farie. 6 Sharapova, JP van der Merwe. Number 5 Call Me When You Need Me, Calvin Habib. Number 3 Vivacious Spirit, Gavin Lorena. Right, so that is the field. There's 8 runners to go to post. There's no scratchings. Favourite on the tote is number 5, Call Me When You Need Me, at R2.50, R3.20 and R1 a place for number 7, and that's Queen of Camelot. And then number 6, which is Sharapova, is at R4.70 a win and R2 a place. There's 7 minutes to race time.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nakib. Race number 6 is the Racing 240 for Racing for You fillies and mares 84 handicap. It is over 1400 meters and the start of Jackpot 2. The market at the moment got number 5, Call Me When You Need Me, at 22-10. Number 7, Queen of Camelot, 28-10. 6 Sharapovas at 5-1, and it's 12-1 and better. Those my top selections going to be number 5, Call Me When You Need Me. At Calvin Habib and Stewie Pettigrew that team up again. The daughter of Master of My Fate. She was just taken down to the start nice and quietly. I thought she won a very good race last time out. It was the first time they tried her over a bit of ground. She relaxed beautifully, and you could see going through the last 350 meters of the race that she had it sewn up. She was just under the hands, and when Calvin asked for a bit more, she gave all the way to the line to go past Sea Anemone and win convincingly. She did go from an 88 to a 95, but I think she'll end up in the hundreds, this daughter of Master of My Fate. I remember working at the course when she was making her debut, and the word was around that Stewie Pettigrew really thinks quite a bit of this daughter of my Master of My Fate. And yeah, I mean, she's just taking a bit of time to come to hand. Maybe the penny hadn't quite dropped, but the more she races, the more she strengthens up, the more competitive she's going to be at a decent level. So 5, Call Me When You Need Me, is going to be my top selection. She looks to be in a good space. She's done her work back at home, and I think this is the one that they're going to have to catch through the 400. As I say, that this also shortened from 22 to 10 all the way into 18 to 10. So there's a few punters out there that have had quite a bit of cash on number 5, Call Me When You Need Me. Number 7, Queen of Camelot, the daughter of Gimme the Green Light. Always huge respect when you see Richard Faree getting the ride. He rides number 7. When we spoke to Lucky a bit earlier on, he did say she's doing nicely back at home. She's in a good space, and she's got a top jock to hopefully try and get her as close as possible to that winner's closure. Look, she didn't relax last time out going to the start. She was way above herself. She was sweating. I can see today she's a lot more relaxed. She normally gets herself very fizzed, and yeah, by the time she reaches the start, she's already done way too much to even think she can be competitive. The fact that she only got 4 lengths behind Ivy League last time out, I thought it was a top performance, because if you can get footage of the way Queen of Camelot had arrived down at the start, I thought she was going to run closer to last on that occasion. I thought she had done too much, but she's a lot more relaxed over here, and I do believe from an inside draw with only 54.5 kilograms on the back that she's going to be mighty competitive. She's trading at 22 to 10, and there is some late support now. She might go to 2 to 1 in the next 10 seconds or so. So respect the daughter of Gimme the Green Light, and we need to respect that Lucky Udalakis has already had a double at the meeting. We need to respect number 6, Sharapova. I wonder if my producer can show me what Sharapova looks like. The daughter of Karari. She's raced 5 times. I believe she is back from a wind operation. She's always been one of those fillies that they've held in high regard. She's done nothing wrong to date. She ran second to Luna Ballard last time out. I actually thought she moved up a winner on that occasion. She's now back to 1,400 meters from being freshened up, drawn 2. She'll be there. I think she'll run her usual race. Done nothing wrong to date. There's no reason why we need to make excuses for number 6, Sharapova. If she's not too ring rusty, I don't know how much work she's done back at home and where they are in terms of preparation, but I do believe from what I've happened to see, she's done enough to be competitive this afternoon. So watch number 6, Sharapova. You're getting 11 to 2 about that individual. JP van der Merwe rides for Mike de Kock. After that, I don't think there's much else. The rest are going to battle a bit to beat the top 3 in the market. The 5, Call Me When You Need Me, 6, Sharapova, and 7, Queen of Camelot. But there are quartets still available, so let's see if there's anything that jumps off the page. Maybe number 1, Simple. This horse is now trading at 20 to 1. Daughter of Karari, top weight of 60.5 kilograms. She's going to have to take her medicine from what looks to be a tricky gate. Cabello Matsanyana has been booked to ride. She'll be doing her best work at the finish. I see in her last 2 runs, she's gone up on speed. She's kind of led them to the last 400 meters, and that last 200 meters, she just becomes a bit leg weary. Maybe with a more patient ride today and hope that she doesn't pull. I think Simple might be doing its best work into the back end of quartets. Alright, so I'm not going to keep waxing lyrical. It's there for you to see. The last look at the markets. Number 5, Call Me When You Need Me, 2 to 1. 7, Queen of Camelot, 5 to 2. The 6, Sharapova at 11 to 2. And you're getting 18 to 1 and better those. I'm going with Call Me When You Need Me in a big way. I'm hoping she can go bang to win a good race again. I thought she was super impressive last time out, and I think we'll get a similar performance again this afternoon. It is the start of Jackpot 2 in my... And that's the top 3 in to bring them back for race 6.
Brandon, thanks very much. Loading up for the 6th race of the day. First leg of Jackpot 2, 1,400 meters. Racing 240 for Racing for You, fillies and mares, 84 handicap. Runners coming in. I Am Regal goes up. Kayla's Champ, Queen of Camelot to move in. Simple, Simple and Sharapova. Call Me When You Need Me coming in. Simple, Simple and Sharapova will be the last couple. Simple, Simple come in. Sharapova. 1400 meters, they're all set and they're off and racing to a good start for them here. Sharapova, Simple, Simple got away from an outside gate to lead them, so Simple, Simple it is from Sharapova. Queen of Camelot is neatly placed in third, ahead of I Am Regal, then Call Me When You Need Me. Further back, Vivacious Spirit. Behind that is Golden Aspen, is about 8 lengths off the leader, and Kayla's Champ is the trailer. Simple, Simple gets on with things up front, 1,000 to go, and kicks clear by 3. From racing in second, Sharapova. I Am Regal is third. Behind that is Queen of Camelot, racing up alongside that Vivacious Spirit. Call Me When You Need Me is giving them 6-7 lengths start, with Kayla's Champ behind that, and Golden Aspen will be the trailer as they become homeward bound and race down into the last 700 meters. Simple, Simple by 3 from Sharapova in second. I Am Regal is third. Queen of Camelot and Vivacious Spirit, then Call Me When You Need Me along the inside. Further back to Golden Aspen, and behind that come Kayla's Champ. Heading down into the last 500 meters now. Simple, Simple still the leader. Let It Call Me When You Need Me down the insides, looking for a way through I Am Regal. Then came Sharapova. Along the outside is Queen of Camelot. It's Sharapova, I Am Regal, Queen of Camelot, Call Me When You Need Me behind those. It's still Sharapova, I Am Regal, Queen of Camelot towards the outside with Call Me When You Need Me. I Am Regal and Sharapova. It's going to get close down to the line. I Am Regal won it. I Am Regal beat Sharapova. Call Me When You Need Me, Queen of Camelot and Simple, Simple. I Am Regal and along the inside Sharapova. Call Me When You Need Me. Traffic issues over here. Couldn't find a way through. Has to shift to the outside. Takes issue with Queen of Camelot. They're in a separate race for third and fourth. But I Am Regal and Sharapova will fight out the finish, and it'll go the way of the match it runner. I Am Regal just gets there a nose in front. Rachel Vineker riding in the colours of Trinisha Pillay, Mrs. Gary Khair, to Raja Naidu and to Faisal Vahab. I Am Regal beat Sharapova home. Third to Call Me When You Need Me. Then came Queen of Camelot. Simple, Simple was in behind those, followed by Golden Aspen, Vivacious Spirit and Kayla's Champ. Here's a look at the head-on replay. Well, Call Me When You Need Me had to find traffic inside the final 200. Comes under a ride. It's left up to I Am Regal and Sharapova to fight this out. Sharapova tries hard, but I Am Regal gets the business done here in race number 6. It goes the way of number 8, I Am Regal. Sharapova second. Call Me When You Need Me staying on for third, and behind that Queen of Camelot back in their fourth position. Well done to Rachel Vineker. Well done to Breeders and Doro Stud, another winner for the outfit which is run by Johan Loftus.
You'll be gutted if you backed Call Me When You Need Me. Very, very unlucky not to have won this race. Call Me When You Need Me had nowhere to go from the 300-meter marker. Was trying to weave a passage on that inside rail. Sharapova darted to the inside as well, and ultimately just couldn't get a run. Comes back at them, but's going to run third. Call Me When You Need Me was heavily backed into about 14 to 10. Top ride over here, you have to say, Rachel Vineker. Well done to Paulie Matchett. It's another one for the team.
Miss New York form line does need to find about 6 or 7 lengths 5 Women's World. Now this one represents the best of that form line. Finished just 0.2 of a length behind Miss New York. Keenan Stain jumps on board, and this is a daughter of Global View out of an Almaty mare. So going this extra trip today as well will be right up her alley, and I do think that she's going to be the filly they're all going to have to beat. 6 is Sunlit from Heaven, Brett Crawford's other runner. This time again, the last run behind Miss New York was too poor to be able to suggest that she can actually turn that form around. 7 is Flamboyant Flyer, a 3-year-old daughter of Erupt. And we heard from Gareth Wright. Again, there was a little bit of optimism there. Again, he thinks that there was improvement to come. And again, this filly ran on very, very well behind the Green Valkyrie last time out. And that was over a trip well short of her breast. She'll relish the 1800 metres today. She's probably the horse to beat, actually. Number 7, Flamboyant Flyer. 8 Diamond Rockstar is out. 9 Mothership, the 4-year-old daughter of Erupt out of a Fort Wood mare. Again, she's going to really appreciate stepping up in trip to the 1800, and here's a runner that will certainly give a good account of herself. The runners are leaving, they're making their way onto the track. Alistair Cohen standing by to call them to the 1800 metre mark.
Thanks very much indeed, Grant. Make their way out onto the track. This is the first leg of jackpot number 1. Cape Racing Sales maiden plate for fillies over 1800 metres. 2 F8 ridden by Grant van Niekerk. 1 Dawn of Gold, ridden by Louis Otwa. The early runner down to the start was Godex Affair, number 4, ridden by Anthony Andrews. There's a look at number 5, Women's World, and Keenan Stain, with number 9, Mothership, and Aldo De Meyer. Number 7, Flamboyant Flyer, ridden by Gareth Wright. And last runner out is number 6, Sunlit from Heaven, ridden by Asandiwe Ngudwa. Cancer Past begins with number 1, Dawn of Gold, turning by. Number 6 is Sunlit from Heaven, followed down by number 2, F8. There's number 5, Women's World. 9 is Mothership. There goes Mothership. And finally, number 7, Flamboyant Flyer. That's the field for race number 5. The latest situation on the tote shows a pretty hot favourite here in the form of number 5, Women's World, at around R1.60 a win and around a place. Let's get downstairs. Very good afternoon from myself to all of you. Grant Knowles, Vicky Marnott and MJ Bielefeld holding the fort downstairs. Let's find out who they've got for race 5.
Going into race 5, we've got Rob with me from the Mark Stewart yard, and he settled Mothership, drawn a little bit wide. Rob, but a nice run last time.
Very nice. She was extremely unlucky. I mean, she was again drawn very wide, and then she came in the straight. She went in for a run. There was no path, so she hooked right out to the middle, and had it been another 3 strides, she would have won. So hopefully she'll run a big race today, and she's probably our best on the day.
Talking about one of the other ones on the day is Fort Reed. I know there's some younger horses in that race, but not too bad from him last time.
No, it was a brilliant run. I'm going to sound like a stock record, but also incredibly unlucky. But that's horse racing. But he's doing very well. He seems to get on very well with Grant, so hoping for another good effort.
Rob, thanks. All the best.
Pleasure. Thank you.
That's Rob Barrett from the Mark Stewart yard. And Grant, as we've said so many times before, he's got some beautiful insights into their horses, and mentioned that Mothership is one of the best on the day for the yard. So despite the wide draw, I think that she's in with a huge shout.
Thanks, Vicky. I agree. I think the Mothership definitely a runner that's going to take a power of beating here today. She actually is my first choice. 4-year-old going the 1800. I think I've got to prefer that to the 3-year-old going the 1800, and there wasn't much separating them last time. And last time out as well, Women's World had a much better draw than what Mothership did, and I think the small field now, MJ, certainly gives her a very realistic chance.
Yeah, Grant, as you said, the older fillies going over the 1800, obviously the 3-year-olds got fresher legs and they might be a bit more quality. But I think over the 1800 now, I would definitely say that the 4-year-olds might have the edge. They're not getting the weight, but Mothership, second to Cloud Chaser, was a good run. After that, she hasn't the start after that wasn't great, but then when she went 1800, she was second to poor little rich girl. So she's got the form, she's been in the ground, so it seems like things are pointing to her. I think the 3-year-olds will be chasing her down, but I don't think they'll be able to beat her, to be honest.
So you're in the camp of Mothership as well. She's your first choice?
Early on, just been the 1800. She enjoys it. She got good form. That I thought Flamboyant Flyer was a filly that will definitely improve, and she's on the improve. Gareth and Candace on good form. One that will be in the finish. Whether she can beat Mothership, it might be a bit tricky over the 18 currently.
All right, Vicky, so you chatted to Robert. Was that because you're also in the camp of Mothership, or do you also give Pit Butcher's runner number 5, Women's World, a big shout?
It's a very good question, Grant. Between the two, I've sort of battled to decide which way I was going to fall, just because I wanted to give myself the option of looking at them on course. I thought Women's World went down beautifully, and it's interesting because there's a lot of horses that have recently turned 3 that have been looking for the 1800, but there weren't really any in the program, or they weren't well supported, so didn't hold up, or whatever the case may be. So then, even though the older horses, because they've had more racing and they've got almost a better bit of stamina in them at this stage, they're just older and a bit tougher, as opposed to the youngsters that are maybe looking for the trip that's still strengthening up. So interesting debate. However, I think Mothership, still a bit of a wide draw, has been that way. As long as she can get in the race, I think, as long as Mothership can be a little bit closer to the pace, I think she'll do a good job. Maybe not too close, because I think she won't find the finish she needs. But Women's World for me has been beautifully consistent. I think that she's got the 56 on her back. She is stepping up over the trip for the first time, but more importantly, her form with the blinkers on has been much better.
Vicky, I think this race, sorry, going to chip in, but I think this race only 7 runners now, so it might help Mothership. She'll be able to get a bit closer for free. It won't be out of the ground.
I think so too, and MJ mentioned number 7, Flamboyant Flyer. A very positive comment from Candace, and as you mentioned, her and Gareth are having a good day, so, possibly, I don't know what price she is at currently, but maybe a bit of value there for her.
She's was trading around 4-1. There wasn't much in the betting other than Women's World, who was obviously odds on, but there's again collateral form lines. If you have a look at Women's World's penultimate, she finished 5th behind Green Valkyrie. The Flamboyant Flyer was 3.3 lengths behind there as well. So Flamboyant Flyer does need to improve a couple of lengths, but in saying that, she's lightly raced and she probably has got that improvement in her. So I do think that they're going to be quite close when it comes to the finishing line. And again, on the weights between Mothership and Women's World, well, they're exactly the same as that last time they raced. And on that occasion, it was just half a length that separated them. Having a look at the draws, Women's World had the run of the race. Was second the whole way around, where Mothership was almost tailed off at one point. Was 11 of the 12, 8.4 lengths off, and ran on to go down just under that length. So I think closer up, as you say, Vicky, I think Mothership's going to be very, very competitive.
And the other one, Grant, just to mention a bit wider out, Paddy Crayer's runner number 2, F8. If you look at her last 3 runs haven't been her best. 2 of them were in the wet, which you can forgive a lot of horses. But if you look at her earlier form, it was very good and very consistent, be it over a little bit shorter. She's taken on silver links over the 1800, so maybe that's something that she's looking for, maybe one for the places. She's drawn well.
Having a look at that run, she tried the 1800. Was it that Silver Links was just that much better than her, or maybe she didn't stay? I think we'll find that out today as they try the 1800 once again. MJ, you thought number 1, Dawn of Gold, looked well enough to show significant improvement today?
Yeah, it looks like a staying type of filly. She's only had the 2 starts and going 1800. Louis thought that she can improve. Just for the placing, she can definitely be there.
All right, so she comes into the race with a bit of a chart as well. And then run come number 6, Sunlit from Heaven. Again, representing that Miss New York form line, has got quite a few lengths to find, but has run a couple of decent enough races as well, and could also just be a bit of value for the back end of that quartet.
She went down quite well, Grant. I thought, just watching her going down, I thought this filly looked quite well.
Well, so there could well be further improvement there as well. One last runner before we hand up to Alistair, and that's going to be number 4, Godex Affair. This is the 4-year-old daughter of Vercingetrix. Anthony Andrews jumps on board. Nice third penultimate behind Fallow and Cora. Again, that Miss New York form line comes into the play, and on that does have a few lengths to find, but there have been glimpses of a bit of ability for the 4-horse, and again, looked pretty well in the ring.
I think the type of filly that might be looking for a little bit extra, Grant. She runs on late all the time, and the extra 200 meters could be definitely an advantage. We've tipped the whole field now, Grant.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, I'm going with Mothership, and Mothership's going to be my firm first choice to beat number 5, Women's World, and then the 7, Flamboyant Flyer, so that's my 1, 2, 3. Yours?
I'm going to go 759.
759 from MJ, so he's going with 7 Flamboyant Flyer from Women's World, and then Mothership. Vicky?
597.
597. So the 3 horses are very similar. We just have them in different orders. As we hand up to Alistair, looks like they're starting to load. Number 4 has been a little bit reluctant to do just that. Alistair, we're going to ask you. You've heard from the 3 of us what we're liking at the moment. Are you in the camp of Mothership, Women's World, Flamboyant Flyer, or something else?
I think I've got to break the tie because all 3 of you have gone with the same horses in a different order. I'm going to give the vote to number 9, Mothership, in race number 5. But they are trying to load Godex Affair, but it's looking doubtful that the handers are getting anywhere for now. But now the blindfold, Anthony Andrews climbs on board. They've tried quite a few tricks already with Godex Affair, and that trick works, whatever that was. The next one. Dawn of Gold comes in. Women's World. Sunlit from Heaven. And Flamboyant Flyer. F8 will be next. And then Mothership will be the last one. Moving in at the 1800. Set for a start. Racing. Godex Affair just a step slow. Dawn of Gold, one of the first to show at a gate 1, but is keen, eager and over racing. Women's World will race in the second in the early stages of straight towards the final 1400 meters, and Dawn of Gold tows them along. She's in a better rhythm. Sun followed by Flamboyant Flyer. Godex Affair is in the blue body. She races 1 from last, and Mothership at the back of the field. They start. F8, yellow jacket and yellow cap, similar colours to Sunlit from Heaven at her outside. Then we go a length away, Godex Affair and Flamboyant Flyer, leaving Mothership at the back of the field, no more than 7 lengths off the leader. They're homeward bound past the 600. Women's World is still in front over Dawn of Gold. F8 on the leader's back is third. Sunlit from Heaven being asked for everything. Flamboyant Flyer in the red cap goes well enough. 2 off the outside. Godex Affair is next. Mothership is nearest us with 300 metres left to run. Women's World, the leader by a length and a half. F8 is second, dropping Dawn of Gold into third. Flamboyant Flyer trying to get into the hunt. Got 2 to make up. It's Women's World. Flamboyant Flyer on the chase. F8 far side, a length and a half down as Women's World continues to find. Women's World has just seen off Flamboyant Flyer. Third, Mothership, then came F8. Women's World, the winner of race number 5. Keenan Stain on board for Pete Buerter, the daughter of Global View, bred by Miss Giddy. Will see off the late challenge of Flamboyant Flyer. Third goes the way of number 9, Mothership, best work late. And fourth, number 2, F8. Well done to Nicole Buerter, Mr. Blomstein, Mr. Rampershad and Mr. Van der Bach, the winning owners. Women's World not winning out of turn. Took the lead midway down the back straight and kept on plugging away. Flamboyant Flyer travelled well through the gears. It just couldn't get to the eventual winner. Then there was Mothership towards the left-hand side, left to do her best work late. But Women's World, the winner of race number 5.
has run 20 times. She's a one-time winner, and she's earned quite a bit of stake money in places. So she'll be there. I don't know if she can win it, but she certainly has an each-way chance. 5 is Marshmallow. Very disappointing last time out, was well beaten, 16 lengths behind Ivy League. Did show a bit of speed in the early parts of the race and then folded tamely that last bit. She does need to bounce back. 6 is Bushveld. Her last 4 runs have been very disappointing, the daughter of Gimme the Green Light. I'm sure if you speak to Fabian Habib, he'll just tell you that he's hoping for some improvement. Well beaten last time out, and I've battled to make a case for Bushveld. 7 is Blinded by the Lights. Same sort of scenario. The daughter of Oratorio, Jeffrey Saister, gets the ride. She does need to improve to feature. Number 8 is Shiny Silver. She also needs to improve, the daughter of Silvano. She's had 6 starts today. She hasn't really done too much. Nathan Klink gets the ride for Paulie Matchett. Draw 8. That's a tricky draw. She's going to need everything to go according to plan to see her run into the quartets. And number 9 is Big City Girl. She's going to come with a late thrust. She likes to drop herself out. Cabello Mazzaniane knows her very well. This one for Alson and Zalala. Got that draw, but I don't think the draw is really going to matter to Big City Girl because she's always slow into stride, and she's going to drop herself right out to the back end of the field, and she'll be doing her best work at the finish. So Big City Girl, look out for those silks, the last 200 meters of the contest. All right, so we're 15 minutes away from race number 7. We have found number 3, I believe, Titsikama Pearl, the 5-year-old bay mare, daughter of Where's That Tiger. Rachel Venica takes off 1.5 kilograms. Erico Verdenese, well, things going nicely back at home. Ran 4th to Call Me When You Need Me. That form line, I think, is going to hold up. We saw that it was I Am Regal just come out and win a good race. So, yeah, Titsikama Pearl, huge respect. All right, so that's it from our side. I think we've touched base on every single runner in the race. Race 7, the 4Racing.tv fillies and mares 66 handicap. It is over 7 furlongs, 1,400 meters if you prefer. Remember, there's also UK racing on the go. It's at Shergar Cup out at Royal Ascot. So that's something to watch on channel 240 or on our streaming platform being 4Racing.tv.
Attention please, runners for race 7 are now leaving the parade ring. It's the 4Racing.tv fillies and mares 66 handicap, run over 1,400 meters. Jockey change for number 6, Bushveld, is now ridden by Dennis Schwarz, who's plus half a kilo. Now, it's the only change in race number 7. out for race number 7 now. Stake value 65,000 rand for fillies and mares 66 handicap. First horse out, number 4, Countess Danza. Raymond Danielson rides. Number 1, Try Me, Gavin Larena. Number 2 is Gilda Gray, Calvin Habib. Number 3, Titikama Pearl, Rachel Venica claims 1.5. Number 5, Marshmallow, apprentice to Yandis Osibo claims 2.5. Comes in with just 54 kilos. Number 5, Marshmallow. 7 is Blinded by the Lights, Jeff Saister. 8, Shiny Silver, Nathan Klink. Number 9, Big City Girl, Cabello Matsunyani. And 6, Bushveld, a chance ride for Dennis Shaw's, who is plus half a kilo. Bushveld carries 56. That's the field of 9 runners for race 7. The stake is 65,000 rand. The fillies and mares 66. Due up next.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico. The 4racing.tv fillies and mares 66 handicap. It is over 1,400 meters. It's race number 7. The 1 horse Try Me is your 19 to 10 favorite. Number 2 Gilda Gray is at 15 to 4. 3 Titikama Pearl is at 11 to 2. Number 9 Big City Girl is just shortened up into 9 to 2, and you can write your price about the rest of them. Let's have a good look at them. My top selection is going to be number 1 Try Me, the daughter of Erupt. Gavin Larena gets the ride for Johanjanse van Vieren. She won a very good race first time out. I watched it closely because I was out back with Johanjanse van Vieren on that occasion, and he couldn't believe that the horse was actually trading 14 to 1, 10 to 1 in that sort of region. He did come on air. I spoke to him. He told the punters, look, you can't get hurt at that price. We're expecting her to run a good race, and she came through to win a good one, beating Babylon. If you watch the race closely, going through about the 400 at one stage, it looked like she wasn't going to really make an impression, but once she started to learn the trade and that penny slowly started to drop, she picked them off one by one, and I thought she won with quite a bit up her sleeve. Now she gets 1,400 meters. She's on the Standside track, which is going to be even better for her. She went down to the start magnificently. I think she's going to take a lot of beating. She's now 19 to 10. I think there's a bit of ability over there with number 1 Try Me, and I'm going to take my chances at R2.50 a win, R1.10 a place on the tote. So that's my top selection. You have to respect number 2 Gilda Gray, the 5-year-old bay mare, the daughter of Bezrin. She's run 44 times. She's a 3-time winner. She was taken down to the start nice and quietly by Calvin Habib. She ran second to Quiet Rebellion last time out. She was low flying. She took off. She was the quickest finisher, 400 to finish in the race. I actually think she was a little bit unlucky on that occasion. But yeah, Gilda Gray, as tough as old boots, an honest soldier. What you see is what you get on paper, and she'll be there to run a cracker again. I tell you, this combination have actually done very well together, Calvin Habib and Fani Broncos. And when I see them team up nowadays, my ears prick automatically. So Gilda Gray is going to be an immediate selection if Try Me fluffs its lines today at R4.30 a win and R1.40 a place. Let's talk about Titikama Pearl. We've seen that Call Me When You Need Me form line to good effect with I Am Regal in the previous race. I thought Call Me When You Need Me was mighty unlucky. Like I say, for the viewers, I did speak to Calvin Habib. He did say it was one of those races where nothing worked out. She was pulling a little bit in the early parts of the race, and when he tried to weave a passage on that inside rail, there were just 2 other horses that wanted to take the same gap. So mighty unlucky was Call Me When You Need Me, and a filly that we can follow going forward. This 5-year-old bay mare, Titikama Pearl, now she wasn't too far off them. She was only 5.5 lengths behind. Now, I've asked myself the question, if Call Me When You Need Me was in the race, would you be backing that? My answer is yes, and I'd be happy to take 5 to 10. So yeah, Titikama Pearl for me, you got to respect. Rachel Venica, also oozing confidence at the moment. You can see she's looking for a big season. She's got the draw to help her. She'll be parked up just in behind them, and she'll run a good race. Number 3, Titikama Pearl at 5 to 1. And then Big Big City Girl. Now, she's interesting. She's a 6-year-old bay mare. She's a daughter of Eightfold Path. She doesn't really help herself in the race, unfortunately. I don't think that inside draw is much of a help for her. She's going to be a bit slow into stride. I have no doubt she'll be languishing towards the latter part of the race, towards the back end of the field. Turning for home, she'll start to build up into that action, and she has got a very good turn of foot, Big City Girl. The only concern, and my biggest worry today, is that if you far behind turning for home, I think you're going to battle with these conditions on top. So Big City Girl, if she can overcome these obstacles and things work out today, she's got a big chance. I'm going to say it straight off the bat. I think she can give Elson and Zalana his very first winner. I know he is at the course today, so we do wish Elson all the best. She's looking to become a 5-time winner, and she's trading at 9-2. And then Countess Danza's the last horse I'm going to touch on. I'm quite surprised to see this horse is at 15-1 in the market. Raymond Danielson for Chris Yonker. That was a nice run behind Ivy League. A very good filly from the Bar and Buerta stable. She was only beaten 3 and a bit lengths. Now, if Ivy League was in this race, I think... So yeah, Countess Danza, she's done nothing wrong in her career. She's earned pretty much every time she's come to the course. She won a good race behind, or when beating Go Check with Love from the Mike de Kock team, and then she backed it up to run third behind Ivy League. So 14-1, 15-1. Chuck number 4, Countess Danza, into your trifectas, swingers and quartets. But I'm going to go in with Try Me, number 1. I'm going to take my chances. We need to try and claw back. We obviously had a dip on Call Me When You Need Me. It didn't work out. So we're going to go and take our chances and back number 1, Try Me, now at 2-1. 2 Gilda Greys at 4-1. Maybe a few boxed exactas with Gilda Grey. 3 Titsy Karma Pills at 5-1. And Big City Girl is also trading at 5-1. We're 2 minutes away from post time. Let's go up to Nico Kritsiotis. He'll bring them back for race 7.
Race time. Field the 40 Titsy Karma Pearl, blinded by the lights, is heading up into the stalls. Gilda Grey, Big City Girl, Countess Danza. Countess Danza to an outside gate. Big City Girl, Try Me, still to load with Marshmallow, Shiny Silver and Bushveld. A turn of Big City Girl. 4 more runners left to load. Try Me. Try Me's going in. Marshmallow. Shiny Silver and Bushveld, the last 2. Bushveld and Shiny Silver at the 1400 meter marker. Just about ready to be dispatched. All in. Flag up. Racing. Shiny Silver slow to begin. Slow away a length or so. Blinded by the lights was the quickest into stride. Takes up the early advantage here. Titsy Karma Pearl is in a handy spot in the early stages. Bushveld is racing just off them, lying in third, about 2.5 lengths off the gallop. Behind that, towards the outside, is Big City Girl and Countess Danza's wider out in the track, then Marshmallow. Here's Try Me, 6-7 lengths to go. Shiny Silver second to last, and the back marker is Gilda Grey, who's got about 7 or 8 lengths to make up. Approaching the 800-metre mark, and it's blinded by the lights. A narrow call from Titsikama Pearl, Countess Danza, and Fresh Air on the outside. Behind that is Big City Girl. Then came Bushveld, who had to get taken up for a stride or so there. Marshmallow. Try Me down the centre, the red and black colours, 4 lengths to go. Shiny Silvers along the inside, and Gilda Grey is at the end of the field, but still got 4 lengths to go and travelling okay. They race down to the last 400 metres. Bushveld picks up the advantage here from Big City Girl. Titsikama Pearl, Countess Danza. Gilda Grey's towards there outside. Try Me still got 5 lengths to make up Shiny Silver and Marshmallow. Entering the last 200 metres. In front is Bushveld, being tracked now by Big City Girl, who emerges as the principal danger, but Bushveld still goes from Big City Girl back in second, who's pouring on the pressure. Here comes Big City Girl at Bushveld. Big City Girl for Elson and Zalana got up on the line to beat Bushveld. Third to Shiny Silver, Countess Danza, Marshmallow and Gilda Grey. While he's in Zalana, and what a privilege to call it home for him. Well done to the team behind Elson Racing, to Betway, as well as to James. And Big City Girl gets there ahead in the end from Bushveld in second. Shiny Silver's run third, and fourth is going to be another close affair. Oh, that's very close indeed, between Countess Danza, Gilda Grey, Marshmallow behind those, then blinded by the lights. Nothing from Try Me today. Look at the head-on replay. Well, Bushveld kept on rolling, goes strongly in the closing stages here, but here comes Big City Girl in the colours of Les Parlett, Gary Pierre, Joel Walensky and Daryl Utah. Big City Girl, a 6-year-old mare by Eightfold Path, wins her 5th race in her career and picks up win number 1 for Elson and Zalana. Back to the studio.
Riding to the moon and back, he's quite fresh in the parade ring, yeah?
Yeah, he's obviously feeling good, and like I alluded to earlier, he was very unlucky in his last start, so I'm looking forward to riding him.
Back to the mile, definitely a bit better.
Yeah, look, he's got he's a bit of a tricky horse to ride. Obviously, he enjoys giving a chance, and he likes running at them. When you put him in the perfect position, then he doesn't seem to quite go on with it, so I'll probably give him a chance again, and hopefully he goes through with it.
Riding to the moon and back. Horse is looking well, he's quite fresh here in the parade ring, and I think we'll go quite close here.
race number 6 out on course. This the play.tabonline.co.za Class 4 over 1600 metres. Number 3, Guy Alexander, ridden by Devon Ashby. Number 2, Ntaba Zondi, ridden by Mornay Vinar. Number 1, Gentleman Joe, ridden by Corne Orfa. As number 1, Gentleman Joe, turns to canter by. There's a look at number 4, Global Ally, Louis Otwa, 5, Sylvan Theatre and Anthony Andrews. There's Gentleman Joe in shot. The background is number 6, To the Moon and Back, ridden by Grant van Niekerk. Number 2, Ntaba Zondi, on his way down to the start. Number 3, Guy Alexander. Straight down to the start goes number 9, Katsu, ridden by Gareth Wright. Number 4, Global Ally. The 6 is To the Moon and Back. The 8, Key Shiraz, another out of Sean Veal. Sylvan Theatre, followed down by number 7, Rule of Thumb, ridden by Craig Bantam. And that'll be the field for race number 6, start of the second jackpot. Favourite is number 6, To the Moon and Back, 320, R1.40 a place. 9, Katsu, 350 and R1. 8, Key Shiraz, 580 and R3. 1, Gentleman Joe, R8 a win, 250 a place. And number 4, Global Ally, R8.90 and R2.20 a place. Last chance to play an exotic in South Africa, or for South African racing today. This is jackpot number 2, kicking off at 25 to 4, which is around 6 minutes from now.
Race number 6 is the play tabonline.co.za. It's a Class 4 contest over 1600 metres, and our runners are making their way down to the start. In fact, it looks like they're almost at the start, and there's about 5 minutes to go until they start loading for our 6th race here. Great little races as well. You can certainly make a case for a few of them. Number 10, Max the Otter, is a scratching. Gareth Wright picks up number 9, Katsu, so he's going to be bidding for yet another one. It's a little bit about what our 2 esteemed co-presenters here are thinking of this race. I know MJ has a fancy here. First thing you said to me today when I arrived on course was To the Moon and Back.
Correct, Grant. I thought he was a bit unlucky last time before he got pipped on the line. Back to the mile, drawn 6. He looked well. I thought he could have looked a little bit better in the ring, but he was on his toes and he went down quite nicely, and yeah, I might make him a big runner. He was really unlucky. Grant dropped him out, and as he said, he's a tricky horse to ride. He needs to give him a chance. You can't put him in a position because he doesn't seem to run on. So from that draw, hopefully there's a bit of speed on. If he reproduced, and he just couldn't get there. And I think back in the mile, the run to Inside Story was a cracker. He's a big runner.
I thought he went down nicely, Vicky.
Yes, as MJ said, we looked at him in the parade ring, and he's almost got a bit of an unassuming frame in the parade ring, and then he started working himself up a little bit. But once Grant got on, he holds himself differently and moves differently. So I think with regards to that, his well-being was outstanding. He's been clipped, so you know.
More fresh than getting naughty. He was just bucking and feeling good.
Yeah, of course, nice and yeah, just nice bit of life in him. But it's wonderful to see. It's just a sign of well-being. I think that he's never too far off, and seems to be very consistent. My concern would be the fact that he needs to be ridden a little bit cold. It's not easy today. They do seem to be making up the ground, but not
getting there.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, just not getting there. But bar that, I think that he's in good nick, and also dropping down in the ratings, which helps them bring, especially if they do have a bit of ability, it brings them into form.
He's also had some support in the marketplace. He was around the 3-1 mark. He's closer to 2-1 now, so there has... I don't think that's too much of a problem once again. They're not the biggest of fields, so I think he may well be able to get himself a position. Maybe just one off the fence, and we'll be able to run on strong if he's not too far back. We saw that with Mothership, a little bit too far to the ground and just couldn't make up that ground because the front runners are staying there, Vicky.
They are indeed. Look, the course is running quick. There's a tailwind. Typically in Cape Town, when there's a tailwind, they skip along and can barely get catched. So I think there's a lot of conditions in favour of horses that are handy.
All right, a runner that certainly looks like it could actually have further improvements as well would be number 4, Global Ally. This is a horse that we know has won 3 races, seemed to lose its way a little bit, and slowly come down the ratings. Was as 88 some point, now down to an 81. Any sort of a chance for you? I thought it looked very well in the ring.
He looked well, Grant. I just thought in collateral form line, a horse like Gentleman Joe might be a bit better off at the weights with him. So he's got a chance.
Better off with him, yeah, definitely.
He's got a chance, but 61.5, not for me.
Vicky?
I think that he's always a horse that I've enjoyed. I think it's just his stature, very strong horse, he carries himself well. But if you go a little bit further up in his form, those type of runs seem to be putting him in good stead. He is dropping in trip. I know he was 1,400 metres last time in the heavy going, but before then he was going 18, 2,000, now back to the 1,600, where he's had a win in 2 places for the 6 runs, so not the worst of form, and he's drawn quite well. So look, he could pop up maybe a bit of an outside place chance.
8 Keisha Reyes won last time out, but that was in the absolute mind-boggling mud. Is he going to be able to do that again in this type of ground, MJ? What's your take on him?
Yeah, it's tricky to answer that question. I must say that him and Rule of Thumb, the both horses, they look similar and they look very well in the parading. They coach were good and they really represented very well. So on that, if he reproduces his last, his win, he could have a place chance. But he looked well in the parading. Whether he likes a bit of firmer ground is a bit of a question mark, isn't it?
Yeah, he's run some of his better races in the soft, but he certainly won nicely and he won start to finish, and that's the type of tactic that he probably needs to show again today, going to the front.
You do, and look, Sean's, I think, obviously got quite as you mentioned, when he received the phone call to come down for the day, knew that he'd be sitting on nice type of horses. I agree with you, Grant. I think start to finish tactics pay off quite well. Whether he can pull it off on the firmer track now, where the other horses are have more of an advantage. He seems to enjoy the wet, but also performs in the firmer going. So, not without it, but will need to run that same type of race, which he hadn't done, leading up to the win.
Katsu from the Lucinda Woodruff yard. Gareth Wright jumps on board. Nice run behind World's Best, and wasn't a bad effort behind Inside Story as well. Did have the wide draw on that occasion, so it was off the back of the field and ran on a little bit. So I think there could well be a lot more improvement to come with that run. Again, though, a bit of a wide draw.
To win, Grant.
Is he your pick to win? So there we go. Vicky's in the camp of 9 Katsu. Alice just standing by. They are starting to load up for race number 6. It's at the 1,600 metre mark. Over to you, Ali.
Thanks very much, guys. Here we go. Guy Alexander about to join the lineup. Katsu will be next. To the moon and back. With Keisha Raz, the last one. Just about ready. Waiting for the all clear, which is now given, and they sent on their way into the moon and back, walked up the stalls and gave away 2 lengths. Sylvan Theatre broke out well, goes straight off to the lead, and Tabazondi a second. Gentleman Joe well enough placed. Keisha Raz committing at the outside. Guy Alexander is midfield with Katsu. Then comes Rule of Thumb against the inside, the red and white colours. Global Ally next best, leaving to the moon and back at the rear of the field. There's 8 lengths in it, so they work their way towards the corner of the track with around 1,100 metres left to run. Sylvan Theatre the leader by a length and a half. Gentleman Joe sits in second, now 2 lengths adrift. Keisha Raz back in in third at the outside of Gentleman Joe. Katsu at the outside works hard with Ntabazondi and Rule of Thumb for company. They followed by Guy Alexander, also off the course. Global Ally is one from last, leaving to the moon and back at the rear as they went past the 800 metres mark, and it's still Sylvan Theatre in charge by the better part of 2 lengths. Racing back in second is Gentleman Joe, then comes Keisha Raz. Rule of Thumb got a nice run against the inside. Katsu's deep into the home straights, and Tabazondi bang in the middle. That's in the black sleeves and white cap. Further back, Global Ally to the moon and back in the bright blue, and then comes Guy Alexander towards the final 400 metres. Sylvan Theatre still the leader, has it by about 2. Gentleman Joe second. Rule of Thumb making a run towards the far side. Then comes Katsu. They follow by to the moon and back as they go towards the final 200 metres. Sylvan Theatre, Rule of Thumb far side making a race of it. Gentleman Joe in the hunt as well. Katsu and to the moon and back next with 100 metres left to run. Rule of Thumb in front of a Gentleman Joe. Rule of Thumb just got there. Rule of Thumb the winner from Gentleman Joe. Katsu ran third, and then came Sylvan Theatre. Rule of Thumb and Justin Snaith team up. Have to be a wise man to find this one. But Arise, the son of Royal Mo, well done to Andrew Brand and Jonathan Snaith, the winning owners, bred of the Claverflay stud. 2-time winner from 9 starts, snuck up the inside and gets the better of Gentleman Joe, who'll have to settle for second. And then came number 5, Sylvan Theatre in fourth. To the moon and back was next. They were ahead of Global Ally. Keisha Raz, nothing from Ntabazondi today, and then came Guy Alexander. So the winners towards the extreme right-hand side took the shortest route home, had to show a bit of desire to go through a narrow gap, wide enough, but still had to poke his nose in there, and he's done exactly that, and he wins at a big price after coming back to form gradually after a layoff, and will beat off number 1 Gentleman Joe and the intentions of number 9 Katsu, who didn't enjoy the best of trips and is probably the one to take out of this race.
To make up and went past him like a hot knife through butter. Be able to do the same. Like I've said, the game, and I'm going to remind viewers that they're not really making up too much ground into the closing stages. So we'll have to see what the game plan is going to be with number 3, Count Your Chances, and naturally it's always harder out to the maidens. 4, Place in the Sun. Yeah, I've been disappointed with her Place in the Sun. She won a very weak work riders race with Chamu Mabaya beating Miss Christmas. I know last time out she was only beaten 7 lengths by Ballroom Bliss, but she will need to improve. Number 5 is Mama Quera. This is my idea of the winner. Erico Verdun. Gavin Larena, nice on-speed horse, got the draw, so nothing should go against her. She's met some very good horses in her time. Ivy League, Say Yes, October Fair, Escape Artist. They're all horses that will hold their own in this sort of company. So Mama Quera, let's hope today she can become a 5-time winner. Number 6 is Written in the Sand. Now we need to watch out for this individual. She also enjoys these sort of conditions. She'll be on speed from a good draw. Calvin Habib gets the ride. I would watch her. She was only beaten 2.5 lengths by Ivy League in her last start, and she does look very well. 7 is Gal Gadot. Will need to improve in my honest opinion. She's a 7-year-old. She will need to improve to feature, especially over this sort of a trip. Number 8 is Meet the Captain. Now, when we have a look at Meet the Captain, I think last time out was just one of those things that never worked out. She was pulling, she was sent about her business early, nothing went according to plan for Meet the Captain. I think with a more patient ride, I see Jason Gates has got the ride today, so I'm hoping that he gets some sort of a chance to drop this horse out, Meet the Captain, because that's when she's at her absolute best. I wouldn't ignore her. She's got a chance, 15 Rand 40 a win and 3 Rand 40 a place. 9 is Treaty, will need to improve. She's been well beaten in her last few starts. She's a daughter of Atto, and she's a one-time winner from 30 outings. And the last horse is Petunia, same comments, will need to improve. I can't give you any confidence, unfortunately. All right, so we're 14 minutes away. Race number 8, they'll leave the back parade ring shortly. As it stands, I wonder if I can call up the betting. Remember, Ascot's still going on. We're 3 minutes away from race 3 out at Ascot, if you're looking to have a bet. The next race at Turffontein, Mama Queer is your 5-2 favourite. That's number 5. Mabaneng, number 2, is at 3-1. 6, Written in the Sand at 13-2. 7-1, the 1 Rattle Bag. And it's 15-1 and better those.
Leaving the parade ring for race number 8, the Racehorse Owners Association Fillies and Mares 68 handicap over 1,400 metres. Jockey change in race 8. For number 8, Meet the Captain, is now ridden by Jason Gates. For race 8, on the way down to the 1,400 metre marker, headed out by number 1, Rattle Bag. Pilasand and Goli rides. Number 2 is Mabaneng, Richard Ferree, coming out with the lead horse. Number 2, Mabaneng, with the lead pony. Going to be ponied down to the 1,400 metre start. Ruling favourite at the moment, Mabaneng, at 3 Rand 60 a win, 1 Rand 70 a place. Number 3 is Count Your Chances, and Craig Zaki for a place in the sun, Cabello Matsunyani.
I'm just going to come back to the
Back to 3, Count Your Chances, now going by under Craig Zaki. Here's number 5, Mama Quera, Gavin Larena. It's back aboard the 7-year-old. Hasn't ridden it in a while. Last time was in January.
number 6.
Number 6, Written in the Sand, Kelvin Habib.
Choose live at number 7.
7, Gal Gadot. Apprentice Rachel Veneker only claims half a kilo. Comes in at 53,5. Number 7, Gal Gadot. 9, Treaty. Caden Brewer, the apprentice rides. Number 8, Meet the Captain, now ridden by Jason Gates, picks up from Ant Magudwa Junior and Chase Morjan. And that's the field for race number 8. It's due off in 8 minutes, 8 to 9 minutes time for race number 8. And the distance is 1,400 meters. Down to Brandon we go for his selections for the 8th race.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico. We're still 9 minutes away from post time, and it's a small field, so I'm going to try my best to keep you on the airwaves as long as we possibly can. The 5 Mama Queras at 22 to 10, 2 Mabanengs at 33 to 10, the 6 Written in the Sand at 6 to 1, 1 Rattlebag at 15 to 2, and it's 15 to 1 and better those. I have got a comment from the owner, Dougie Lawrence, with regards to Meet the Captain, just for the viewers out there. Basically, if Jason can get this horse out of these conditions, she'll be competitive for low weights. Safe bet would probably be the exacta boxed with number 3. So count your chances is what Dougie Lawrence likes over here, perhaps with his horse. We wish him all the best. Meet the Captain at 15 to 1. That's number 8. I'll come to in just a moment. My first selection. I'm going to take the stance and go with a 7-year-old. I know there's not much more improvement to come through with Mama Quera. She's raced 41 times. She's done very well in her career. I'm sure Erico Verdenese will be very proud with her. Every time that she's come to the course, she's pretty much earned. I thought she looked very well today. She was just taken down nice and quietly with Gavin Arena. You don't want to be too far off them, turning in line for home. So if Gavin can get this one out, maybe sitting 2nd or 3rd, scraping paint, I think Mama Quera naturally is going to be the horse that they all need to beat. She's knocking on the door. She found Ivy League too good back on the 13th of July. That was in a 7-horse race. And then last time out, she ran 5 lengths behind Ivy League. And just have a look at where she came from. She was a lot closer to the speed. She made up the ground quite quickly. And just that last 150 meters, she was on tired legs, was Mama Quera. I think coming back to 1,400 meters is key with number 5, Mama Quera. And with the neat draw, if Gavin can get that early cover, sitting, like I say, 2nd, 3rd, 4th against the panels, I really think that she'll be hard to run down, the 5-horse Mama Quera. We know the yard's going along nicely. They're obviously looking for the support into the new season. They had a good winner out at the Vol with Diesel Shadow on Thursday. And let's hope that Erico Verdenese can back that up and have a winner over here with number 5, Mama Quera. My second selection is going to be Mabaneng. She's drifted quite a bit. I thought her opening price was a bit short. I think she opened in the region of about 18 to 10. She's now blown out. She's gone 33 to 10. She's always going to give you a run for your money. She was taken down to the start nice and quietly by Richard Ferree. I wonder what the game plan is. From that sort of a draw, I could easily see Richard trying to ping the gates and maybe even go off and lead them. If she can steal a march through the 400-meter marker, she can be hard to run down over this sort of a trip. Number 2, Mabaneng. Like I said, World Sports Betting did have a winner out at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. They'll be hoping to have a winner here at Turffontein on the Standside track with Mabaneng. She's done well. She's a 4-time winner. She's run 24 times, and every time she comes to the course, she pretty much gives you a shout. Yeah, I mean, she's done nothing wrong. My only concern is she has had quite a bit of racing. Your target with number 2, Mabaneng, to get her back into the winner's box. And maybe from there, I'm obviously talking out of turn, but I'd imagine that maybe Mr. Terry thought, let's try and get as much as we possibly can on the hard going, the weaker fields. And I mean, she's done so well. There's nothing wrong with her form at the moment. The run before that, 4 lengths behind Royal Guide. She was there for quite a while. Number 2, Mabaneng. So yeah, I mean, last time out, she was in it for a long way. I thought she had cheap sectionals and she didn't quicken the way I expected her to quicken. So I'm hoping that she just hasn't, or this racing hasn't caught up with her. Let's see. Richard Ferree is a genius, and he'll have something and finishes the race off today. A R3.80 a win and R1.70 a place as he jumps off at the start to check the saddle. Let's talk about Written in the Sand if we can. 6 to 1 about number 6, Written in the Sand, the daughter of Master of My Fate. Let's have a good look at how she went to the start. That's beautiful. Nothing wrong with the way she's moved down to the post. I was watching her closely in the back parade ring and she was on her toes. She's a horse that's going to enjoy the conditions on top here today. She might just go off and lead them. I've got a feeling Calvin Abib's going to play the catch me if you can game from a neat draw. She's fit. She was beaten 2.5 lengths by Ivy League back on the 13th of July. Maybe this is the horse they're going to have to catch through the last 300 meters. She looks very well and you can see she's done some good work back at home. She's trading at 13 to 2. The other horse that I did want to speak about is Meet the Captain. That's at 15 to 1, now gone 16 to 1. I've given you the comments from Dougie Lawrence, who is very closely connected to Stevie Moffat and Anthony Moffat. She's done so well in her career as well. They're hoping that she can turn in line in the first 3 when they swing heads for home. I thought last time out maybe she just ranged up and saw daylight a little bit too soon. She was in open air for a long way and ultimately had to stop at the end of the day. So maybe today, with the right sort of ride, Jason Gates gets the ride from a neat draw. Meet the Captain could make those quartets pay. Okay, so we've just got 3 minutes now to get involved. I'm going to go with Mama Quera. I think she gets a perfect opportunity to get it right for Gavin Larena and Erico Verdenese. I think Mabaneng's the immediate danger with number 6 written in the sand. And after that, quartet horses being Meet the Captain and maybe even Count Your Chances at 30 to 1. 3 minutes to get involved. We'll go up to Nico Kritsiotis.
Time and the field are starting to load up for the penultimate race here. 1400 meters there at the start and they're going up. Petunia is the first one to load. Written in the Sand will be up next with A Place in the Sun. A Place in the Sun takes up position. Written in the Sand just circling behind the stalls. Written in the Sand goes in. Now the turn of Rattle Bag. Gal Gadot. Gal Gadot moving in. Count Your Chances and Mama Quera with Mabaneng. Mama Quera going in together. Mabaneng, Meet the Captain and Treaty the last 3. And Treaty to complete the lineup. 1400 meters, they're all in. And away they go. Got them way to a nice start over here. Treaty began well, so too did Mama Quera. Place in the Sun. Race wide in the early stages with Gal Gadot on the inside, racing about 6 lengths off the leader. Then came Rattle Bag, Count Your Chances, races further back with Meet the Captain, and the back marker is Petunia, 9 lengths off the leader now as Mabaneng and Richard Ferree head off to the lead now. So Mabaneng has a plane to catch, gone clear by 3 lengths or so from Written in the Sand in second. Mama Quera is racing away. Further back to the outside, A Place in the Sun. Gal Gadot is 6-7 lengths off the leader. Count Your Chances, Meet the Captain. And Petunia is last, turning into the home straight. 600 metres left to go. It's Mabaneng out in front from Treaty with the blue cap in second. On the outside is Rattle Bag, Written in the Sand. Then came Mama Quera and Count Your Chances. 400 to go, and here's Rattle Bag putting in a huge performance on the outside. It's gone 3 lengths clear. Rattle Bag picks it up from Mabaneng. Then Written in the Sand. Further back to the outside, Count Your Chances. Mama Quera's under a hard ride. 200 to go. In front is Rattle Bag. Mabaneng down the inside. Then Count Your Chances, Gal Gadot. But Rattle Bag is well clear for Jace Chetty. And it's going to be Rattle Bag the winner. Rattle Bag wins it. Count Your Chances second. Meet the Captain's flown up for third. Then A Place in the Sun and Mabaneng. Well, there's quite a bit of talk for Rattle Bag, and I know that Mark Khan is here, who's the racing manager for John Maroon, as well as assisting the Grant Maroon stable, and they've won it. Rattle Bag has pulled away. What a good ride by Pilasanda Mkoli. Read the pace absolutely perfectly, went for home, and that was it. Race done and dusted. It's going to be Rattle Bag first by 4. Second, Count Your Chances. Meet the Captain third, A Place in the Sun. Then Mabaneng went too quick. Behind that, Gal Gadot and Mama Quera was under a ride a long way from home. Treaty followed those horses to the post, and then came Written in the Sand. It was a good win for the daughter of Bezrin. Grant Maroon trains and co-owns with Jace Chetty, who's at a double today as far as the owners are concerned, and Rattle Bag beats home Count Your Chances. Third, close, goes to Meet the Captain third, A Place in the Sun, then Mabaneng behind that.
Yeah, a lot closer to the speed today, Rattle Bag. There was quite a bit of late support, as you heard from Nico. Top right, Pilasanda Mkoli knows they're not making up the ground. He pulled the trigger going through the 500 already, and she's a nice big individual. She's done well for the connection. She's been staying on behind Call Me When You Need Me and Funky Music, but today the right move was made to let her go a bit earlier. So well done to Pilasanda, well done to Grant Maroon, of course to Messrs. Jace Chetty and Grant Maroon involved in partnership. I'm sure Mark Khan will be here. Yeah, there's Mark. Great to see Mark at the races today. All right, so Rattle Bag on the totes. You're getting R7.70 a win and R2.40 a place. That's a nice payout. There's just one more to come through from Turffontein today. There's the man of the moment. That's Mark Khan on the screen, and he'll go and lead in Rattle Bag. Congratulations to all concerned. A well-deserved performance to become a 3-time winner for the Connections. All right, so what I'm going to do is get you up to Nico Kritsiotis. He'll tell you a bit more about race number 8, and we've just got one more to come through from the Big T, and that's race number 9.
Going to run a cracker. He was also a horse that really does like Durbanville. You can see his runs behind the Futurist and also Professor Snape. Those two performances over the Durbanville track certainly shows that he is very much at home here. So there's number 1 in picture. We'll move on to number 2, Machete Man. Well, he's won his last 3 starts, and he's won them start to finish. So we've been mentioning horses that like to go to the front and are holding on. Well, certainly Machete Man is doing just that. The 4-year-old son of Active War, Corne Orfer, jumps on board for the Snakes. And again, I think with the right type of tempo up front, if he does keep going, he's going to be pretty difficult to peg back. 3 Sudden Song we spoke about. Let's have a look at him in the ring. The jocks look like they're about to mount up as well, but there he is. He looks calm, he looks well, and he's a very consistent performer. He never, ever puts in a bad performance, and I can expect him to put up a really good showing once again today. 4 Love Is a Rose, the filly taking on the boys here. Anthony Andrews jumps on board. She gets the trip. She didn't get too much of a penalty. In fact, she got no penalty last time out for that win. So she comes into the race in very good order. 5 Barathon, we've heard from the Connections, definitely a runner and does like to run handy and does like Durbanville. 7 Royal Watch, also his last couple of starts, he knows where the number 3 box is. He's run there his last 3 occasions. He does have a length or so to find Drula, but they were right on top of each other when they ran. behind Coronation Time. Once again, they should be right there involved in the finish. But the runners are leaving the parade ring. They're going to make their way to the 2,000 metre mark, which isn't far away, as we hand up to Alistair Cohen.
Thank you, Grant Knowles. Race number 7 off at 4:10. Follow Cape Racing Social Media Stayers Stakes over 2,000 metres. Take note, race 7, number 4, Lovers a Rose, now ridden by Anthony Andrews, and race 8, number 9, Champion Warrior, now the ride of Atandiwe Mgudwa. So those are 2 updated jockey changes, just to update the others. Number 2, now ridden Mgudwa. Scratch 6, 7, ridden by Sean Veal. Jockey on 8 wears a blue cap. One, The Future is Bright, ridden by Bernard Fade Herb. Number 2, Machete Man, ridden by Corne Orfo. Number 3, Sudden Song, Atandiwe Mgudwa. 4, Lovers a Rose, ridden by Anthony Andrews. 5, Baratheon, Keenan Stain. 7 is Royal Watch, ridden by Sean Veal. And number 8, Night Ruler, ridden by Grant van Niekerk. That's the field of 7. Scratch number 6, Coronation Time. Passing by, number 2, Machete Man. Number 1, The Future is Bright. Number 4, Lovers a Rose. Followed down by number 5, Baratheon. Number 7 is Royal Watch. Number 8, Night Ruler. And finally, number 3, Sudden Song. So that's the field for race number 7 on their way down to the start. Last chance to play a pick 3 at Hollywood Bets Durbanville today. Field of 7 make their way to the 2,000 metres mark, which is right next to the viewing area here at Hollywood Bets Durbanville. So nice place for them to jump in front of the crowd and finish in front of us as well.
We're moving on to race 7. With me is Barry Donnelly from the Brett Crawford Yard. He saddled Sudden Song, who we've just watched go down to the start with the lead pony. Barry, nice light weight on his back. What type of run are you expecting?
Vicky, I'm actually expecting him to run well today. His work has been of a very high standard at home, and Kabela was down to ride him, but as he had to ride in Joburg today, we've got a very good replacement in Tandiwe, and I feel that he'll run a big race today.
A horse that I think we're always following in race 8 is Champion Warrior. We're waiting for that return to form because we just remember him, you know, having a bit of quality about him. Could he do that today?
I don't know. He's a horse that shows us tremendous work at home. In fact, we thought he was going to go through the divisions, and he just has sort of fluffed his lines. I mean, he won 2 in a row, and then after that but you know, he still shows us tremendous work at home, and obviously we still got a high hope for him. Let's see, maybe Durbanville does the trick once again, with Louis being stood down, and Atandiwe is going to be riding him as well.
Barry, thank you for that. All the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Barry Donnelly from the Brett Crawford yard. And Grant, as I stand close to the chute, it's wonderful to see the crowd gathering. The 2,000 meter mark is right almost back to the saddling enclosure and close to the parade ring. So they all the children, all the spectators are having a good view. So it's wonderful to watch the start almost at arm's reach. It's the great benefit of the country course being Hollywood Bets Durbanville.
Well, lovely that you can get so close, Vix, and maybe you can actually wander down there and see how the horses are looking as they circle behind the pens. Let's see if your mic actually goes that far. But it'll be nice to maybe get some feedback from that starting point. As you point out, it is right here by the grandstand, and everybody can get a good look. And if you've never seen the start of a race, well, it's an ideal opportunity. So maybe make your way down there, and you can feel exactly what that vibe's all about. MJ, in terms of this race, Machete Man likes to go to the front. He likes to dictate matters, and the way the course is running, we've seen that happen and be successful a few times today so far.
Yeah, and he loves to run like that, Grant. He obviously got a penalty for winning in PE. He's got a fair weight, 58.5. He's galloped with the heavier weight than that. He's taken a bit stronger now, but drawn 2, the way the track is running, he's got to be a horse that'll be in the finish. I thought he looked well in the parading and he went down really nicely.
He certainly did, and I think Vicky liked a little bit of him, and she might be able to see him there. He's a flashy individual. You're not going to miss him in the race, are you, Vicky?
No, with regards to, are you referring to Machete Man?
Yes, yeah.
No, he looks fantastic. He is very flashy, and I think the nice thing about him is always he's so honest. He can go to the front, he can rattle home. He's very much in benefit, or he enjoys the benefit of Hollywood Bets Durbanville, especially on a day where horses are running well handy. Just looking at him ringing behind the start, he's on his toes, but in the best type of way. I think he's just chomping at the bit for starting time.
It's going to be interesting in terms of pace on this race, MJ, because you have a look at Machete Man, who likes to dictate matters. The future is bright. Has run some of his best races from being up there and handy. Sudden Song likes to be handy. He's run his best races sitting in 2nd or 3rd position. And then you've got the likes of Barathian, who can also lead. So I don't think there's going to be any issue with regards to the pace here.
Yeah, I don't think so, but just looking at, I mean, going future is bright. Bernard's riding 61.5. He'll probably let Kone go and go ahead of him. Just going on how the jocks ride, and that Atandui has drawn 3. He'll probably go across with 52.5 and might make Kone stretch them a little bit. Barathian has come from draw 5. He's got a bit of a weight. It sounded like talking to Keenan that they're going to be positive. So, yeah, the pace will be on, but I'm sure Kone will be on. Machete Man will be positive, and he's also likes to gallop. So to try and change things now, I don't think that will be the plan. However, yeah, you don't know what happened, but he's drawn 2. He could get there very easily, but he should be up there.
All right, Vicky's right down there in the heart of the action down at that start. Vicky, how are the horses performing, and anything sweating up, or anything that you can bring to us?
No, I think with regards to overall well-being, we see Bernard Federherb on the Futurist Bright ringing on one side, where he's very calm and relaxed, which is wonderful to see. And as MJ mentioned, likes to be up handy but not leading, possibly has stamina to go a little bit further. The filly, who loves a rose from the Greg Enyon yard with Anthony Andrews aboard, she's very well. She's in good form at the moment, and she's very much on her toes. Still a little bit wintry through her coat, but we haven't quite had the season turn as much as we believe it, or more than we wanted to turn. She's very much on her toes and bouncing around.
She's sweating up a bit, Vix. It looked like she might be from the television perspective.
Yeah, just a little bit on her neck, Grant, but I think it's more just the fact that she, like I said, she's still quite wintry. She hasn't quite shed that winter coat, so just a little bit. I wouldn't say an alarming amount, but number 3, Sudden Song, despite coming to the start with the lead pony, and looks just like a little bit of I wouldn't say a temperamental type, but he's actually the start than what he was in the parade ring, which is very interesting.
Oh, he's and collected there as well. There's been a lot of support for number 8, Night Ruler, so I'll start with MJ. MJ, any sort of a chance? If you look at the Montien form line in the coronation time, you've got to give him a shot. He's a son of King's Barnes, who certainly, normally they said that the King's Barnes had enjoyed a bit of the sting at the ground. He's going to get a bit more firm ground today, but his form is pretty solid.
Yes, definitely. I think if there was a bit more sting at the ground, you'll be a bit more confident. But also with great form, consistent, and he's got to be one of the principals here. He's also that's looking well. Grant obviously had the pick of the Raji, and he would definitely be the pick of the Snaith yard, and will be competitive.
The money's come for him, and they are loading up as we hand up to Alistair for the running of race 7.
Thanks very much, guys. Here comes Machete Man. They're about to bring up Love as a Rose. Sudden Song. Baratheon. .2,000 meters to cover, and they're off. Got to wait to a reasonable start. The two drawn on the outside will drop in. Machete Man wants the lead. Not as much competition for the pace as you would have anticipated. Machete Man in front by 2 lengths after 200 meters. Second place is Baratheon. Then comes Sudden Song, who races away in third. The Future is Bright is next. Lovers a Rose, 5th place onto the back straight. Then 2 lengths away to Royal Watch and Night Ruler. They the last two past the 1500. Machete Man in front, a solid gallop by 2.5 lengths. Baratheon racing in second. Then another 2 lengths away to Sudden Song, who's out in third. Lovers a Rose is fourth. Swap positions with the Future is Bright in the pink and black colours. Then we go back to Night Ruler, one from last, and finally Royal Watch as they make their way towards the corner of the track. They went past the 1200 metres board, and Machete Man wanted the lead from the word go and retains the lead at the halfway stage by about 2 lengths over Baratheon in second. Then a further length and a half away, Lovers a Rose gradually gained ground down the back straight, is now third down the side of the course, with Sudden Song dropping into fourth. Then comes Night Ruler. The Future is Bright gave away another place, but the field has become a little bit more stacked up down the side, and Royal Watch has always been happy to wait his turn. From the back of the field through the final 700 metres they go. Machete Man still in front by 2, but the rest of the field are a lot closer as they now come into the home straight, with Baratheon at the head of the others. Sudden Song, Lovers a Rose, they've been together for quite some way. Then comes Night Ruler. The Future is Bright in the pink and black, and then comes Royal Watch making a run towards the far side. Machete Man now has company, and Baratheon goes on the attack. Lovers a Rose nearest us. Night Ruler finding a finish. Sudden Song is in between horses as they went past the 200 metres board. Baratheon the leader. Lovers a Rose second. Sudden Song. Then comes Night Ruler nearest us. Still Baratheon, still clinging on with Night Ruler rushing nearest us. Here's the line, it's close. Very close indeed between Baratheon and Night Ruler. Then came Lovers a Rose, and Sudden Song was fourth. That is tight. Baratheon's clinging on, Night Ruler chasing. Baratheon trying to fight off Night Ruler. The line's coming quickly. Baratheon or Night Ruler? Here we go. The line's on them. Baratheon just wins. 5 Baratheon from 8 Night Ruler. Then came Lovers a Rose, and Sudden Song was fourth. Royal Watch, The Future is Bright, who obviously needed it. Winners in the pink and black, that's Baratheon. I think the intention was to go to the lead, but didn't want the lead that was going so quickly. Pete Buerter and Keenan staying on the double. The son of Jackson Baratheon wins, bred by the Millstream Farm. Well done to Nicole Buerter, Mr. Blomstein, Ron Karis, Mr. LaRue, Mr. Naidu, Mr. Nell, Mr. Snyders, and Lapari Racing Close Corporation. Baratheon just beats off the late lunge of Night Ruler.
2 is Wings Within Me. She won a good race last time out, the daughter of Global View. This is obviously a big step up. We know that was Chocolate Bomb. Looks to be half decent. Dennis Schwarz now picks up the ride. Drawn to the inside, but with natural improvements. Let's see how good number 2, Wings Within Me, is this afternoon. That's a decent price on the totalized Zeta. Let's watch her go down to the start. Number 3 is Dancing Dora, also dropped to a reasonable rating. The only concern is that one draw, ran 5th behind On Cue last time out. I would have preferred her around the turn. Had it been the inside track here at Turffontein, I would have given Dancing Dora an outstanding chance. But in saying that, she is slowly starting to creep down the weights. 4 is Mighty Goddess. Now, there's some shrewd punters out there that have tipped Mighty Goddess to win at a big price. Hard up to the outside, Rachel Venica takes off 1.5 kilograms. Healthy Respect. Her last few runs have been very disappointing, but let's watch her move to the post. And like I say, there's some shrewd punters out there that are tipping this to win the lucky last. 5 is What You're Waiting For. I can't give you confidence with her last 2 runs. She's been very disappointing. Fell Swoop, the daughter of Lancaster Bomber. Now, this also shortened up quite a bit in the market. Peter Leisure's Love last time out. She's got the draw in her favour. She shows speed. Yard of confidence. She'll put up a good showing this afternoon. She looks well. You can see she really looks well. Number 7, One Fell Swoop. So, Healthy Respect. Number 8, that'll be Nettleton. The feature. She's just had the 3 starts to date. She was well beaten behind Time for Charity last time out. And like I say, she's going to have to improve to feature. Number 9 is Law of Success. There was a good run out of the maidens. Wasn't beaten too far by Meet the Captain, who ran a cracking race here at Turffontein in the previous race. So, poorly matched it's got at the moment, you need to include. 10 is Raining Rubies. When we spoke to Wesley Mowing, he did say it's going to be tough out the maidens. Didn't beat too much last time. Beat in a sense. This is going to be a big step up for number 10, Raining Rubies. Number 12 is Red Carpet Girl. Now, I like Red Carpet Girl for some value. She had nothing go right last time out. I'm hoping she can jump away on terms. If she can do that, she's a big runner. I see they've backed her from 14 to 1 into 7 to 1. We're going to have to watch her out of the gate. She'll know early if you've got a chance. If she's a bit sluggish into stride. Number 13 is Camerata. She's going to have to improve. She's been very disappointing. 14 is Gimme the Flame. Yeah, she hasn't been beaten too far, but I do think there's 1 or 2 in the race that are going to be too good for Gimme the Flame. She's a one-time winner from 22 outings. She was only beaten 6 lengths by On Cue, but I think she's going to struggle over here. Number 15 is Mix the Magic. Better horse, I think, on the inside track at Turffontein and around the somewhat been disappointing. She's a one-time winner from 24 starts. 16 is Storm Jewel. Same comment. Last few runs been very disappointing, and it's hard for me to give you confidence. 17 is Risky Business. Good run last time out. Here is the Tiger. If you like Red Carpet Girl, you have to like a bit of Risky Business. Keratile Kachedi gets the ride with only 52 on the back. All right, and I believe Simply Magic has probably made its way to the start already. Yep, there's number 6 showing signs of well-being. She looks well, the daughter of Silvano. She's a one-time winner from 14 outings. Cabello Mazzaniani gets the ride for Brett Crawford. And we saw this combination win the Hollywood Bets Durban July. They're going to look for a big season. They got some smart horses, Brett Crawford and James Crawford. We wish them all the best over here with Simply Magic, who must have an outstanding chance. All right, let's watch them move down to the start. That's the last race. It's the Get Out of Jail Stakes. Let's see what we can do. We're 12 minutes away from post time.
So your attention please, runners, for the 9th and final race are leaving the parade ring now for the next Turffontein race meeting next Saturday, 19 August, fillies and mares, 72 handicap, 1160 metres. Stake value 70,000 rand. One withdrawal here. Number 11, Feather the Nest is out. Jockey changes. Number 2, Wings Within Me, is ridden by Dennis Schwarz. And And number 17, Risky Business, comes into the contest, now ridden by apprentice M.K. Kachedi.
Okay, number 1.
Runners stepping out onto the track for race number 9. Here's number 1, Benguela Cove, Calvin Habib. Number 2, Wings Within Me, a maiden winner in her debut start last time out. Dennis Schwartz picks up the ride. 3 is Dancing Dora. Apprentice Sianda Sosibo claims 2.5 kilograms. 4 is Mighty Goddess. And apprentice Rachel Venica, who claims 1.5. Number 8, Nettleton, Gavin Larina. Here's number 6, Simply Magic, Cabello Mazzignani. Number 9, Law of Success, and Corley.
各位观众，今天我要向大家介绍。
One Fell Swoop, Craig Zaki. Number 12, Red Carpet Girl, Jeffrey Seister. 13 is out next. That is Camerata, Chase Morjan. Number 10, Raining Rubies, Wesley Mowing. 15, Mix the Magic, Jason Gates. 16, Storm Jewel, Nathan Klink. Here's a look at number 5, What You Waiting For, Richard Faree. Where's those red earmuffs, which will be taken off at the start. Number 14, going by, is Gimme the Flame and apprentice Caden Brewer. And here's number 17, Risky Business, now ridden by apprentice M.K. Kachedi. That's the field then for race number 9. 16 of them line up here. The scratchings, number 11, Feather the Nest. Let's go to Brandon for that last race. Thanks very much, Brandon. 8 minutes to go to the lucky last of the day, and looking forward to the week ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nico. Thank you very much over the last 2 days. I know that hasn't been easy, travelling to Port Elizabeth, back for the 9 races here at Turffontein, but done a good job, and the last race goes off at 4:30, so we're 7 minutes away from the official loading process. The market has number 7. Number 2, Wings Within Me, 15-2. The 9, Law of Success at 9-1. 12, Red Carpet Girl has just shortened into 8-1. And the 4, Mighty Goddess at 12-1. With number 6, Simply Magic, and you're getting 14-1 and better those. All right, it's not an easy race. Very hard to be overly confident about anything in this particular contest. Our next Turffontein race meeting will be Saturday the 19th of August, so please come and join us. There's still racing ongoing out in the Western Cape at Hollywood Bets Durbanville, so dive into that. And then we've got the UK racing to keep you busy on Channel 240 and Global 1. Okay, so let's dive into it. My first selection, I'm going with number 12, Red Carpet Girl. That's number 12 as we get to the page in the computer form. I've really thought at about 14-1 she was the value. That has obviously halved now. She's gone 7-1. She had nothing go right for her last time out. She was bumped out of the gates. She was always on the back foot. On that occasion out at the Val, they seemed to be winning towards the middle outside. She made up the ground. She really accelerated through the 500 going to the 400, and then she flattened out. Things didn't go according to plan. I'm hoping today she comes out running. I'm hoping there's no issues down at the start, and I think you'll get a big run for your money for number 12, Red Carpet Girl. The run before that, when she ran second to Golden Sickle, I thought that was a smashing run. If Golden Sickle was in this race, she'll probably be favourite, and we know that Golden Sickle went on to run a cracker. I think got snared by that. It was on cue from the Paulie Matchett yard. So yeah, form lines are going to work out with that run on the 8th of July. And then before that ran to Kawalami, Lulu's Boy. Lulu's Boy won a good race at the Val, beating Lil Miss Moneybags in the last race on Thursday. So Red Carpet Girl, all the forms there to suggest that she can give you a big run for your cap. very early. If she comes out running and she's got one or two just in front of her, you've got a big chance. If she does take a bump or for whatever reason she's a bit sluggish into stride, then you basically know that you're out the back door. So let's watch number 12, Red Carpet Girl, closely. I'm obviously hoping for Dr. Malandi Talyat as well that she can go very close to becoming a three-time winner. So that's going to be my top selection to get us out of jail. Naturally, I have to go with number 7, One Foul Swoop, as my second selection. I thought she moved down to the start best of all. That's exactly how you want them to move to the start. Number 7, One Foul Swoop, the daughter of Lancaster Bomber. We spoke to Tony Peter a bit earlier on. He did say she's doing very well back at home. It's obviously a step out of the maidens, which is not going to make life easy, but they do think quite a bit of One Foul Swoop. She's got the speed, she's got the draw to the outside, the conditions on top. Craig Zaki was also upbeat that he might be chatting to us a bit later on, being race number 9. So respect number 7, One Foul Swoop, who now shortened back into 28 to 10. The interesting horse for me is number 2, Wings Within Me. Now, I'm not sure how the track's playing up the straights, but I've always got my opinion. I think there's many punters out there that would rather be towards the middle outside, but she won well on debut, the daughter of Global View. Dennis Schwarz now picks up the ride. She beat Chocolate Bomb, who looks to be a half-decent sort. The sky could be the limit. I know she wasn't really fancy to make a winning debut, but she won well enough. She showed a bit of heart in the finish, beating Chocolate Bomb, and if she can build on that, she's a lovely-looking daughter of Global View. I think she can be competitive. I'm just concerned about that inside draw. I've got a feeling that all the speed's going to be on the outside. So she might be found wanting into that last bit. But watch her closely. She's trading at about 8 to 1. And then, like I said earlier on, in the back parade ring, there's a few shrewd punters that are tipping me Mighty Goddess to win the lucky last race. The daughter flying the flag. I know when she was trained by Billy Raters, he always thought quite a bit of Mighty Goddess. She ran some behind some nice horses. Tyconaut, Rockets Red Glare, Tiz Magic, they're all horses that are going to win races. I thought she moved beautifully. If she can just put her last few runs behind her and get the right run in transit, I think Mighty Goddess might just have a squeak over you at a big price. I see trading now at 12 to 1. And the last horse I'm going to talk about is number 6, Simply Magic. The daughter of Silvano. She ran a cracker behind On Cue. She was beaten 4 lengths. I would have liked her to move a little bit better down to the start. In saying that, maybe this is just her. I haven't watched her closely going to the start in her past runs. I just would have liked a little bit better from number 6, Simply Magic. She's got good form to her name. She ran second to There She Goes back on the 15th of July. And then that last run we touched on behind On Cue was a good enough effort. This is more her game, 1160 meters. I actually spoke to James Crawford after her last run behind On Cue. He said the 1,000 may be a little bit too quick for her. This will be better for 1160, 1,200 meters going forward. So watch out for number 6, Simply Magic, at about 14 to 1. Okay, so I'm going to leave it there. We're 2 minutes away from post time. We're going to take our chances. We've had a rough afternoon. Things haven't gone according to plan. Some of the fancied horses have been going up and down. They've been unsighted. Let's try and recover on Red Carpet Girl at 13 to 2. I see the jockeys jumped off. I'm hoping she can break away on terms and we'll get a big run for our money. So that's going to be my top selection to beat number 7, One Foul Swoop. I might just rush off and take a few exactas. Up to Nico Kritsiotis. He'll bring them back for the lucky last.
Thanks, Brandon. Just some news from the start there. The starter not happy with the position of the stalls at the moment, so they were just waiting for the tractor to come and move the stalls into position that was more acceptable to the starter. So that's what's happening at the moment. Maybe a slight delay to proceedings, just a little bit, 2 minutes away from starting time. Make that a minute now. But they are just repositioning the stalls down at the 1160 meter marker. Once that is done, they'll start to load.
Okay, so we've heard the news that they're not happy with the positioning of the starting stall, so that's going to have to be fixed up. It won't take too long. The tractor is down there. They'll drop those rails and place the stalls in the right position. Nico, I wonder if you can come and join me for the lucky last. Wonderful calling today, some good finishes. I know there's been some disappointing horses throughout the afternoon, but all systems go for a good season.
Absolutely, and great to see Richard Ferry making the trip up here today. You know, the strongest of cards has to be added, but great to see him coming up here to try and break that record. Ultimately, every jockey's trying to win the championship, but the question mark is whether they can break a 3-3-4 record. I find it's going to be very difficult to do because, as you know, the record was set up when we raced 7 days a week here, as opposed to 6 days a week these days. So going to be terribly tough for a jockey to break that barrier of Twa Katra. Anyway, they're loading up for the final race of the day, and they're going forward. Camerata goes forward. Benguela Cove is in. What You Waiting For has gone up to. Law of Success to come forward. Mighty Goddess, Red Carpet Girl, Simply Magic, Raining Rubies. Here's another one going to load up now with Wings Within Me. Simply Magic, Wings Within Me, Raining Rubies, Mighty Goddess, loading up nicely. Stall's positioned in the right place now. Start will be happy with that. Wings Within Me about to go forward. Nettleton stands back, so does Mix the Magic, hasn't come forward yet. One Fell Swoop to load up as well as Wings Within Me takes up her position. Storm Jewel comes in. Nettleton. Gimme the Flame. Dancing Dora still to come forward. So too Risky Business. Risky Business, Dancing Dora. Right up on the outside is One Fell Swoop, drawn up, right up on the stand side. Just a couple left to go forward. Dancing Dora's drawn one. Two more runners left to load. Risky Business, Nettleton racing away. They race off to the finish now from the 11.60, and One Fell Swoop began well the outside. Gimme the Flame is quick down the inside of the track with Wings Within Me, Benguela Cove, Raining Rubies right up there too. Mix the Magic, Mighty Goddess with Law of Success on the stand side. Red Carpet Girl, Simply Magic. Then came Risky Business. Behind that, Camerata. Further back to Nettleton. Down along the inside, Storm Jewel, 5 lengths off the leader, Dancing Dora. And behind that is What You Waiting For. To the 600 they come. Wings Within Me, Gimme the Flame, Dancing Dora across the inside, Mix the Magic. On the stand side, Raining Rubies. One Fell Swoop, a shake of the reins. Behind that, Law of Success. On the outside, Red Carpet Girl. Further back behind those comes Mighty Goddess, entering the final 400 meters. Wings Within Me is the leader from Mix the Magic. On the outside is Raining Rubies. Down the inside, Nettleton is running on. Law of Success, then Simply Magic and One Fell Swoop. It's Wings Within Me, 150 to go. Law of Success, Raining Rubies. Behind that, One Fell Swoop is trying to get back into it, but Law of Success has come to the front here, and Law of Success goes on to win it from Wings Within Me, Raining Rubies, One Fell Swoop, and Mix the Magic. Law of Success will provide a trainer, Paul Matchett, with another winner on the card. The stable in terrific form, and so too is Palasandam Corley. He's riding like a man possessed. A top ride in the previous race, I thought, and this one he's given another perler to. The daughter of Wiley Hall, Law of Success, comes through to score from number 2, Wings Within Me. Raining Rubies, a gallant third. One Fell Swoop has run back and forth. Seemed to lose its stride midway and come back out there. Mix the Magic, Nettleton. Then came Gimme the Flame. Further back behind those was Risky Business and Mighty Goddess. So victory here to Law of Success, had to weave a passage through on the outside, followed Wings Within Me. Now here comes Pilasand Mkoli, gets to the front on Law of Success. This for Paul himself, he owns this outright. So Paul Matchett, well done to you. It's Law of Success, beats home Wings Within Me, Raining Rubies, then came One Fell Swoop, and Mix the Magic wraps up the day's racing here at Turffontein. We'll speak to you during the course of the week. Thanks for joining us at the Big T. Have a great Saturday evening and Sunday from the commentary box. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Did you give Mini of a chance? Great run from him last time, MJ.
Yeah, great run. He's got to come from the back today. It's a little bit tricky with the track. We said not too many horses come from the back. He's on his toes, and you can't fault him walking around here, that's for sure. Whether the tactics will suit him, only time will tell.
Number 9, Champion Warrior. We're all waiting for him to regain his earlier form, now ridden by Atandiwe Magujwa. But they are stepping out onto the course. Up to you, Alistair Cohen.
Thank you, Vicky Marnott and MJ Baileyveld. Race number 8 is up next. They're coming out onto the track. Racing at Turffontein is complete. So 2 more races to come on the local front from Hollywood Bets Durbanville. This race runs at 1:45, which is about 9 minutes away. The early runner down to the start at the top of the straight at the moment. So number 5, Dean Street and Bernard Fade Herb. Take note, in race 8, number 2 now ridden by Corne Orford, 3 now ridden by Sean Veal, jockey on 5 is Plus Half, 9 now ridden by Atandiwe Goodwin, scratch number 10. Number 1, Steinbeck, ridden by Grant Fanica. Number 3 is Mount Pleasant, ridden by Sean Veal, 2 Dance Variety and Corne Orford. Look at number 4, Hammy's Hero, ridden by Aldo De Meyer.
This one is for you and me living on our dreams. We're all right where we should be with mine.
Right. Number 7, Sonic Burst, Keenan Stain. Stain and Burst are looking for 3 wins this afternoon. There's a look at Dragonfly. Eight is Wyag, ridden by Anthony Andrews. Take note, race 9, number 7, All About L. Now the ride of Aldo De Meyer. The last runner out on track is number 9, Champion Warrior. Now the ride of Atandiwe Goodwin. That's the field, race number 8. They're on their way down to the 1250 for the Race Cape. Hollywood Bets Class 3 over 1250 metres. A field of 9 on their way down to the start. Race runs 1:45, which is approximately 7 minutes from now.
As you can see, runners making their way down to the 1250-metre mark. It is race number 8. It is the Race Cape, powered by Hollywood Bet. It's a Class 3, and there's 125,000 Rand up for grabs. And nice competitive races, and a couple of runners that started their racing careers off with a bit of a bang and have lost their way a little bit. I'm going to start, just a reminder, number 10, Double Charges out. And let's start with number 9, Champion Warrior. This horse looked like he was going to go through the divisions, didn't he? He won his first 2, he won them absolutely posing. And he's never really brought that back, Vicky. I'm not sure if he's just lost the urge.
So right, which I think puts him in good stead. And look, he has been gelded as of recent. He's been running over the sprint trips as opposed to going over a little bit further. But I would like to see him come back to himself. I think that he's got the ability to, and I just think he needs to round his races off a bit better than what he has been. Yeah, he's certainly a type of horse that if he brings his A game, MJ, he could actually beat this field, because he's actually come down the rating significantly. Went up to a 97, he's down to an 86.
Now, Grant, the last time he won, he was here, his first 2 starts.
Yeah.
So, and when he won his last start, he beat Master Vigilante. I think he just won out of that kennel. So, also took about a while for him to come and win again. So, if you go on course record and his reputation back here, take all his runs out, he's probably odds-on favourite. 2 from 2 years. So, also it looks good, beautiful action. Maybe he just wants to turn a Durnville.
Wouldn't be a surprise, Victor, at all. I do think he's going to be very competitive this afternoon. Number 8, Wag. This is another runner that has got a load of ability. He ran an absolute cracker last time out. He was quite far back. He absolutely took off in the closing stages, and he got beat by 2.25 lengths by Dance Variety. Another runner that you have to give respect to, Vicky.
You do, and I think with regards to the pace at Hollywood Bet's Durbanville, it suits horses. Wags often been reported as making a respiratory noise, and I think when horses can go more forward, the reins obviously aren't as tight and it's not as restrictive through their neck and that, which can sometimes lend to just a better breathing situation with horses that might have a problem with too. So that all said, I think that distance spot on. He's also performed very well at the course, and the only concern for me, like I've had throughout the day, is horses that having to come from too far off them. He ran that way last time. There was a great run. Maybe a little bit, if they can get him a little bit more handy, it would be in his favour.
What do you think of his chances, and what did it look like in the ring for you?
Yeah, Grant, he went down beautifully. He looked good in the ring, on his toes, as Vicky said. Just a little bit concerned about tactics today. The track is running quick. He likes to run from quite a long way off. Unless they really go too fast up front, he might make it up, but I might find him out today.
Pit Butter Yard's done very well today. They've got number 7, Son again. I wouldn't be at all surprised if this was finished in the top 4.
I think every time I interview Peter about her, he says, this is going to be your last run. We're now going to try for one more. I think it's just nice for that, once the fillies or the mares, like she has go off to stud, just to have that brilliant record. So I thought she looked outstanding today. I think probably the best I've seen her going down. Not that she's really moved badly, but just so the yards had a double. Hopefully that can go more. Probably a little bit of improvement to come or needed from her, but I wouldn't say without an outside chance.
But MJ and yourself did the parade ring preview, and you were right there by number 5, Dean Street, where he was lashing out at poor lead pony, and he certainly has got his quirks, hasn't he?
He is, and this was one of the concerns Lucinda voiced when interviewing her, is that he doesn't really enjoy this track. Some of the horses don't. They come here and they're a little bit more uptight here. Pete Buerter mentioned that about Baratheon, that he plays up a bit more here but runs better. So hopefully Dean Street can run well. He loves to be prominent, and hopefully, I know at Hollywood Bet's Kenilworth he really enjoys hugging the rail. So here he can do that the whole way around. He's quite good out the pens, and also as a strong, capable rider of Bernard Flatter Herber board. His form is good. He is my selection to win. I think that his form in the last 2 starts have been good. You see the lead pony trying to get his own back there.
MJ, it looks like Bernard might be the right type of rider for this horse.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's a bit tricky. I think the weight turnaround for me, Dance Variety in the ring probably looked the best. And he's got to be a big runner, but the weight turnaround, Dean Street definitely comes into it.
Let's quickly have a chat about number 4, Hemi's Hero, before we go to Dance Variety. Here's a runner that also started his racing career off really well. He was quite victorious early on. He ran some good races. He ran close up to the likes of Weird Jamming, and he's starting to recapture some of that form, and he's had his little layoff. I think he's a runner here as well, and I thought he was the pick of the Canter Fast as well. But they are loading up. Your first choice, Vicky?
Dean Street.
MJ?
I'm going to give Steinbeck a bit of an outsider chance. Drawn 1 back to 1200. He just seems to run at them and not finish his races off, and I think he's been running over the distance a little bit too far for him.
Right, I'm going to go with number 4, Hemi's Hero. I think he's going to bounce back to his best as well. They are loading up. Alistair standing by.
Thanks, Grant. Thanks, MJ. Thanks, Vicky. 3 to load. Wyag about to join the lineup. Mount Pleasant. Sonic Burst will be the last one. Off she comes at the 12:50. Ready. Set. And then he's sent on their way. Rather muddly start. Dragonfly Champion Warrior a little bit sluggish into stride as Mount Pleasant goes off to the early lead, chased by Dean Street at the corner of the track. They dispute the front running role. Dance Variety races at the rail third. Sonic Burst is fourth. A few lengths away to Hemi's Hero, probably in the right place off this pace. Wyag's at there outside. Steinbeck's in the black and white. Champion Warriors one from last. Dragonfly's nowhere past the 800. Mount Pleasant in front by a little less than a length. Saw off Dean Street, who has to sit and wait his turn in second. Then comes Dance Variety. Sonic Burst races away in fourth. Then comes Steinbeck, the black sleeves and the white cap. Hemi's Hero, Wyag deep into the home straight. Champion Warriors about 8 or 9 lengths off the leader and a few lengths away to Dragonfly towards the final 400 metres. Mount Pleasant in front but pressed by Dance Variety towards the far side is quick to commit. Dean Street right there as well. Blue sleeves and cap. Steinbeck picked off a few. Then comes Sonic Burst, Hemi's Hero, Champion Warrior. They further back but Dance Variety goes for home. 150 left to run. He's built up a neat lead over Dean Street. Then comes Steinbeck, but no stopping Dance Variety. Dance Variety wins, Steinbeck second. Third goes the way of Dean Street. Dragonfly somehow ran fourth. So Dance Variety, the winner of race number 8. Adam Marcus and Corne Orfer team up. This owned by Mr. Singh and Sherwin Jeria, who also bred the son of Var. Dance Variety, 3-time winner from 14 starts. Fun horse to follow. Dance Variety the winner. Second goes the way of Steinbeck, who's run a nice race and defeat. Dean Street was always whacking away. He's not far away from a win. And Dragonfly has somehow run fourth from the hopeless position he was in. He was only running last the entire race. Mount Pleasant was next. Better run from him. And he'll take home a bit of money for fifth. So the winners towards the extreme right-hand side. Dance Variety just let the front runners crack on. It was a very good pace set, and Dance Variety 400 metres out unwound was going to be hard to stop. Steinbeck finished off his race well. Dean Street, like I said, always whacking away. Dragonfly's 400s finish will be interesting, but it's Dance Variety out on top in race number 8. 2, 1, 5 and 6. Winner's time 1:14.78. Winner of race 8 is number 2, Dance Variety, a 4-year-old gelding by Vard, a trip for Tango by Trippy, bred by Sherwin-Geria, owned by Mr. Singh and Sherwin-Geria as well. Adam Marcus is the winning trainer, and
Race 8 was the Race Cape powered by Hollywood Bets Class 3, and it was over the 12.50. Number 2, Dance Variety, the son of Var, was the winner. Well done to Patrick. He's the groom responsible and receives his 1,000 Rand thanks to Hollywood Bets and also Cape Racing. Adam, well done.
Thank you so much, Rex.
I think just a lovely, follow-up for him, but he looked impeccable today.
Thank you so much. I must say the confidence he gained from his last win was just phenomenal. He came out of the race really well, and he was just in a really, really good place. He was a horse that had a lot of hard luck stories earlier on in his career, and I just think with a bit, it's amazing what a win can do for these horses. They gain confidence and go from strength to strength, and I thought it was a very competitive race today, but I thought Cornet rode a beautiful race. He can be sluggish out of the gates from time to time, but Cornet got him out, got him in the box seat, and he showed a lot of grit today. So I'm over the moon, and just a big thanks to Sherwin, Mr. Singh, very grateful for their support, and hopefully he's not done yet.
Well, I think, Adam, that's the way that you train, is that they do just get better with time.
Nothing worse for a trainer, a horse showing you early on and they don't train on, and I'm just very fortunate that I have been given the time to let him mature and just come to the fore in his own time. So just a big thanks again to them, and to my sponsors Interbet, very well done.
Well done.
Thank you so much.
That's Adam Marcus, the conditioner of number 2, Dance Variety, the son of Var. Well done to all the connections, and one of them was the jockey board. Well done.
Thank you very much.
As Adam said, he just gained, he thought he gained confidence from his last win, and I thought it was a win full of merit today.
100%, and I mean, I can tell you that he has, because I rode him his first start out the maidens at Kenilworth, and he was very full of himself, and he missed the break, came from last, ran this way, that way, flew to run third, and I said to Eddie, he's a really nice horse. Once a penny drop, he'll win him a good few races, and it seems like he's on the up. He's loafing under me over there, I gave him a little tap here, right there. As I looked around, he sort of, okay, I've done my job now, so yeah, he's a nice horse. They're going to have fun with him. I'm just glad I was on him. Well done to Rob Champion. When my horse got scratched, he got onto the front straight away, and he got onto this horse. So well done to him. Thank you very much. And to Eddie and to all the owners.
Well done.
Thank you.